All right, guys, let's do it. Let's get right into this. So listen, for anybody watching the video that I post, I'm going to try to do it in one sitting. Probably not going to happen. I'm going to try to make it one video. I think your limit is 12 hours, so it might be 2 videos. I don't really know, but I'm going to link them to each other if there's multiple videos to this. But anyway, listen, I've been seeing this is like a 50-part thing. I would have watched it on her TikTok, but it's all over the place. She's like re-uploaded parts of it, this, that, and the other thing. It's crazy. She should frankly make her own YouTube and upload them all there, but she hasn't done that. So we're going to watch this YouTube video. I would still recommend checking her out. 7.5 hours, guys. Part 50. They all have like millions of views. Unfortunately, she wasn't in the creator fund thing in there. She got taken out because she did like reposting of some videos, which is unfortunate. TikTok, you should do her right. But anyway, like, let's get the party started, man. Let's go.
Please excuse the hair, but here is part
Turn
one
myself
of
down a little bit.
Who the Fuck Did I Marry? So I met my ex-husband around March 4th of 2020.
Okay.
We met on Facebook.
Oh, that's during COVID. Interesting. I wonder if COVID's going to have an impact on this relationship, because COVID was such a weird time where people were like home, forced to be around each other. There was increases in a lot of relationship problems.
Facebook dating site, and we also matched on Hinge. I did not realize.
Wow, he really wanted you.
That he was on both under 2 different names. So
is Hinge gay, or is that the regular not gay one?
One was his actual name, and the other one was a variation, like a nickname, that he called himself. Different pictures. So it was a running joke between us. Oh, you ain't even recognize that you had matched with me on Hinge. No, I didn't. And also that should have been a red flag. By the way, I
don't really like to run personally.
You'll notice in this story, I called it the United Nations of red flags. It is so many red flags.
Is that a red flag? Having like a different name on. Okay.
That, I mean, you would have thought I was colorblind because I ignored all of them. So anyway, back to
I'm colorblind, guys. I don't see any colors. Okay.
the story.
I just see beautiful people.
We met around March 4th. Okay. We exchanged phone numbers. He called me and we talked on the phone for the first time. In the first phone call, he told me that he had just moved to Georgia from California from San Diego. His job had transferred him because he was being transferred in as the new
I'm going to assume he didn't have a job that transferred him, but like what job did he claim to have?
Regional manager for a major condiment company that is based here.
A condiment company. Interesting. It's like too crazy to be true, which was why I would believe it. Oh yeah, I'm a manager for Heinz ketchup
here in Georgia. I'm not gonna say the name. And so we also talked about his childhood. He told me he grew up in Philly. He's from Philly. Both of his parents were deceased.
Like Will Smith.
This is the first phone call. Both of his parents were deceased. His father was a Philadelphia police officer. His mom was a teacher.
Okay.
He also told me he briefly lived in Augusta with his family. He had 2 brothers and 2 sisters. He also had 2 half-brothers on his dad's side. First phone call. So I'm just giving you guys the backstory. This was the first phone call.
She's kind of cute, though.
We had. So we talked about family. We talked about friends. We talked about our jobs.
Which is a very important thing to do. You know, I don't think it's never really too soon to talk about personal stuff on a date, as long as you guys are on the same page. And as long as it's not like trauma dumping. It's okay to be like, yeah, I had these issues when I was younger, but I wouldn't get into like, don't start crying, you know? But people like these conversations. You know, you should be having questions about whether you guys want kids by like the 3rd date, honestly. Because what are you going to, like, oh, what if they say no? You're not trying to invest more time into that person, you know?
At the time, I was working at Georgia State Patrol. And he knew this, and he just thought that was like, wow, you know, so you work with troopers all day. Yes, I did.
Okay.
Also in that phone call, he explained to me that he used to play football. He explained that he used to play arena football.
You know, it's interesting. I never played football. I didn't have a father. I tried it for a day and I hated it, so I quitted it. But then I had this driving instructor that was like he was like a man's man. He was kind of annoying, but he was a nice guy. And he was like, oh, did you play football? And he kept going on about it. And I wanted it to seem relatable. So I said yes. And I lied for like 6 months until I finished my driving stuff and said that I used to play football. And that was just a weird moment in my life.
I know nothing about arena football. I know about NFL, I know about college, go Dogs, but I don't know anything about arena football. So he explained to me that he used to play arena football.
I don't know.
He used to work at Apple in the off season of arena football.
Okay.
And I remember thinking on that phone call, oh, okay, you know, like, good for you. I don't know anything about arena football, and I believe I did tell him that I don't know anything about arena football. That'll come into play later on.
I gotta figure this out now.
He told me, you know, I just moved here. My job is paying for my housing, and they're helping me to look for a house.
I hope he's not on like Section 8.
He was like, I'm trying right now.
My job.
But I'm trying to look for a house, ideally in Atlanta, like Brookhaven.
It's a variety of 8-man indoor Football? Weird. Okay, whatever.
Sandy Springs. He was like, I really would like to move out there. And so I thought, you know, that's great. You know,
I want to move to Radiator Springs. You know what I'm saying?
You're looking to get a house. You just moved here. He was like, I don't really know too many people here because I spend all my time at work, and you know, this job is really demanding.
Yeah, at the condiment factor.
So that was our first phone call. We talked more. He talked a lot, which took me by surprise because I'm not really used to men talking more than me.
My wife. That's my wife. So I talk a lot sometimes. Okay, and then sometimes my wife talks at me. You know.
Eventually asked me out on a date. Our first date was set for
so far so good.
For Saturday, March 7th.
All right.
2020. He asked me what was my favorite restaurant. I said Cheesecake Factory.
Just like my wife, dude.
So we agreed to go out at the Cheesecake Factory in a location that was in between. I lived in Clayton County at the time.
Do we know how old they were at this time? Because it seems like they might have been a little older while they're dating. You know, mature dating is so much better, I think. Because it's easier to spot the bullshit. You know, you go through your 20s learning what you do and don't like, and then by 30, you should have a good idea. You should be able to tell if somebody's long-term potential within the first date. It should be like you should be in tune. You should be in tune with yourself enough to know that.
He lived
I got lucky though. I'm gonna be honest with you, with my wife.
In Gwinnett County. I realized that if you don't know anything about Metro Atlanta, that makes no sense. But basically, we lived about 45 minutes apart. So we agreed to meet at the Cheesecake Factory over at Perimeter Mall, which is in an area, Sandy Springs, Dunwoody area.
Yeah.
I was excited. Like, I called my friends and was like, I got a date, you know, blah, blah, blah. We'll see how it goes.
That's
First
fun.
Conversation was good.
That's fun. This is a very real person, you know?
Hopefully he looks like his pictures because, you know, that's always an issue with online dating.
It's funny. When I first started dating my wife, like when we first met on like whatever, I think it was Tinder, I told her I had a high-pitched voice. And she still talked to me for like 2 weeks before we even talked on the phone. And one day I called her and I'm like, hey, what's up? And she's like, this is your real voice. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot. I told you I talked like I told you I talk like, hi, how are you? Like that. And she still wanted to date me, man. What a beautiful thing. Beautiful. That's how you know it's true love.
Hopefully he looks like his pictures. So on my way to our date, I took 285, and literally right before I got to Boulder Crest, the exit for Boulder Crest,
oh, he canceled.
I heard a boom, and I lost control of my car.
Oh.
Thank God that well, not thank God, but
she was too excited.
I knew what to do. So I did not crash, but my tire blew out.
Damn.
So I called him and I said, hey, I'm so sorry, but my tire just blew on 285. I'm slowly making my...
That's so funny. I had like a similar, like when I first started dating my wife, my phone broke very quickly and like we were supposed to go on a date and my phone broke. And like that to somebody who you're going on a first date with sounds like you're trying to break the date. So I managed to like make it so that I could call her even though my phone's broken. I said, listen, I have no phone, but I'm still meeting you tonight. Don't worry. And it still went well. It's just funny.
My way off the exit.
Because people will make a wild-ass excuses to not go out with you sometimes, you know?
I believe I pulled into a Chevron gas station, and I said, you know, I got to get this fixed. I don't know what to do. Like, I'm a damsel in distress kind of thing. He kind of paused. He got quiet, and he was like, you know, tell me exactly where you are. Drop your pin. So I dropped the pin, and he came to the gas station.
Oh.
Came to the gas station, got out the car, and I was so relieved that he actually looked like his pictures.
All right.
I was like, oh my God.
Where's the red flag? So far, this is an amazing story. It's a true love story as far as I'm concerned.
He's actually attractive because he's like 6'4", 6'5".
True. Same.
Oh, also, man, I apologize. So let me go back to the...
Yeah, my phone broke at the gym. I think I had thrown it, like tossed it down face up, and it just cracked the screen.
First conversation. Let me add something. He did tell me in the first phone call that he was divorced, and that his ex-wife, she had 2 children, a boy and a girl, who were teenagers, young adults. I think the girl was about 20.
Okay.
And he said that he had a very close relationship with his stepkids, but that he and his ex-wife had divorced because she cheated on him out in California, and so coming to Georgia was a new beginning for him.
So maybe he took the promotion to get away from his ex-wife.
She was still out in California. The kids were still out in California. And so, you know, he was like, there's no, I can't stand her, but I still want to be in the kids' lives.
Gotcha.
I have to put that in there because that will come back later.
Shit.
So this is just setting the stage. Again, that first
it's like a juicy-ass movie.
Conversation was...
My wife still has the voicemail, she said.
We talked about family, job, friends, how he ended up in Georgia, me being in Georgia, the things that, you know, I would think people talk about in the first conversation.
Sure.
All right, now back to the tire blew out. So he shows up to the gas station.
We should just stop here because I feel like this is a beautiful love story. I don't want to ruin it.
He changes my tire, which I just thought was the sexiest thing in the world. And then he proceeds to say, hey, I found a tire place around the corner. You need to get another tire. Like, you can't drive on this donut.
Yeah. You shouldn't be driving long distances on a donut. It's bad for the car, for sure.
He followed me to the tire place. and then helped me get a tire, paid for it. So I was definitely like, wow.
He's showing her the Riz bomb here, dude. This guy's doing well so far.
And so the vibe was good. So anyway, I get the tire fixed. We follow each other to the Cheesecake Factory.
Okay.
In Perimeter. We hold hands walking into the Cheesecake Factory. So in my mind, I'm like, this is a
dream come true. I'm living vicariously right now.
I had butterflies. That's the look of a woman who has butterflies. So I had butterflies. And we go in, there's a long wait. Yeah, and so we sit outside and we just talk. And the conversation's great. And this is where he tells me what it is he's looking for. He tells me.
What does he have, like a small wiener or something?
You know, I believe at the time he was 42.
Okay.
He was like, I want to get married and it'd be for real. He's like, my parents were married 40 plus years before my mom passed away.
I feel you. I feel that. Okay.
And I want that. I want marriage, family, a house. Like that is what I want. He's like, I'm as a man, I'm ready to get married, but I want it to be for real because the first time, it really hurt me when she cheated on me.
True that.
So he's telling me everything that I wanted to hear. He was like, what is it that you want? And I said pretty much the same thing. I was like, I'm ready to get married, definitely want to have a family, and I want to marry my best friend.
Ew, gay. No, I'm just kidding. My wife's my best friend.
So we both put on the table that we wanted marriage. And this is the end of part 1.
Oh, man. Part 1 was beautiful. It better stay as beautiful. They really left those at, okay. The intermissions.
Right, who the fuck did I marry? Part 2.
Okay.
So we both put on the table what it is that we wanted. We both had established we were dating for marriage. We were not dating just to date. We were not trying to be friends with benefits. None of that.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
So the dinner.
I'm assuming she's like in her 30s or 40s too.
Cheesecake Factory went really well. We laughed, we joked, we talked about people, which is kind of up my alley, my sense of humor. It was
like shit talking. Like I love shit talking. I love talking shit. I love gossip. I know I'm a man, but I love gossip. I'm just being honest with you. I love it.
Good vibe. So at the end of the date, at the end of dinner, we sat in his car and he played this song for me by John Legend.
Okay.
I don't know the name of the song by the time this video posts, I will put the name at the bottom. I can't remember the song. I just remember that John Legend was talking about, I think I met my wife tonight.
Okay, he's laying it on thick. All right, is something crazy's about to happen?
And I thought it was a sign. So I was like, oh my God. So anyway, we ended up sitting in the car talking just about life and experiences until about midnight. So during this conversation, he again is telling me how it was.
It's similar to like my relationship. In the first date, we also sat in the car and talked like after Applebee's, except I had to pee really bad, and then I fingered my wife. And this was the Riz tactic, I think, that really got my wife to like, oh my God, I like this guy. I didn't make her reciprocate, right? Because that's the thing for women. Like usually when it comes to a woman, like if a guy does something for them like that, like, oh, you go down there and you get a little bit into that stinky fish, usually after they finish, if you can even make them, you know what I mean, which is tough. They'll be like, oh, so do you want something now? And it's usually the old below J, by the way, which I feel is disproportionate. I'm just going to use my fingers and you're going to use your mouth. It's crazy. And she was expecting it. She's getting ready for it. And I was like, no, I'm okay. Now, the real reason I didn't want one was because I had to piss. I had 6 gallons of urine inside of my body at the time. And there was no way I was going to be able to get through it. So, sometimes those negative, sometimes it's just a silver lining.
What it was like living in California, how he went out there, he went to San Diego State, he played football for San Diego State. He talked about how, life, he loved it out there, so he stayed. That's when he joined the company.
Oh.
And then he explained that he also did arena football, but only did it for about 2 or 3 years. Cool. He claims that while he was doing arena football, the team that he was on won a championship. But again, keep in mind, I don't know anything about arena football. So I was
who does?
Like, okay, I didn't know they had championships. And he was like, he got a little offended, like, yeah, they got championships. And, he
idiot.
was on that team.
Of course they do.
So he talked to me about how he worked at Apple. He worked
I love Apple.
Something in the IT area of Apple.
I thought about getting those special glasses for like $3,800, but that's quite an investment,
But within the store. Again, it was one of those. It's like when I tell people I used to work at Amazon. I really wasn't paying much attention to it. Why? So we talked about all that. We talked deeply into what happened with the ex-wife is because I asked. He was not volunteering all this information. So in other words,
yeah, I mean, that makes sense generally to not really want to talk too much about the ex-wife.
I get very uncomfortable when men start talking about their ex a lot. That's not what happened. I was asking questions because I was really trying to figure out, okay, are you ready for a relationship, or are you still missing her?
Hung up. Yeah, that's one of the things. When it comes to a relationship, when you're talking to somebody, there are two different red flags. Is if you talk about your ex too much, and if you talk about your ex too little, right? There needs to be a healthy balance where it's like, you talk about things within like a reasonable way, set a solid boundary, don't divulge too much, but then you also still want to, hey, I had this issue in my last relationship, blah, 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 blah. This is something she did that I didn't like, because then it helps the other person understand you and what you might be looking for.
So we talked about that. We talked about my exes. That was a mistake I made because I talked about how I dated at one point in time somebody I worked with.
Oh,
that will come back later.
Oh, he got jealous.
And he seemed real cool about it. He was like, that was before me and blah, blah, blah.
Well, yeah, no shit. Like, there's no other response to have.
So the conversation was good. Midnight comes and...
although I guess I'd be a little jealous if you're still working with that coworker,
I go home. Yes, I went home. We ended up talking. Mind you, our first date was March 7th. And within about 2.5 weeks, Brian Kemp, our governor, shut Georgia down. We were going to be on lockdown. During those 2.5 weeks, we talked every day. We went out again at Red Lobster. I remember Red Lobster.
Hell yeah, baby.
But everything was going great. The issue was, where are we going to quarantine? So the question was, are we going...
Yeah, I remember that too. I remember the whole quarantine thing with my wife. We were dating for a few months at that point, and like it was sad. And I just told my wife, I said, we're not gonna separate. We're still gonna see each other. And we were both considered essential workers because I think at the time you needed to have a pass to drive around. I think, at least in New York. And I was an essential worker because I managed a cleaning crew for the county. And I needed to be out there, and my wife was like, she's a social worker. So like these are two jobs that are considered essential during quarantine. So we were still able to drive around, and I fucking still went to that bitch's house, dude.
Going to quarantine at his place, which he had like a studio type of situation. Like it clearly where he was staying, I was like, it's like a studio apartment, but he kept telling me like this is temporary because I'm looking for a house. Like he showed me the email from a woman who worked at the company.
Damn, did he fake an email, dude? That's crazy.
She was out on maternity leave, but she was putting him in contact with a realtor to help him find a townhome or a single family house. So I was just like, okay, this is definitely temporary. Like he's not trying to stay here long term.
Okay.
And she was apologizing in the email. I'm so sorry, this should have been taken care of before you got here, but it wasn't. I saw the email. I read it. I read the email.
This guy's like a master manipulator, dude. This is crazy.
So the decision was, we're going to quarantine at the studio, or are we going to quarantine in my house? First mistake I made. Well, there's a lot, but this was a mistake I made.
So then he moved in.
Ladies, caution moment. During one of our dates, because keep in mind, in those 2 weeks, we were seeing each other quite a bit. Nothing physical or anything like that. Just two people who I thought were really on some. All right, let's see if this is going to grow into something.
Yeah.
He came to my house. When he came to my house, I had a 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath townhome.
Hey, what the fuck is she doing making so much money? Good for her.
He was in a studio. Now, I'm telling you guys all of this in order of how it happened. So some things I'm probably going to insert what I was thinking and the mistake I made. Can I turn this off? No. Okay, still need that. And I say that to say that I did not realize.
See, this is proof that you can do well while you just make casual content, driving around, acting like a person. My wife and I need to start doing travel and videos. Okay.
Inviting him to my home, probably made his eyes go, oh shit, she's a keeper. She got this 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath townhouse, and I'm in like a little studio. Yeah, let me go ahead and pursue this. What I need to do to quarantine here. The decision was made, quarantine in my house.
Same, brother. That's what I would do.
So the state went on lockdown. He came and stayed with me in my home. And for the most part, in the initial beginning, it was fine. It was fine. The reason why I hesitate is because I grew up in the church. So for me, it was really like an internal struggle of...
Yeah, it seems like you're doing it too fast. I feel you.
Bruh, you always said you would never live with a guy unless he was your husband. And now you living with a dude and he ain't your husband. Like, it was a struggle for me.
Trifling, you know what I'm saying?
Because I knew better. And don't come for me. I'm just telling you the way I grew up. It was like that. It was not sitting right with me. But at the same time, I didn't want quarantine by myself. I did not want to. So there we go. So he moved in. We talked about the bills.
I feel like we go fucking boring as hell.
Let me clear something up that I said in the other video where I said he paid all the bills. He paid all the household bills. He did not pay my car payment, my cell phone, or my car insurance.
All right, so he's still paying bills. I'm surprised.
He paid the rent because my rent at the time was less than $1,000.
What the fuck? Why?
He paid the utility
for a 2-bedroom? Bro, what the fuck?
Bills. And so when he's telling me that he's a regional manager, I was like, wow, okay, so you got money. And so he paid all the household bills. So my check really was just taking care of me, myself, and I. And I am not, this is where it's not gonna make me look good, but it's the truth. It was intoxicating to not have to worry financially.
I mean, I feel that. Yeah, I get that though.
About how to pay the bills. It was a wonderful feeling. And
that makes sense to me. You know, that's what I want that's how I want my wife to feel. What is this?
So I kind of pushed to the side the fact that, yeah, you shacking up, because it's like, but your paycheck, you don't have to worry right now. Like he's taking care of all of April's bills before April even comes, because this was still March. So
I thought her name was April, and I was like, damn.
Living together, and I'm cooking, I'm cleaning, he's helping to cook and clean, and then we have a conversation about house. Is he still going to?
Yeah, I loved that show. He was good. Hugh Laurie, incredible.
Buy a house just for him, or is he going to buy a house where it's for us? Because we are going to try to make this thing work, right? Be official, get married, have a family.
Yeah, and I understand the fast pace. You know, they're older, so that's not too much of a red flag to me that like somebody, it sounds like she might be in her 30s or 40s, would get married quickly to somebody. You know, that's just like normal. That makes sense to me. As you get older, you're just more in tune with yourself and what you want.
So the question now on the table is, what are we going to do? Because I didn't want to stay in Riverdale, Georgia. I did not want to raise a family there. I refused to have a baby in Clayton County. So the decision was made, let's start looking for a house for both of us. Remember, he was already looking for a house for him. But then he was like, you know what? We're together. I plan to marry you. Let's look for a family home for the two of us.
Okay.
He was like, this is how much I was approved for. That's when he showed me the Chase paperwork. It was a letter stating that and it had the Chase emblem at the top. He showed me a letter stating that he was approved for $700
and what?
All right, part 3. Who the fuck did I marry? So this is when he showed me a letter from Chase with the Chase logo at the top, stating that he had been approved for a mortgage for a $750,000 mortgage or seven.
I thought that he was getting paid through work though, to have some kind of like. I guess he would buy the house himself, and then work would give him money to compensate for that. Okay, I don't know. It seems a little weird. No, wouldn't the company, if he was getting paid to have a house, wouldn't the? Maybe I'm wrong. Okay.
$150,000 house. So he was like, we can't go over $750,000.
Okay.
And I said, I remember asking him, can you afford the mortgage on a $750,000 house? Because I know I can. This is when he explains to me, I told you how I played arena football. I invested my money really well. So he said, I have money that will help pay for the mortgage. He was like, we're good. Like I'm financially, I am okay. He was like, that's why I'm able to get approved for $750,000 mortgage.
I mean, that does make sense. You typically will be able to get approved for a mortgage that the bank feels like you can pay back and afford.
So he told me that his money was in different savings accounts. He said he had an account with Chase Bank, he had an account with US Bank, and he had an offshore account.
Oh, maybe this guy is the prince from Zimbabwe that kept asking me for $5,000 and he would return it in tenfold, and I just never did it. Fuck, I made a mistake.
This is what he told me. The offshore account, I was like, why? And he explained something about, oh, the U.S., excuse me, the U.S. imposes taxes on money when you have a certain amount in U.S. banks. He was like, so everybody knows that it's smart to have some money in an offshore account. Y'all, look, I live paycheck to paycheck.
I don't know. I feel like offshore accounts are sketchy, no?
I was like, okay, that's whatever. I said, so you have the money to pay for a home. I'm also holding in my hand a letter from Chase saying that he was approved for $750,000. So okay. I went off of what I saw.
Is this like an elaborate scam?
So we contacted a realtor. I won't say his name, but man, if he ever sees this TikTok, I owe this man such an apology. But we contacted a realtor who was based in Cobb County. Because I was very adamant. I wanted to move back to Marietta, Smyrna area in Cobb County, Georgia.
Okay.
He was fine with that. His whole attitude was, you're going to be my wife, happy life. So we met a realtor. I would find houses that I wanted to tour. Keep in mind that this was COVID. So at the time, we could not tour a home. It would have to be a virtual.
Yeah, the virtual tours. We did that a little bit too. We were actually looking to move in at a certain point towards the beginning of COVID. The three of us. Old lore. Old lore. Yeah.
Tour. So this particular realtor, we found a house in Douglasville, Georgia. Not Cobb County, but nevertheless, it's in Douglasville. I was fine with Douglasville. So we found a house in Douglasville, Georgia. The realtor did a FaceTime tour of the house. The house was a nice home. 5 bedrooms, 4 baths. So we did a FaceTime tour of the home, and the home was listed, I believe, roughly 400 and something thousand. I really like the house. I could see myself living there. I could see us living there. I could see us with the kid there. This is now April, just for timeline purposes. This is April. So he really liked the house. He was like, you know what, we'll put an offer in on the house. He was like, if you like it, because again, it was COVID, we weren't gonna be able to see the house in person because the family still lived there. So he said, I'll put an offer in. We'll see if it's accepted. I said, okay. So he puts an offer in. He's telling me he put an offer in. I need to clarify some things he told me and the things that I actually saw. So for this house in Douglasville, he told me he was putting an offer in. The realtor would call me because one thing that the realtor told us, he was like, if the woman likes the house, typically the house is going to get bought. So he kind of dealt with me a bit more than he did my ex-husband.
Okay.
And again, this is April 2020. This is before we got married. So at the time, he was my boyfriend. So the realtor was calling me and was like,
damn, they had a month together, huh? March 4th, right? That's where it all started. They met on March 7th. Damn.
Like, hey, you know, I put the offer in, and what they're asking for is proof of funds. And I did not know anything at this time about buying a house. So I was like, hey, you probably need to talk to him because I'm not even listed on the mortgage. Like from the paperwork I saw, it was only in his name. Yeah. So he called him. I guess they talked. I was not there, but I'm assuming that they had talked. So the boyfriend is coming, my ex is coming home saying, yeah, I talked to so-and-so. I sent him over the paperwork. The offer was approved, and they are going to try to do a virtual closing. First, we got to do an inspection. If the inspection goes all well, then we have to do a virtual closing. He also told me that he put down earnest money on the home. He put down...
What the fuck is earnest money?
I believe $5,000. He said, I just transferred the money over to the realtor's account or whatever, so that it could be earnest money for the house. So I'm just like, okay, great. He was like, so realistically, this is April. We should be able to get in that house by June. Okay, no problem. So this is what he told me. About 3 or 4 days later, I get a phone call from the realtor. And the realtor is like, hey, I'm just checking to see what you guys want to do about that house. So I was confused. I'm at work. And I said, oh, I was told that he put an offer in. And the realtor was like, he did? I didn't know that he put an offer in. And I said, well, why wouldn't you know? Like, he told me he put the offer in, and he had paid earnest money, $5,000 earnest money. And so the realtor was like, well, let me call him and find out what's going on with that, because I didn't know anything about it. So red flag, of course. So I call him, and he
I'm still just not understanding like the scam here. Everything seems solid. Like, what's this? This would be a hell of a long-term play.
In true narcissistic nature, he flips the script, and he like goes off. He's like cussing, going off, like he shouldn't. Excuse me, I have hiccups. He shouldn't be calling you. If he has a question, he should call me because I'm the one that's on the mortgage. He was like, and now it's going to be an issue. And I said, well, did you put the offer in with him or not? And he said, no, I did not put the offer in with him. I put the offer in with a friend of mine who is a realtor, so I can give him the business.
Okay, I guess that's something.
So.
Gotta love. Hey guys, that's toxic masculinity on that one.
I did not hear from that realtor again. So I was just like, is the house under contract or is it not? He was like, yes, the house is under contract. This is how crazy things work out. About 3 days later, on Realtor.com, I'm looking at the house because I was trying to figure out in my mind how I'm gonna decorate. It shows the house is under contract.
Shit, it wouldn't just be that for me. I would just be like, I would be curious. I'd be like, did this guy really put in a fucking thing for it?
So. Show my boyfriend. My boyfriend's like, I told you he was under contract.
I'm trying to guess the controversy. You know what I mean? I'm trying to guess the controversy. Like, I wanna be the smart guy that's like, oh, I know what's going on here. You know?
He was like, I did you not believe me? And I ain't had a heart to say, hell no, I didn't believe you. Like, it seemed too good to be true. But once I saw the house was under contract, I absolutely believe that, okay, it's under contract with him. Like, yeah, we're about to do inspection. We are about to move. And so we had driven by the house because, again, keep in mind, the family's still living there. So we had driven by the house. At this point, he was like, I want us to start looking for furniture so that way we can go ahead and order it. So when it's time to move, the furniture is ready because, it takes like 6 to 8 weeks sometimes for furniture to be delivered if they don't have it in stock. Like, he was very methodical in planning and saying, this is what we need to do. So we started going to Home Depot, Lowe's, because we had a printout of what the sellers were going to take. They were going to take the appliances. He had a printout. Let me be clear. He had a printout. So it said on there that they were going to take the appliances. So we needed to get a new stove, new refrigerator, new microwave, all that stuff. So
taking their own stove? I feel like I would want to sell, if I was going to sell a house, I would sell it as, like, I'm not taking my fucking stove with me. What? That seems a little abnormal, no?
We went to Home Depot and Lowe's, and I went ham. I chose all these new appliances, and
who paid for them?
Here's where we get into the shopping.
Oh no, the shopping.
All right, part 4. So we go to Home Depot, we go to Lowe's. I'm choosing all these appliances. He's taking pictures of the SKU number. We have representatives helping us, and he basically explains to them, hey, we're buying a house. We should be closing sometime in June. Can we order this stuff now? Can I put a hold on it? Like, what can we do? Because we're not ready for delivery. I stood there as the Home Depot rep said, we can hold it in our warehouse. Like, you can buy something and we can hold it. People do it all the time, especially with COVID.
Okay.
So I watched him pay. I want to say it was about it was either $350 or $500. I watched him pay a deposit on a whole new set of appliances.
Oh, so he paid. Dude, what's the fuck could the controversy be?
For them, and they were going to hold it until we were ready for delivery. I watched this. So I was like, okay, good deal. Like, we got the appliances. Next, let's go to Rooms to Go and Ashley Furniture and find actual furniture. So we went all around Rooms to Go. We went to Ashley Furniture. We went to American Signature. And I saw all these things that I wanted. Again, he's taking pictures of it. He was like, I can go online and order it. I didn't think anything of it because, again, I just saw that we held the appliances. So I was like, okay, that's fine. So April turns into May.
Okay. You know, it's funny. With the beginning of COVID, I thought it was going to be done by the end of March. I was like, yeah, this will be fine. We'll be good by the end of March. No big deal, guys. My favorite sushi buffet, Asian buffet, will be back open. No big deal. Didn't happen.
May 2020 comes. This is where things start to get a little interesting.
Okay.
May comes, and
I'm already interested.
Obviously, we had not done inspection. And I'm asking him all the time, what's the deal with the house? He was like, well, because of COVID, they're trying to get someone to do the inspection. But the guy that they had, it was always something. The guy they had caught COVID, so they're going to have to get somebody else. And he's like 15 houses.
I would have thrown it away if I caught that.
Houses backed up, so it'll be a while. So at this point in May, I know I look crazy. In this point in May of 2020, I started recording audio diaries. I don't know why.
I mean, it sounds like she was getting a little skeptical of what was going on here.
It was something just made me just.
How was the sex? I'm a little curious about that. Probably an inappropriate question, but I'm still kind of curious about it.
Start recording my thoughts in an audio diary, and I still have them. And I would save them by the date, and I would just start talking about what's on my mind. So I was like, I knew there was something was nagging me, like, but I.
If they're living paycheck to paycheck, they have nowhere near the kind of money to get in this house, because why wouldn't he have a decent place prior? No, they explained that away, that he was moved from another area, that he got, like, you know, his job was apologizing to that they weren't able to move him in to this new place as soon, or whatever new place he wanted to pick, because of blah 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 blah. So like his story's covered, and then he's paying some of the bills, but he's not paying all the bills, which makes sense because, like, they just started dating. So that part of the narrative kind of makes sense.
I kept pushing it out of my mind. I was like, you saw, this is what I reminded myself. You saw him pay for the appliances. You know the house is under contract. You know that he told you that he's the one who put the house under contract. Why would, like, I remember saying to myself, why would he lie about that? This is so easy to verify. Why would he lie about that? Have you caught him in any other lie? And at the time, the answer was no. So I really was like, maybe you just aren't used to a guy who actually does what he's supposed to do. Like, I was questioning myself and then answering my own questions. So inspection didn't happen. Around mid-May, I found out I was pregnant.
Damn. Preggers.
May 2020. When I found out I was pregnant, he was ecstatic, and I was like, oh shit. The reason why I was oh shit is because, number one, I'm plus size. Number two, because of my age, I felt like it was probably gonna be a high-risk pregnancy. Yeah, and I wasn't married. And that nagged. I cannot tell y'all how much it nagged me. There was a lot of internal struggle in between. My family didn't even know that he had moved in at this point. I told them, you know, that I was. Oh
shit, she must be from like a real religious family. I know she hinted at it before, but okay.
Pregnant. Went to the doctor. Everything looked good. But again, because it was COVID, he couldn't go in with me into the actual room. So, you know, doing any sort of ultrasound, doing the blood test, because my HCG levels were really high. So the doctor was like, hey, it might be twins. We don't know yet. You're still kind of early.
Yeah, and twins have like a higher, also create a higher risk pregnancy too.
No, along. They gave me a due date. Due date was January 26th of 2021. So, yeah. May, found out I was pregnant. So there was now more of a push into, we got to get a house. We got to get the fuck up out of here. I'm not having a baby in Riverdale. Okay, none against Riverdale, but I ain't having a baby in Riverdale. So we need to find out what's going on with this house. And so he was on top of it. He had an answer for everything. He was like, you know, I'm gonna call and find out what's going on, blah blah blah. He then magically told me about a week later, oh, they're going to do inspection on the house like in 2 days.
Ooh.
So I was just like, okay.
Sounds like things are looking up. There's no way this story can get bad at this point, huh?
I'm taking his word for it. I'm taking his word for all this. So he's like, they're going to do an inspection. Once we get the inspection report back, then we will know what we are going to be responsible for. What are we getting ourselves into? So, I guess they did an inspection. He showed me an inspection report. Only thing that they said that the roof had just recently been replaced, which I remember he was very happy about. And the issues that there were for the house were minor. It was not a bad, because we did have a discussion about it. He was like, it's nothing that we can't handle.
Okay.
Then he said that we were set to close the end of May. We were set to close the end of May. He told me it was going to be a virtual closing. You're probably like, what the hell is a virtual closing? Because again,
they're gonna like, I guess whatever, you're gonna look at the house or whatever on on a fucking virtual. Like, you do virtual tours. We did virtual tours of houses. It was actually kind of cool when I first saw it. This is probably better now. It's like you can kind of scroll through the house and like go piece by piece. It was interesting. You can zoom in. They had a picture. There was like a fucking bug in the toilet. I mean, in the tub. And I was like, what the fuck? Why would they leave this here?
He's saying because of COVID, people are not closing in the office. They're doing a virtual closing where you would need to electronically sign the paperwork. This is what he's telling me. And so he was like, we're set to close like just before Memorial Day. And so for some reason, again, there's still that nagging part. For some reason, I didn't start packing. Anyone that knows me will tell you I hate moving. I've done it enough in my life. I hate moving. But I did not start packing up that house at all. I was just like, I'm pregnant. My body was changing so fast that it was like I could barely keep my eyes open half the day. And so, no, I didn't start packing.
I don't feel that because I've never been pregnant.
And I remember I did record, again, I was recording audio diaries just about every day. When something didn't sit right, I would verbally record it in the audio diary because I was like, I don't know what it is, but there's something.
That's smart. That is smart.
That was the theme of our relationship. I don't know.
See, that's that intuition. When you're a little older, you have better intuition, and you're like, something doesn't feel right. Something doesn't feel right here.
What it is, but I know there's something. And so I remember talking to myself in my little prayer closet because that's where I would do my recordings. And I remember thinking, what if we don't get this house? Like, what if he's lying? But again, there goes that thought process of, why would he lie about this? Like, who makes up that they're buying a house when in fact they're not? And then he's showing you all this paperwork. Like, come on, you can't be that jaded that you don't even believe what's in front of you. All right? So now we're going to go into part 5.
Yeah, they might mail you the key, I guess, if it's virtual. Or they might just bring it to you and leave it there. But they'll do, like, the closing virtually, All right. Part 5, dude. We're 10% of the way there.
Okay, part 5. Who the fuck did I marry? So
I guess
I'm questioning all this stuff in my head out loud on my audio diaries. And then once again, I'm like, but look at what he's giving you. Like, he's paying. It wasn't a question about money. It was just a question of, are we really about to move into this house? And keep in mind, he's paying all the household bills. He still is. So,
okay.
We were supposed to close before Memorial Day. We didn't. There was an excuse. There was always an excuse with him. Always an excuse. And I didn't know enough about the process to question stuff because I really wasn't involved the way I should have been. And it was giving me a lot of anxiety. So I'm pregnant with a lot of anxiety.
That's not good, dude. That's bad for the baby. It's going to be a fucking struggle. When my wife's pregnant, she's going to be anxious all the time. I'm going to have to do anything that she needs me to do. I'm ready. I'm honest to God. I am honest to fucking God. I'm ready for my wife to be pregnant and fucking insane. I'm prepped for it. I have doomsday prepped mentally and emotionally for my wife to be the biggest nightmare disaster for 9 months. Actually, longer than 9 months. I'm ready for the fucking postpartum everything. I don't care. I'm mentally prepped. I'm mentally prepped for my wife to go absolutely bonkers, batshit, crazy, insane when she's pregnant. And as crazy as it is going to be, I'm excited for it. I'm excited to see the worst, fucking, most insane, psychotic version of my wife. I want to see it. I want that baby. All right, and that's what we need to do. And I'm ready for it. I'm prepped for it. Okay, I'm prepped for anything. I'm ready, bro. Give me that fucking crazy monster. I don't give a shit.
And if I'm going to be 100% honest with y'all, I was not expecting that I was probably going to have a healthy pregnancy because I was stressed. And what I was stressed about is I didn't know what was going on because I wasn't really involved the way that a normal relationship would be involved. Just being honest. So we did not close. We move now into June. This is now going into June.
Okay.
Around June 5th, I looked at.
I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but she's got some pretty big boobs, Okay. The duality of Papa God. Talking about how I can't wait to have babies with my wonderful wife, and then talking about another woman's boobs. Incredible stuff. I gotta get a hold of myself. I gotta stop this behavior before I have fucking babies. Holy shit.
The house again on realtor.com. I don't know what made me do it other than, and I don't mean to sound super spiritual. I know that people are like, you know, you may or may not believe in God, but I'm telling you, I believe with all my heart. Probably the Holy Spirit was like, look at that house on realtor.com. So I looked at the house on realtor.com. This was around June 5th. It showed that the house was off the market.
Oh.
And I remember being like, okay, wait, what does that mean? What does that mean? Because
doesn't mean you guys bought it.
Ex-husband is telling me we're about to close on the house. We're about to close. It's our house. We got furniture. He's also telling me that he's been in contact with the realtor, his friend, who was telling him, you know, this is what's happening next. Here's what's going on. So the guy that we initially worked with apparently is completely out of the picture. But again, I was not heavily involved. So I'm just like, let me look at the house.
She probably liked that too. That he was like being a little bit more of a man. He's taking care of all this stuff, you know.
I see it's off market. What the fuck does off market mean? Like now I'm really freaking out. So it shows the name of the real estate agent for the seller. I don't remember her name. I called her and I said, you know, I said my husband and I, even though I wasn't married, my husband and I were looking at this house at 123 Main Street, and we really wanted to tour it, but now I'm showing it's off market. Is it not available? Or, you know, I pulled that card and she was like, oh, no, ma'am. The home closed yesterday. It closed June 4th. Again, there's certain dates I just remember. And I said, oh, it closed June 4th? I was like, really? And she said, yes, ma'am. She was like, my sellers sold the house. And I was like, oh, man, okay. Well, I said, my husband and I really wanted, you know, we love the pictures of it, and we're getting ready to start a family, so I would have loved to have been able to, you know, have the opportunity to see it. Okay. I asked her something. I don't remember the specific question I asked her. And I know why I asked the question, because I was anticipating that my boyfriend at the time was going to have some sort of excuse. So I asked her something about the buyers. And I remember, and somehow, again, forgive me, I don't remember the question I asked her, but the answer was that it was an older white couple.
Ah, okay. That's what I would have asked. I'd be like, what call? Because you can't be like, oh, did we get it? You know, because then it's going to sound fishy. You got to be like, what was the color?
Older white couple. So I get off the phone with her.
And you do know that if they didn't answer with saying that it was a white couple, then you know it was like, if they didn't say the race of the couple, then you know it wasn't a white couple. You know what I mean? Because that's the only time that they'll identify race anymore. I just busted chops.
Record an audio diary, and in the audio diary,
kind of a little true though,
I specifically say, okay, there is no house. He's going to have to get out of this lie somehow.
Okay.
Because now I realize.
Did she let him stew in it for a little bit? Like let him dig his own grave, I wonder?
At the very least, he was lying about him being the one who was under contract. I knew enough about that. So I was like, what, how is he going to get out of this? Again, I've listened to the audio diary in 2024. I literally said in that audio diary, how is he going to get out of this lie? And I was trying to think of ways on how he's going to do it. And something said to me, because I say it on the audio diary, I said, he's going to say...
Damn, she listened to her own audio diary before this.
It's a bad deal. And he's going to say he wants to pull out. Y'all keep in mind, I'm pregnant. So I had a decision to make. As ugly as this decision was, I made the decision, you're about to have a baby with this man. He's paying all the household bills.
Yeah. Kind of have to commit it that
Let him get out of the lie. And that's what I did.
Yeah. Okay.
I purposely made the decision that I knew he was going to come back, and I knew.
Yeah, you got to give him a shot. I kind of get it. Okay.
He was going to give me some bullshit on why he couldn't buy the house, because he didn't know that I knew that house is already sold. The house is already sold. And this is the part where I said, I'm gonna be honest, even though it's gonna make me look bad, because most women in their.
I mean, I get it. Thank you so much for the $5, Richard Perez. Just want to say happy birthday, Pop. I can't believe you were born on a leap day. Okay, thanks. What the fuck are you talking about?
Her right mind would have been like, I'm out.
Oh my god, you guys are crazy.
And I didn't. So, sure enough, he came home. He didn't really say anything that day. The next day I asked him about the house, and he said, my friend, the realtor, he was like, I'm talking to him because something's going on with the interest rate. And when he said that,
he's starting to set the pace for the lie. Incredible stuff.
I felt so much relief because I knew that I had been prepared for he's gonna give me some bullshit. So when he said there's something with the interest rate, I said, you know what? This is literally what I said, y'all. If the interest rate isn't good, then we shouldn't move there. We should probably let this house go.
Damn. Bro, she was full into that cope. She really wanted to give him an out on that one. Jesus Christ.
Whatever furniture we ordered, or appliances.
But I guess I would too, man, based on the situation.
And let's just look for another house. I said I would like to be moved before the end of the year. I said I really don't want to be 9 months pregnant moving into a house. I would like to be done with this before then. And the way I said it was so calm. And he was like, okay. He was like, I'm gonna call the realtor, and tell him I'm backing out of the house and I'm gonna see if I can get my earnest money back. And I remember looking at him, I was standing in the kitchen and I cocked my head to the side and I said, okay, get your earnest money back.
Damn. That's fucking crazy.
And let's find another house. And so that's how that first house fell through. So,
bro, it's March 1st. Why the fuck are you saying the leap day? What the hell are you talking about? I just realized that it's not. What are you talking about? It's March 1st. What the fuck?
Fast forward.
It's not February 29th.
I keep looking at this to see how much time I have, because they only give you 10 minutes. So this is part 5, part 6 is coming up. But subsequently, what ends up happening the next week, which is mid-June, I was at work, and I started cramping, started bleeding.
Oh, did she have a miscarriage? That's terrible.
At this point, my doctor, I had just had an ultrasound earlier that day. So I went to work, because the ultrasound was fine. I went to work, and the cramping and the bleeding started, and I started crying because I kind of knew what was going on.
Damn.
And my doctor had called me and told me that...
Damn, that's fucked up, man. I guess her house closed, too. That's fucking terrible.
When they did the ultrasound...
I'm so sorry. That was inappropriate.
They did not see a heartbeat. So she was like, this pregnancy is not going to be viable.
That's terrible.
I'm crying and hysterical. And now we're going to get into part 6.
Okay. I thank God the person left those gaps in there.
Okay, so this is part 6 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? So where we left off. So obviously, my doctor had called and told me there was no heartbeat, the pregnancy was not viable at that point, and I was cramping and spotting at work. Went into my best friend's office.
Whoa! Hey. I'm timing you out. It's too disrespectful. I'm the only one who's allowed to be edgy here.
Office and immediately started crying. She was like, what's going on? And I said, I told her what the doctor said, and she grabbed her keys, grabbed her purse, and was like, let's go, I'm taking you home. On my way home, I called my boyfriend and told him what the doctor said, and he was like, I'll meet you at home. So he was coming from Duluth, went straight home. And so...
How many parts are there? 50.
24, 48 hours later, I had a doctor's appointment, and my doctor gave me 3 options.
Okay.
First option, let everything happen naturally. Your body will expel the fetus on its own.
Damn.
Second option, you can take
That's just fucked up, though.
pill, which will induce expelling the fetus at home.
Yeah.
The pill basically will cause you to contract and expel.
I don't know. I wouldn't want to push that out at home. You know, that's like fucking traumatizing.
Third option was to go into the hospital and do a DNC.
Yeah, I would imagine my wife would want that. That's what we would end up doing.
I did not want to do a DNC because
Really?
I did not want to be in a hospital with COVID going on.
Yeah, I get that, actually.
And
That
for
makes
whatever
sense.
reason, I did not do the option of let it happen naturally. So I chose to do the pill.
Yeah, okay.
His birthday was June 17th. My ex's birthday was June 17th. So the decision was made, we're going to celebrate his birthday that day, go out to eat. And then that night I would take the pill because we both were off from work the next 2 days, next 2 or 3 days. So
It's almost my birthday, but I call it our birthday, my wife and I together, because like her birthday is January 2nd. So it's like on a holiday. So like it's not, you can't really celebrate that. You know what I mean? It feels like it's still, one big celebration. So we celebrate a dual birthday on my birthday. It's a fun thing.
Went out to eat, tried to celebrate as best we could, and then took the pill that night. That night was the most traumatic, excruciating pain I've ever put my body through. I do not recommend any woman, if prayerfully you don't have to go through that, but I don't recommend taking that pill. If you don't have to, don't do it.
Damn.
I spent the whole night in the bathroom just crying in so much pain. I couldn't take, they gave me a narcotic. I couldn't take it because I found out I was allergic to it, so it was causing me to like projectile vomiting. And
Jesus.
So, and he was right there. He was scared that he needed to take me to the ER. But in the morning, the pain kind of subsided. So about 72 hours later, I had another doctor's appointment where the purpose of this appointment was to do an ultrasound to see if everything had passed.
Yeah.
Everything did not pass. So because of that, my doctor was like, we're going to have to do a DNC.
Damn, see, you should have just done it in the first place, man.
DNC was scheduled for the first week of July. My boyfriend, my ex, was going to take me. That was always the plan. 2 days before my procedure, he comes home and tells me that he is up for promotion. He's up to be promoted to VP. Because of this, the president of the company, excuse me, is coming in, and it was going to be this huge business meeting he had to go to. The business meeting was scheduled for the day of my surgery. And so I'm throwing a fit because I was like, you there's no way you can do that meeting. Like, I need you to take me to the hospital.
Yeah. What's going on? Something's going on here. I mean, I understand that this is one of those things that can happen where like it's like a once in a lifetime opportunity for him, but this is also like a spot where she really needs him. But it does come off as a little fishy. Plus, we know something fucked up. Is he living like a dual life? Is he gay? Is he gay and fucking his friend, the realtor? I don't know.
And all this other stuff. And so he offered to have his sister take me to the hospital.
Okay.
Apparently his sister lived in Douglasville.
So she's never met the sister.
I was like, no, because I've never met her. Like, I'm not having a stranger take me to the hospital. No, this is a private situation. I don't want to do that, blah, blah, blah. So my aunt had offered to take me. And then my friend who took me home from work had offered to take me.
Yeah, okay. Good
so
friends.
at that point, we get into an argument because he's like, my sister is, you know, you about your family, so why can't she step in? And I was like, no, because I don't know her, period.
Yeah, that makes sense. You've never met her before. How is she going to step in?
So my friend offers to take me to the hospital because I was all distressed that he's saying he has a business meeting and he can't take me. So I remember being on I-75 on the connector on the phone with her crying because I was so embarrassed that he wasn't going to be the one to take me and that I was needing to rely on someone else to take me to the hospital in order to get A, B, and C done. And she was really great. She was like, girl, this is why you have a village. Like, it's okay. Things happen. The world is crazy right now. I will take you.
True.
You're going to be okay.
That's fair.
So he did not take me to the hospital for my DNC. My friend did.
He could definitely recover from this one if it's not some kind of weird, insane scenario. You know what I mean?
Did not stay because of COVID protocol. So when they wheeled me into pre-op after I got checked in, I texted him and was just letting him know, hey, here's the update. I'm about to, I'm in pre-op. They're going to get me prepared to go back to surgical ward or whatever. And the response I got was from his new executive assistant named David. Now, when he told me he was up for the promotion, he did tell me that part of getting this new job would be that he would get an executive assistant named David.
Specifically, everybody gets an executive assistant named David? Wow. Beautiful.
Did tell me, I'm going to make sure that I inform David, if you get a text from this number, meaning from me, pull me out of the meeting because, my fiance's having a procedure done and I'm picking her up. So it's important that you come get me if it's something serious. So I text him. David responds. He said, yeah, Mr. Blah, blah told me that you are having a procedure done. If you need me to get him, I can go get him. He's in a meeting. Just let me know what you need. And I just said, no, don't bother him. I'm just giving an update that they're about to take me back. And David responds and says, I'm so sorry you're going through this. Please let me know if there's anything I can do. So I have the procedure. I wake up and I'm now in recovery. I should be in recovery 45 minutes up to an hour and a half.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I wake up, first thing I ask, and I remember asking, is where is so-and-so? The nurse who was so sweet, she was like, everything went well. You're doing great. She said, we spoke to your fiance. He's on his way. So I said, okay, okay. I kind of dozed back out, but I could still hear everything that was going on. I just could not keep my eyes open.
Yeah, I mean, my mom went to a recovery, and I think it took her like 3 hours because she's older. I forgot what surgery she had gotten. It might have been to clear an artery, but she's older, so it took her a while. You know what I mean? Because you just get fucking old, man.
Saved my life. So I hear her talk to the other nurse, and that's when she said, yeah, Dr. So-and-so called her fiance, and his executive assistant picked up. And the executive assistant said that he was in a business meeting, and that, you could relate to him what you need to say, and he'll, he'll tell the fiance. And my doctor was like, hell no, HIPAA, I need to speak to him. So apparently my fiance called the doctor back about 30 minutes later, and the doctor informed him she'll be ready to be discharged in about an hour. You can make your way and come pick her up. He said he was on his way. He was on his way from Duluth to Atlanta, which is not a huge distance, but the time of day, one thing about Atlanta, there's always traffic.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He should have been there within the hour. I should have only been in recovery an hour and a half. Let's go to the next part.
Oh no, how many hours was she in recovery for? How late was he?
Part 7.
Dude, this story is I'm on the edge of my seat here. Mostly because my ass hurts on this seat, so I'm uncomfortable.
Who the fuck did I marry? So I should have been in recovery at Northside Hospital for about at most an hour and a half.
Okay.
Subsequently, I ended up being in recovery between 3 to 3.5 hours.
Damn, what the hell?
The nurses kept calling my ex, asking, what's the status? Because they were actually getting ready to do a shift change. So they kept calling, asking, what's the status? What's the status? Like, where are you? I want to say that they called a total of 3 times, and they spoke to him twice. So at this point, I knew that they were all like, where's her fiance? Like, what is going on? He said he was stuck in traffic, and so he was making his way there. He eventually did get to Northside Hospital, and they wheeled me down because, again, he couldn't come in just because of the protocols. So when I got in the car, and I'm in pain, be it drugged up, couldn't keep my eyes open, couldn't really, I was just out of it. But I remember him calling my aunt and my mother and letting them know I picked her up. We're on the way home. Let me get her settled, and then I'll give you guys an update. I remember that. What I did not know was that he had texted my aunt and my mom and asked them to not bother me for like a week. Like, just please don't reach out to her. Let her just rest. I am from New Jersey. I am from an African-American family. You don't tell my black mama or my black aunt that, please don't bother her for a week. I didn't know this at the time, but I'm just interjecting that part. I'm trying to stay in the timeline, but he did apparently do that, and my aunt was like, why will fuck you up? Anyway, so go home. He waits on me hand and foot. I recover. Just needed about...
Dude, what could possibly happen if he's like... Because it sounds like he wasn't even like a bad person. Like, what the fuck's going on here?
24 to 48 hours to just get my mind right. During this time, in between when the house in Douglasville fell through, we had not talked about a house. So I guess it was about a week later after the DNC. He decides that, do you want to start looking for a house again? Excuse me, I have hiccups, y'all. Do you want to start looking for a house again? Because of what happened with the house in Douglasville, I felt like I was smarter this time to say, you know, I want to be involved in every aspect because I don't know what the fuck happened with that house in Douglasville.
Yeah,
but what I
right.
do know is that he lied to me.
Hey, thank you so much for the $5 from Stem Cell Smoothie. Incredible. Hey, Papa, glad to finally catch your stream. Listening to your videos makes the workday go way faster. Thank you. The Stem Cell Smoothie, bro. Get the fuck out of here. That's crazy. Thank you so much, though.
I didn't know then what I know now. I just knew he lied about putting in, or excuse me, I knew he lied about being under contract.
So, okay, I'm going to guess the story. Her fiance is a trans guy, and David is a cis guy, and he used David's cum to inject into her. Huh?
So I told him, I said, I don't want to work with your friend who I've never met, never talked to. I know that he has talked to him because he's talked to him in front of me. And I'm going to demonstrate.
I was right? On
one of the videos how he used to do his phone calls. Don't worry, it's coming.
I just can't.
So
I just
found a new
can't.
real estate agent. Really nice guy. His name was Scott. I am using his real name. Really nice guy. And we told him
it's just a first name.
What the budget was. And Scott was like, okay, when you guys are ready, we can start looking at houses. Try to look for houses that are empty because you can actually tour those. If it's a house where someone's already lived.
Because so far, like, nothing is like that sketchy. It's a little sketchy. The house thing's a little sketchy. But like maybe he couldn't close on the house because he didn't have enough money. Thank you so much for the gifted membership from Shart's wife. Thank you. Like that's the biggest sketchy part is the closing on the house.
Dragon 96 became a member.
Oh, it's announced that for some reason, but nothing else. Incredible. Thank you so much. I'm trying to think, man, because we got the house not closing, that's sketchy, but like that points to him maybe not making as much money as we thought. And then this assistant thing, like what is it? Where does he live? Does he live in like the fucking YMCA or a homeless shelter or something? Like what the fuck?
Living in there, chances are it's going to be a virtual tour because of COVID. So
and like that's like his friend. I don't get it.
So I found a house that I absolutely, in total, we must have looked at about 15 houses. But I found a house in Smyrna that I absolutely loved.
Yeah.
We toured the house. Everything about this house was perfect. The house was listed for
gotta love Smyrna.
For $699,000. It was a brand new construction build. The only issue was that the basement was not finished, and he wanted the basement to be his man cave. Again, I went with him to tour this house, so this was already feeling very different than the situation in Douglasville, because we did not actually tour the Douglasville house. We only did a FaceTime virtual tour. Sure. This house in Smyrna, we toured. We toured this house more than once, and it was gorgeous, fucking gorgeous. So we talked about it. He said that he had the money. Again, the price was $699. He said he felt comfortable. That's cheap. Putting in an all-cash offer. If you remember on the videos before, he told me he had money in his savings from when he played football. So when he said an all-cash offer,
because he invested it well,
even I knew, you got that kind of money, like where you can cut a cashier's check for $699,000, and he told me he did. He had money in savings.
That's crazy. There's no way. And I know this is gonna sound so stupid, but this part like is a big red flag to me. Because if he actually did have $700,000 or even $1 million, there's no way that he would take it and put it in an all-cash offer on the house. Because anybody that makes that kind of money will tell you that like you're better off having like $700,000 to invest and then taking out a loan, because you can make more of an investment on that $600,000 by investing it. And then taking out a loan for a lower interest rate than like the return on the investment, if that makes sense. So there's no way if he was like this, I'm really, I made some good investments, blah, blah, blah. There's no way he would have done this.
From when he played football, and he was very comfortable paying all cash for this home. So the real estate agent, Scott, sent over the paperwork. The paperwork was sent in both of our names. It was sent to my email. That was another thing that I changed after Douglasville. Everything gets sent to me, and then I will be sure that he signs it. So he sent it to me. I looked over the offer. We were going to put in an all-cash, full-price offer with a request to have the basement finished. Also, we were requesting for the seller to give us an answer within 24 hours. We were requesting a quick closing. These are just some of the things I remember. I remember 24 hours, like I didn't want to wait on, y'all think about it. 24 hours, let us know if you're accepting the offer or not.
Yeah.
And then also a quick closing because it was a new construction. So we didn't have to wait for the current.
Would you be comfortable with a woman asking to look at the bank accounts? No, I wouldn't be comfortable, but they're also 40. It's like a totally different scenario. But I don't even think I said that. I don't know.
And to move out. We didn't have to do that. So I watched in our bedroom as he pulled it up because it was a electronic document. He signed his name to the offer for $699,000 cash. He requested again, the seller let us know in 24 hours if they were accepting the offer. So we submitted the offer at around 6 p.m. We were requesting that by 6 p.m. the next day, they let us know if the offer was accepted or not.
Okay.
I watched him sign the offer.
Yeah.
I sent the offer back to Scott from my email. All parties had signed. Scott texted us and said, I got it. I'm submitting it. I will let you know what they say.
Yeah, just put 700K on red. Put it all on red.
Let's go into part 7.
Oh my god.
Sorry. Let's go into
How are we only part 7?
part 8. Good grief, this is getting long.
Oh, how are we only at part 8?
Okay, so I just want to clear up some things that I realize is kind of creating some confusion. So just allow this video to serve as a stop sign. Let's clarify. First of all, the story, background. He was born in Philly, raised in Philly, and moved to Augusta. Story is he moved to Augusta for high school. After high school, he went to college at San Diego State. Enjoyed San Diego State, stayed in San Diego for quite a while. Got married out in California, had a house in California, played arena football out in California, but his family was back here in Augusta, Georgia.
Bro, it's just like the fucking insane storytelling too. It's crazy.
He still had a lot of family up in Philly, but for the most part, he had a sister in Augusta, he had a sister in Douglasville, he had a brother in Baltimore, he had another brother in Philly, and he had a brother in Nashville. Okay. So I just want to clarify that in terms of not the demographics, but the geography. Born in Philly, came to Augusta for high school, went to San Diego State for college, played football, stayed in San Diego, stayed in San Diego, got married out there, but still had quite a bit of family here in Augusta, here in Georgia.
Okay.
He also had a sister, I think I said, who lived in Douglasville. I have physically met his aunt who lived in Augusta. I've met his brother who lives in Augusta. I have spoken on FaceTime with a brother who lives in Baltimore. And then I will demonstrate how he used to talk to the brother that lives in Philly. That's coming up. You haven't missed that.
How he used to talk to the brother? Why? Are they gay?
In terms of the proposal. You did not miss the story of the proposal. I simply didn't want to share it because it was embarrassing. Basically, he gave me 3 ring options. We went to a jeweler at the Mall of Georgia.
Okay.
He had me pick out 3 rings. I told him which one I liked the most because I knew it wasn't a romantic proposal at all. I knew which ring I liked the most.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I get it, though. I mean, you guys are older. He's like, listen, I want you to be happy with the ring. You pick out the ring.
I told him which one. He basically said, when I'm ready, I'll give you the ring and I'll propose.
Okay.
Fast forward.
Did he make it romantic at least? I think I took my wife to Baltimore, and then we went to an aquarium, and we got outside, and I proposed to her, and and that was it. It was small. It wasn't super like big or showy, but it was a nice, well-meaning proposal. You know. I miss that moment. I miss getting my wife an engagement ring. Thinking about it now, I wonder if there's anything I could do to recapture that. I gotta recapture that moment. I gotta figure out how to recapture that moment for my wife. I gotta do something. I gotta figure something. It might take me a while. I gotta figure it out.
Because I was actually pregnant when the ring came. We were sitting at the dinner table. He took the ring box out of his pocket, slammed it on the dinner table, and I was like, "What is this?" He was like, "Open it." I opened it. Inside was the ring that I had wanted, that I had chosen at the jeweler, and he was like, "All right, so this means that you're gonna be my wife."
Damn, he's a Riz master here.
I was pregnant. So, again, when I asked y'all to give me grace, it's because there are certain things that's just like, girl, what was you thinking? Trust me. There's no excuse.
Okay.
So there was never a, will you marry me? It was more of a,
gotcha.
We're living together, we're having a baby together, we need to get married, because the backstory also was that his dad was a retired police officer, but at one point his father was a pastor. Okay. So he could quote the Bible like nobody's business, as we all know, so can Lucifer. But anyway.
Whoa! True, I guess. I don't know.
He could quote the Bible like no one's business. And so that's how we ended up engaged. And I was wearing a ring. I will find a picture and I will try to...
I mean, that story doesn't sound that bad given the context of like their ages and stuff, but okay.
But I was wearing the ring. Don't worry, there's more to that story as well. So
I'm
just
excited.
Want to clarify some things.
I'm excited.
For the people who were like, wasn't it weird that he had a sister who lived close, but he's from Philly? So I just wanted to definitely bring clarity to what he told me was the backstory.
Yeah, I guess that is weird.
Born in Philly. Came to Augusta for high school, went to California for college, played football at San Diego State, played football and arena football, worked at Apple, and then joined the condiment company in California, who then transferred him back to Georgia. He was married in California, and he told me he got divorced.
I guess saying it out loud, the story does sound bizarre.
In California. That is important as well. That will come up again later. And so the ex-wife, at this point in time, at the time that I'm telling you part 7, which is the last video I just posted, the ex-wife lived in California with her 2 kids, his 2 stepkids. The 2 stepkids were 17 and 20 or 21, but they were that age group. And he was saying that he was very close with them, so he wanted to keep a tight relationship with them. And he talked to them, if not every day, every other day. When I say,
is he just like cheating on her? Like,
when I say this, I need
he's got like multiple wives.
Y'all to understand. When I say that he talked to someone, it means that he was on the phone in front of me, talking to the person.
Interesting.
I hope that because I will touch back on this.
Interesting.
He was on the phone in front of me talking to the person. So he talked to his siblings every day. He talked to his aunt almost every day. He talked to his family the way I talk to my family almost every day. And again, I will demonstrate how he used to do the phone calls. I will also demonstrate how he used to do the work phone calls. Because he called me every single day from work. And he would talk to people while he was on the phone with me.
Bro, what the fuck is going on here?
And I could hear people in the background. But that's a whole nother part. So, again, buckle your seats. I promise I'm reading your comments, I'm reading your questions, but I wanted to bring this video just to clarify something.
Bro, seats are buckled. What the fuck?
Hopefully this helps. And honestly, I know people are fascinated by this, but more than anything, I hope that there's a woman watching this and she's saying to herself, okay, it's time for me to ask some questions.
Man, women are dumb, though. Let's be real. It sounds like as she's telling the story, she's omitting parts that would be obvious red flags to a lot of people. And then as she goes on, almost in like a story fashion, she's like, yeah, but then looking back, this. It's like, oh, shit, I didn't know that. That changes the whole story, girl. What the fuck? So he's on the phone with like all these different women every single day, or all these different people.
That's my hope.
In front of her. So they must be in on it too then, no?
All right, part 8 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? So we submitted an offer on the house in Smyrna. I sent it over to Scott, our realtor, and next day comes, Scott asks if we can take a phone call. So he calls us and tells us that the offer was not accepted and the builder did not do a counteroffer. We don't exactly know why. We don't exactly know why he didn't accept it, but the bottom line is that we figured out later on that he didn't want to finish the basement. So the offer was not accepted. The house fell through. I was okay with that because, again, I knew he had put in an offer. So we continued looking at other houses. We found another house in Smyrna that he really liked. I thought that it was way too big for just the two of us. And so the price of this home was much higher.
Well, then he can move his polyamorous family in.
Than the $750,000 that Chase had approved for the mortgage. So what he explained to me was that he was willing to do the $750,000 mortgage, and he was also willing to put a significant amount of the money in savings on the house, which meant that he was now comfortable going from $750,000 up to about $900,000. Again, his whole explanation was, I have the money where I can put down a substantial down payment, bring down the price of the home, and then basically mortgage the rest of it. So that was not the plan. I was not comfortable with a home over $900,000. But again, keep in mind, I saw the Chase paperwork. So I was like, I just feel more comfortable sticking at the $750,000 mark. That's what you approved for. Let's go with that. By this point, this is now fall of 2020. We had been talking about marriage. I had my ring. He had made VP at the company. And again, he was calling me.
Has she ever been to his job or is that abnormal to go to like your partner's job?
Every day from work. I need to kind of explain how the company was ran, because when you think VP, you would think he would be in an office. It was a condiment company, so they actually were producing the condiments, and I'm not saying the name of the company on purpose, but they were producing the condiments in this particular plant location. So a lot of times, he would simply tell me that he walked the floor, checking in with his subordinates, basically.
Interesting. Thank you so much for the $5. The one true Fusky Leviathans are gooning. They certainly are gooning on this one.
Now, how did he go to work? For the most part, at this point, he left before I woke up. However, pretty much he wore dress pants, kind of like a dark navy blue cargo pant.
Okay.
And he had a polo shirt with a company logo on it. What I saw a lot of times is that he would not wear the polo shirt to work. He would wear like a company t-shirt. He would wear rubber sole shoes and the navy blue cargo pants. I didn't think it was a uniform, but it reminded me of what someone would wear when I worked at Amazon, if you're going to be doing manual labor.
Yeah.
He didn't go to work sloppy looking at all. But
was he just a factory worker lying to her?
It definitely was not suit and tie. Nowhere near suit and tie. It is fair to note that outside of work, he was a man who he loved to dress. He loved to wear the latest Jordans. He loved to collect.
Wait, so this is a guy who loved to dress, but he's dressing like a factory floor worker at work? I don't know, man. Especially a black guy. I had a black boss. His name was George. I loved the guy. He was fantastic. He was a great guy. This motherfucker would dress in like, not a tux, but like colorful, like button up, like, you know, what do they call it? Maybe a suit or a dress shirt. He would wear like brown pants and like a purple shirt and like a fucking crazy tie. You know what I mean? He was very fashionable. And then my wife got me an outfit that was kind of like his for Christmas once. I'm excited to wear it. All right, I like it. I'll show you guys. It's my George outfit. I like it.
Watches. He collected a lot of Invicta watches. He loved to collect hats. He wore hats, baseball caps everywhere because he didn't like the shape of his head.
Okay. Was he like a hard birth? They had to like take his head out with like forceps or something, and then his head just looks weird as shit now?
So in terms of how he dressed casually, the man, he could dress. In terms of how he dressed for work, yeah, he didn't dress like a VP. But his excuse was, I'm constantly walking the production floor, and I can't be in a suit and tie walking the production floor where they're creating the condiments that we're selling. So by this point...
Why? This shit's not going to be spurting everywhere. Why wouldn't you be able to dress nice? It doesn't make sense.
Again, this is fall. We're still looking at houses. We're still touring houses as much as we can because it is COVID. We had found another house that we really liked and a house that I really, truly wanted to put an offer in on. This was now going to be the second house that we put an offer on. He put in the asking price, I believe, was about $700,000. He put in under asking an offer for about $650,000. I'm guessing, but I'll try to find the house and put it on the story. The reason that house fell through, we found out that the home was sitting on a septic tank. We found out that the septic tank had an issue, and it would have taken about $15,000 to $20,000 to fix the septic tank. The sellers were not willing to fix the septic tank. Personally, I didn't really care for the house that much. I'm the one who was like, I don't really want it. So even though we put an offer in, we had 24 hours where we could pull our offer back. And so we did. Once we found out, I believe it was in the disclosure. And if you're a realtor, please feel free to tell me if I'm using the wrong terminology. But I believe it was in the disclosure that they told us the septic tank needs to be replaced. That's when I was like, no, I don't want that house. So we pulled out the house.
That's got to be a big fix. Was it on top of the septic tank? Because isn't that even more of an issue? Like I have a septic tank too. It's outside on my, like, not on my lawn. It's under there. So it's not. But you know what I mean? Like if it's actually under the house, which I don't know how that works, that would be a huge pain in the ass to even fix.
Fell through, and so I was fine with it because again, I was heavily involved. I saw him sign the offer. I knew every step of what was going on. Our real estate agent, Scott, was amazing, but you will see when I get to it where he made a mistake as a real estate agent. So house number 2 fell through. We then moved on, saw a few more houses, and then we get to house number 3. I'm going to pause talking about the houses because now I need to introduce what happened with the cars. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Okay.
All right. Part 9 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? So we're pausing on the house stuff. Let me tell you about the car. So when I met my ex-husband, I was driving a 2012 Nissan Rogue, fully loaded. It had quite a few miles on it, but it got me from A to B. It was in good condition, but I was upside down in the car. He was driving a 2018 Ford Taurus.
We're thinking about getting a new car soon. You know, maybe the car we would have our babies with, like some kind of a miniature van or something.
Sport mode. I know he had a sport mode on the car, and I love driving that car. When he told me how he was a regional manager, he told me that one of the perks that came with the job was that he would be getting a company car. And so we spent time
Did he ever get that company car?
Going to Range Rover of South Atlanta. We spent time going to Jaguar. We spent time going to BMW. We spent time going...
My mom used to get a company car. You know, they would give her $800 a month for a fucking car. And she worked for White Castle. Isn't that crazy?
To Ford, which was on Mount Zion in Morrow, if you all are familiar with that area. He test drove a whole lot of cars. In the end, he decided on a BMW sedan. I was there when he test drove the car. I got in the car with him. I loved it. And he explained to the salesperson, you know, I'm getting a company car. I need to get a...
Thank you so much for the $2 from Shart's wife. So tuned in. Stay tuned.
Out
Daniel Larson.
Of the full price of the car, tax, tag, and title. Because what my company is going to do...
Don't get a Kia or a Hyundai. You know what sucks? I think Kia, like, all memes aside, Kia is actually a pretty solid company, and I think it's because they used to not be a solid company, and now they're really trying to get their stuff back. I've had a Kia Soul since 2017. It's had some problems, like the tire was the problem, but I think that was the dealership I bought it from's fault, and then like the engine burns oil, like it is what it is. But I've had this car, and it's got like 90,000 miles on it. It's solid. I don't know if I'd ever get a Kia again though, because the dealership I got it from was shit. It was dog shit. I remember I had a problem with the tire very quickly, and they didn't replace it, which is fine. They patched it, but there was the same problem with that tire for years, and they would just keep patching it because I had like some tire plants. So they just kept patching and patching and patching and patching and patching it. And it was the same tire, the rear left tire, and I didn't even realize it till I stopped going to them because something else really fucked up happened, and I'll tell you in a second. That when they would rotate my tires, they would never actually rotate. I never even thought about it. It was always the back left tire. Oh yeah, we rotated tires. It never changed positions. So they were just lying to me about rotating my tires. But what got me to stop going to these guys is that like I went there and I had to get it was like an engine flush because, you know, it was covered by the warranty. So I got there, I got the engine flush. I get in my car, I go to leave. The fucking car's like jumping. They blew one of my spark plugs. So I bring it right back. I said, you guys blew one of my spark plugs. So they're like, okay, we'll take care of it. Next day I call. I said, hey, is my car like ready in the shop? They're like, oh, we haven't gotten to it yet. I'm like, okay, but you blew one of my spark plugs. Why am I not like priority? Oh, sorry, we'll get to it. I called them the next day. They hadn't even, they're like, oh, we plan to get it into the shop later today. I'm like, you guys blew my spark plugs. Why the fuck is it not getting done right now? So anyway, like finally the next day they finished. The next day, it's like 3 days without my car. After they fucked up my car, they called me and they're like, oh, you're going to owe us like this much money. I said, what the fuck are you talking about? You blew my spark plug. Oh, I don't know anything about that. I said, I want to talk to your manager. And all of a sudden they start like fucking huffing and puffing and shitting themselves. So like, I think that they did the job and then they like never called me. So I got down there and I'm like, what the fuck's going on here? Like, why did I not have my car for an entire week after you fucked up my spark plug? And like, oh, we're really sorry, blah, 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 blah. And I just never went back there again because it was just like a shit show. Like they've never done anything productive. And yeah, they're a dog shit company. So that was actually it pissed me off. It was a dealership on Long Island. It was the Smithtown Kia. They are such pieces of shit over there. They're fucking assholes, you know? And it's just like, damn, man. So now I go to like a different mechanic that's like it's like a smaller mechanic. They're even a little more expensive, but they're actually honest. Like the Smithtown, like the Kia I was going to, they would be like, oh, you need new tires, you need new tires, you need new tires. I was like, I don't think I need new tires right now because it was getting low. Like, you know what I mean? And I understand that you need new tires at a certain point. You don't want your tires going bald. I went to this other, and they also said I need new brakes and brake pads. I went to the new place I'm going to, and they're like, yeah, you need these things, but like you can hold off for this much time on the tires and this much. I got like another year out of the brakes. I got like almost another year out of the brakes. They're like, you can grind it down because you need new brakes and rotor. So like if you grind down the pads and it fucks the rotor up a little bit, that's okay because you need new ones anyway. They were honest with me. So like, yeah, it was like it cost an extra $100 for them to change it, but I also got like another almost year out of it because they're honest with me. So it's just like crazy. It's crazy, honestly.
Is wire over the money for the car. The salesperson was like, okay, you know, apparently that happens a lot. So he gave him a printout with the tax tag and title for the car. In front of me and the salesperson, he called the person in the finance department for his job. Obviously, I have no idea what this person's name is, but he called the person. He explained to them, this is the amount of money. He said the president of the company so-and-so has authorized for him to get a car, not spending more than, I think, $90,000 tax tag and title. The BMW came out to just under $90,000.
Okay.
And so he...
Damn, $90,000 for a car is crazy.
I remember this conversation so fucking vividly. So he's on the phone in front. I'm sitting down. The salesperson sitting down at their desk, and he's like, they put me on hold.
So he bought a $90,000 car on a factory worker salary.
And so he's like, I guess the person comes back and he says, yeah, the price of the car is blah, blah, blah. He was like, give me a second and I can send you a picture of that printout that shows tax tag and title for the BMW. He gets off the phone. He takes a picture of it. He sends it to whoever. He waits.
It's actually whomever.
It's about 10 minutes. He calls the person back. He says, did you get it?
So if I was going to get a $90,000 car, I'd think I'd want to be making $180,000. I don't think that I would buy a car for like, I mean, like I'm at a point now where I would probably spend maybe either a half or a third of my salary on a car, like over the course of however many years of like a loan, you know? So if I'm making like $100K now, I would only get like a $30,000. Cause fuck that shit, dude. What are you doing? That's not how much I'm making, by the way. I'm just saying that was like an example. Like my Kia Soul cost me like $17,000. And that's was back when I was making about $45,000. Because like, what the fuck? You're gonna spend? I wouldn't even spend the amount of money I make a year on a car. You know, that's just crazy. So he better be making like he'd have to make like $250 for that. Like I would get a suit. Like on all honesty, I would get like a souped up fucking like Hellcat. Like like $100,000 car. Thank you so much for the membership, Haley. I appreciate that. But only if I made like $300K. You know what I mean? Because I'm not trying to fuck around. But I'll probably never get that kind of a car because I got other things to worry about. You know, I got to get a car that's going to be good for when my wife and I have kids.
Apparently the person did get it. But the person who can actually physically do the wire transfer had gone home for the day. So what he says to the BMW salesperson, he's like, okay, we're going to have to do this tomorrow because so-and-so went home for the day. I don't know who the salesperson is. I can only tell you from my viewpoint what I thought. I had no reason to think this was a lie. I really didn't, because again, you got to please keep in mind.
Oh, you're from Long Island as well. That's funny. I feel like it's like it makes sense. Like I have like a lot of fans that are from Long Island because I guess we're similar. We're all Long Islanders. You know what I mean? We have like a similar sense of humor and stuff. Similar everything, like upbringing and everything. So that's funny.
The circumstances that all of this is happening. We're inside the dealership. We're sitting at the desk of this person. He gave us the printout. He's on the phone, doing business, basically saying, look, this is how much money the car is going to cost. He's taking a picture of it. He seemingly is texting someone saying, this is how much, this is proof of how much it is. Then he asked the BMW salesperson, I need your wire transfer information. The guy got up, rushed over to, I guess, their finance area to get the bank wire information, because obviously you have to wire it a certain kind of way. Rushes back over, gives it to my ex-husband. My ex-husband's like, okay, first thing in the morning, we will get this wired over, and then, I'll come and pick up the car. My fiance, will drive me up here to pick up the car.
Is she interchanging her ex-husband with her fiance? Like, is that what's happening? I'm a little confused.
So we leave. He felt like, because at the time that this all happened, I was pregnant. So he felt like, look, we're about to have a baby. I don't want you driving that Nissan Rogue. I want to get you something more secure, something new.
Like a minivan or like a Ford Edge. I'm thinking about a Ford. I don't know.
I really wanted a Kia. I really wanted a Kia Telluride. And he was like, well, let's look at the warranty. This man knew a lot about cars. He knew a lot about the warranty. He knew a lot about the depreciation value. And so he did.
Yeah, I don't know shit about cars. And I know I don't know shit about cars. That's the one thing. I've never been self-conscious about how, I'll say how feminine I didn't have a father. So I don't really care for sports. I don't really care for cars too much. You know what I mean? And that's okay. I'm okay with that. Like, I don't really give a shit because I'm a fucking poggers champion. You know what I'm saying, dude? I'll just pay somebody to do a sport or to do a car, plumbing, electricity. I don't give a fuck,
Talk to me a lot about what will we get.
Yeah, he was her fiance, now his ex. Yeah, it just sounds like she's interchanging, like, oh, my ex, my fiance. So it's like confusing me. So it's like a little confusing for me for a second.
Most for our money. We test drove, when I say we, I test drove a Kia Telluride, a Kia Sorento. He didn't like either of those. He had me test drive a Ford Explorer. He didn't really care for that. Then came time where he really wanted me to get a BMW. He really wanted me to get a BMW X5. So he took me to
she's just farting all over the place.
Global BMW Imports, which, if you know anything about Atlanta, it's off of Cobb Parkway, but you can see it off the highway.
At this point, when I get a new car, I want to just use like Carvana or something. I have no interest in talking to a car seller person. Like, all honesty, I just want to walk in and buy the car for the fucking listed price and be out in a half an hour. That's it. That's my entire desire. I have no interest in haggling or bartering. If it says $17,000 on the website, if it says $30,000 on the website, I want that and I want to leave. I don't have an interest in haggling you up, down, left, right, and sideways. I don't feel like being there for 4 hours so that you can be irritated with me and I'm irritated with you. Give me the tag price on the fucking car and I want to leave. That's it. That's all I want, and I don't think that's unreasonable. Like, why the fuck is getting a car such an event and a journey? I hate salespeople. You guys suck dick. You're fucking annoying. I want to leave. All right? I don't want a good deal. I don't want a bad deal. I want the deal. Okay? I don't go and haggle for a new computer. I don't go and haggle for a new PlayStation. I don't haggle on my gas. I don't haggle on my TV. I don't haggle. Okay? Just for the love of God, sell me the fucking car for how much it says on the goddamn sticker price. And I'm done. I want to go home. I have better things to do on a fucking Saturday than to argue with Peter, the fucking career salesman, for 4.5 hours about something I don't care about. I don't give a shit. And then I got to do math, too. This is what I want to go in there. Hey, the car says it sells for $20,000. I'm going to buy it for that. I'm going to take a loan out. Okay, we're done. Not like, oh, okay, well, actually, you can get this car for $400 a month for 72 months. And it's like, oh, no, I don't feel like doing the math because I know you're trying to rip me off. Knock it the fuck off.
I believe
I don't haggle.
You can see the Global Imports BMW dealership. He took me there. He had me test drive an X5 and X6. He also had me test drive I think I'm gonna get the numbers wrong, a 525, which was a sedan. I did not like that. I wanted an SUV. I loved driving the BMW. He also had me drive an M Series, test drive an M Series. So he was very adamant that I should get a BMW. The reason being is because, according to him, he had a BMW in California when he lived in San Diego. He had a BMW.
But you didn't just drive it down?
That he loved. It was a white BMW. He showed me pictures of the BMW.
Wow.
So he showed me pictures of this white BMW that.
Was it a black man's wiener?
Sorry, that's a little joke we would say at the when I was a kid at the YMCA. When we heard BMW, we were like, "Oh, black man's wiener." Like, I don't know why. That's the weird joke that we came up with.
He had, and unfortunately, the car got totaled about 2 months before he moved to Georgia.
Damn.
So he had received money, not a lot, but some money to get another car, and he used it to get the Ford Taurus because he was like, I just need a car that's going to get me from A to B until I get into a house and I'm much more settled. For him, he was like, I'm really giving myself 60 days to get settled here in Georgia after moving from California. But then he met me. Again, that's the story. So he had me test drive the BMW. So much so, I loved the BMW.
What car is she in?
Loved it. I wanted a dark blue BMW with cognac interior. I wanted an X5, and I wanted an M Series. So I can clearly.
I kind of like her. I kind of like this girl. If I wasn't married to my wife, I'd probably hit on her, and I don't know.
Tell y'all, that's exactly the car I wanted. We were on.
I would never do that. If I wasn't with my wife anymore, I don't think I would be able to stay alive. I don't know. I love her too much. That would be terrible.
I'm looking for that particular car.
Yeah, FBI was female body. Well, it was female boobie inspector, not body inspector.
Because not every dealership had. I was okay with a black BMW if needed, but I really wanted dark blue, and I really wanted that cognac colored interior. So.
Oh, BMW, big Mexican women. That's funny too. I like that one too. I like those more, to be honest with you.
He felt like I want you to
I like big bitches.
Consider all of a sudden an Audi Q8. Let's just see how you like it. If you don't really like it, then we will go back to the BMW. I cannot tell you why he switched up. I can't. But I can tell you he took me to an Audi dealership on Peachtree Industrial. He test drove an Audi and I test drove an Audi Q8. I loved the Q8.
Damn, he was probably test driving it and taking pictures, and he was putting it on his new Bumble or whatever.
Loved it. But I was tired of test driving cars. By this point, I had test driven so many cars. Our weekends were spent either looking at a house or test driving cars.
Yeah.
And I was picky, I will admit that. So he had me test drive the Q8. I really liked it. I finally just told him, look, I'm good with either the BMW or the Audi. Because I'm tired of test driving cars. He told my family he was buying me a new car because, keep in mind, let me let y'all know. He had met my family initially on Zoom because, again, we were locked down.
Yeah.
He had met my family.
Damn, it sounds like COVID was perfect for him to be able to fucking. And again, we're an hour and a half in, and we don't even know the story yet. I don't even know the story. We're just reading the signs. This is insane.
He also had met my family in person because at this point it was like, look, if you're not showing any symptoms, maybe we can do family dinner. And so he had met my family.
How about that a self-report? Because I know what Bumble is, dude. Get the fuck out of here.
In person, and now
all my wife's friends are losers. They're all my wife's. God, by the way, I love all my wife's friends. They're all losers, and they're all on dating apps. I could never even get away if I wanted to with making myself a Tinder or a Bumble. I have no interest, but they're all on there.
Now we will go ahead and move towards part 10 of this series.
Okay, we're on part 10. I gotta pee. Let's get back into it.
Okay, part 10. Who the fuck did I marry?
Jesus, part 10.
Okay, had to sneeze. All right, so at this point,
this is honestly, I'm enjoying a break away from the brain rot, like, nonsense that we usually talk about. With this like a palate cleanser. I don't care, and I want this to be like the first, this video. I have it at almost double speed, so it might be as long as the video, But I want like an 8-hour video. I want an 8-hour long video on my channel just because that's what I want.
Test driven all these cars, Kias. Hell, he even had me test drive.
We'll take a break at part 20, maybe.
I don't know. But the main two were BMW and an Audi. He had told my grandfather he was getting me a car. He had told my aunt he was getting me a car. That he was going to, he was like, she's going to be my wife. I want her to be in something secure. So my family was really like, wow, wow. Who knew that he had this kind of money? And so I hated the fact that he did that because anytime he got around my family, here's another red flag to put in the United Nations of red flags. He would always talk about money and he would always brag. I never realized it in real time. I didn't realize it until I was out of the situation.
That's interesting because here's the thing. And maybe this is a male behavior. I don't really know. As a guy though, I want people to know if I'm doing well, but that's one of the behaviors that you have to curb, right? You have to curb that behavior. You have to do better about it.
He always bragged about the fact that he could fight, the fact that he had money, and the fact that he played football. Those are the three things he always bragged about. Back to the cars. So I told him, I was like, pick one between the BMW and the Audi, because you said you're buying it. So pick one. So this man chose the Audi. So he takes me to the dealership. I wanted a white Q8. He does give me the printout of how much it's going to cost, tax, tag, and title to get this Q8. Okay. Gentleman who's helping us gives him the printout. He's saying he's going to pay this money for the car out of the savings account that's offshore. That's the story. That's what he's saying. So he apparently is asking the guy, you know, is there a holding fee? Can I pay a holding fee to secure this car while I'm working to get money transferred? Because obviously with COVID, it's going to take long for the banks to transfer the money. Side note, I need everyone to understand, one of the reasons why he was able to get away with the stuff he got away with is because we were on lockdown. It's crazy because it's now 2024, but I don't know, do we all remember how it seemed like a lot of stuff stopped in 2020 now? Keep in mind, that's not an excuse I'm making because shit still got done. But in terms of business as usual just was not happening in 2020 at this time. So when
yeah, it was crazy. I mean, that's how I blew up on TikTok and all that. But
and he's saying, oh, it's going to take a while for the bank to transfer the money. The gentleman who was working at Audi did not even, he didn't make a face. He didn't blink. He was like, I know it's going to take a while because of COVID. So basically what ends up happening is we leave. He has the printout. He calls the bank, or he calls his financial advisor, who does have a name. The financial advisor's name is Eric. I feel comfortable using certain people's names, especially if we find out they didn't exist.
Oh, Jesus. No way. It doesn't exist. That's okay.
So he calls Eric. He tells Eric in front of me, hey, I need to transfer $72,526, whatever the amount was, because I'm buying a car for my fiance. This is the bank account information. Do you need me to give it to you over the phone, or do you need me to email it to you?
He's really running like a whole operation here.
Pause. I can't hear what the person's saying, but that's what he would do. Do you need me to give it to you over the phone, or can I email it to you? Okay. All right, give me a few minutes and I'll go ahead and email it to you. All right, let me know. I'll call you back to find out if you received it. Okay, hang up. So I'm hearing this because, again, I'm not paying attention to, did I hear anybody on the other phone? Did I hear anybody on the other end? So he proceeds to type up an email, type up something, telling him this is the information that we need. I didn't think anything of it. He called me at work the next day to tell me that the money was sent to Audi, that he called Audi, and he confirmed with Audi that they received the money. What he told me is that the car is going to be delivered to the house. Y'all, it's not that I lived in the hood, because I didn't, but I did not live in an area of Clayton County where you would have a brand new Audi delivered to your house. So I remember saying to him, I don't want that car like delivered to the house, not yet, because I need to put that car in the garage. And my Nissan.
Fuck, I had this on. Sorry. Yeah, and you, I had to fucking unmute it. Yeah, I understand that completely. And you'd want to be there to sign for it too when you get it. You don't want it to just be like sitting outside. It's not some kind of package you can leave on the door.
I only had a one-car garage, so my Nissan was in the garage.
Oh,
so he said, okay, well, let me call them back and change the delivery date. Can you be home, or can you do a half day? So he's asking me, can you work a half day so that they can deliver the car and you will be home for it? I said, yes, that's fine. Because again, it's COVID, I'm working from home anyway. I only had to go in the office 2 days a week. So I'm at home the next day. He told me the car would be delivered between the hours of 1 and 3.
Okay.
Obviously, between 1 and 3, nothing happened. So 3 o'clock, I called him. He's at work. He sends me a voicemail. He calls me back. I said, it's 3 o'clock. No one ever came with the car. What's going on? And then I remember I was like, well, do I need to call Audi myself? Because I thought that you handled it. But if you didn't handle it, do I need to call them?
Oh, and that's gonna bother his masculinity, his manliness. You know, it's like, oh, do I have to take care of this thing for you? Are you not a real man? That's kind of the implication there.
And so whenever I would suggest I will handle it, he would get very, very defensive. Red flag number 472.
I don't know if that's a red flag necessarily. I think that's just, well, maybe a little red flag. You know, I imagine if she's a little bit traditional, she might actually enjoy the kind of man who takes care of shit. You know what I mean? Although in the context of like he wants to control everything because it's a lie, that would be a red flag. But I feel like there's healthy relationships where like the guy wants to be like, yeah, I'm the man. I want to take care of this stuff. You know what I mean? And I don't think that's necessarily or inherently toxic.
So he was like, no, I will call Audi. Don't do anything. I'll call Audi and find out what's going on. Okay. So I'm at home chilling, cooking dinner, normal night. He calls me back and says, yeah, the car was stuck on the truck in Spartanburg because apparently that's where their deliveries come from. So when he told me this, I was in the kitchen laughing. Because by this point, I will be honest, and I told you I'll be honest even when it makes me look bad. I was guilty of, on one hand, I believed him, and on the other hand, I was like, let me see what lie he come up with. Let me just see. But keep in mind, my brain was really like not rationalizing, not comprehending how deep the lie was. I just thought that no one told him the car was going to be delivered, and he made that up. I had no idea how deep the lie went.
Oh,
so he said,
okay.
you know, the car's in Spartanburg.
Right, so she knew that he was, or she felt like he was lying, which it seems to be the truth. But she didn't know how deep the lie was. Interesting.
It should be delivered this weekend. The weekend came, he had a whole other excuse. I don't remember what the exact excuse was as to why the car was never delivered. I do remember we got into an argument, and I was like, don't even worry about it. I'm gonna get a new car my damn self. I don't even need your help. Which is probably one of the worst things you can tell a narcissist, because they love to be the hero, you know, it's all about them. But I was like, don't even worry about it. When I have the money to get a car myself, I'll do it. I don't want to hear anything else about a new car. I don't want to hear shit else about a car. Because at this point, I was spending way too much time trying to figure out, are we getting a car? Are we getting a house? Like, what the fuck is going on? Always there was an excuse. So when I told him I don't want to hear anything else about a car,
Did she have the baby? Didn't she have like she said she was pregnant for a second time? Did she have a baby, or am I just mishearing?
And not going to a dealership to test drive another car. That ended that whole discussion right there. So this is where I'm going to interject what I believe was happening. I believe that my ex-husband is the type of person, he gets off. Nut. He gets off.
He gets off nuts
on you being excited about something that he knows you will never get. So I believe that he enjoyed going to car dealerships. He enjoyed watching me test drive.
Bro, I would I can't even go into a store now that I don't have an absolute intention of buying things from. That's why I hate smaller businesses, because like if I go into a store, if it's a smaller business's store, I feel pressured to buy, and I'm just like, I don't want to go in there, because then I'm gonna feel uncomfortable if I don't buy anything, and I feel like they're gonna be upset and they're gonna be judging me and they're gonna hate me and it's just terrible. You know, I feel terrible, and then you feel pressure to be like, oh, I'm gonna get something next time I come in here, you know, because you don't want to disappoint them.
A car and get excited about it, knowing I was not going to get it. It is the level of cruelty. And again, I'm telling y'all stuff that I found out way later on. It is the level of cruelty that I still cannot comprehend. So the whole issue about the BMW and the Audi, I think he just enjoyed seeing me get excited and then pull it away. Part 11 coming up.
Maybe. I don't know. I like this woman, though. I like this woman because I feel like there's so many people on the internet that tell you stories, and you know, you can tell that they're like performative in nature, but I believe everything she's saying. Like, I don't know, you know, maybe he is a narcissist, maybe he's not, I don't know. But, like, she's got a trustworthy tone to her, you know?
Part 11. So, for this part, I'm just going to give you some backstory on the family. Pause all the stuff about the house, pause the stuff about the car. This is backstory on his family, my ex-husband's family. All right, follow me. My ex-husband's parents, mom and dad, are both deceased. Mom passed away from cancer. Dad passed away shortly after her. I'm not sure what he passed away from. So he has a number of siblings. He has two, with his parents, he has two siblings, two brothers, excuse me. Okay. Two brothers. One is older, lives in Philly. One is younger by 2 years, lives in Nashville. He has two sisters. One, Shantae, is older, lives in Douglasville with her husband and two kids, a boy and a girl. Okay. Younger sister Kim is the baby, lives in Augusta with her husband, worked at, I think he told me, Procter & Gamble. That was the story. He had two half-brothers that were through his dad. One brother lived in Baltimore. The other brother lived in Augusta. The brother that lived in Augusta, I have physically met in person, shook hands, hugged, all that. The brother that lived in Baltimore, I have FaceTimed with, talked to him. Okay. The brother that lived in Philly, the older brother that he looked up to, I have never talked to him on the phone. I would always talk to him through my ex-husband. So the conversation would be like, hey, babe, brother so-and-so said, hey, he didn't call him brother so-and-so. We'll call him John. John said, hey. Okay. Hey, John.
I don't trust anyone named John. Sorry. I've been abandoned by too many dads to trust a man named John. My one dad.
I would be in the bathroom doing my hair, brushing my teeth.
I
hate
John. This game.
And he'd be like, did you hear? He said, how you doing? I was like, I'm good. How's he doing? Because that's just me.
On the whip.
And so he would relay back and forth. He talked to John every day from starting around July after the grandmother passed away. He would talk to John every morning. We both would be getting ready for work, and he would be on the phone with John. They would be talking for 30, 40 minutes, talking about football, talking about other siblings. They would be talking about cars. It was really like not a big deal. They would talk about the brother in Baltimore. They would talk about the brother in Augusta. And then they would reminisce. This is the conversations I could hear. Let me explain. When I say I can hear a conversation, what that means is I am physically standing near him or next to him where I could hear him with the phone up to his ear talking to someone, because it wasn't me. Okay. I may not hear the other person because the phone call may not be on speakerphone. But what I hear is, for example, I hear, hey man, what y'all doing? Oh, for real? Y'all barbecuing this weekend? What y'all making? Oh, that's what's up.
Was he just pretending to talk to like nobody? Bro, what if he was using AI to simulate a person being there? Am I close? Don't tell me. I will figure it out.
Nah, I think me and her gonna stay in this weekend because, you know, these numbers is looking crazy with COVID. Yeah, she over here. She's sitting right here. She watching TV. Okay, hold on. John said, hey. Hey,
damn.
John.
What the fuck?
All right, bro. I just want to check in on you. That's the type of conversation I'm explaining.
Yeah.
Okay, so I hope that gives a little more clarity about the type of conversations I'm hearing. So, I don't know why this light keeps coming out. Okay, so that's how he would talk to his siblings. Yeah. The grandmother passed away. He called me around April or May and told me that his grandmother passed away. His grandmother, on his dad's side, had died suddenly from COVID. She had symptoms. She went to bed and did not wake up. He was distraught. He was crying. He wasn't eating. He was just sitting there, listening to music, not watching TV, just sad because he was like, you know, my grandmother was always my support system. So from what I saw, it really bothered him. I did not think anything of it. I'm one of those people. If you tell me somebody in your family passed away, I'm gonna believe you because
I had the same thing. Like my uncle passed away. It's terrible stuff. He was like a father to me. Sad stuff, man.
About death.
And I don't trust a man named John, but I will trust a man named Ed.
I guess I expect other people don't either. However, that is not the same for everyone else. But we'll get there. So, family. He had his sister, Shantae, who lived in Douglasville. Like I said, she was married with 2 kids. Apparently, she was a nurse. So, when I had my miscarriage, that was a sister that he was like, my sister will take you to the hospital. Like, that's what family does. Okay? I had never met Shantae. I've been on the phone, I've been around him when he was on the phone with Shantae. Never heard her part of the conversation. But he would be talking to his sister. That's what he said. That's what it sounded like, too. Now, what is interesting is that we lived maybe 35, 40 minutes away from Douglasville. So there were plenty of times that he had invited me to go with him to his sister's house. Okay, let me tell you how this would always work out. Total time.
Wait, so hold on. Is he like inviting her places to meet family with people who don't exist, hoping that like she would call his bluff and be like, no, I don't want to go visit?
He invited me was probably 3 times for different barbecues or whatnot. The first time he invited me, I was like, no, I ain't going because, again, COVID. And she's a nurse. Hell no. The second time, he was like, yeah, she invited us, but I don't think we should go because COVID. No. The third time, I agreed to go. I was like, absolutely, I'll go meet your sister. Like, that'd be great. On our way to her house, to Douglasville, to go see the sister, apparently he got a phone call. The phone was always, like, on vibrate. But he got a phone call, and he told me that something came up, and so she had to cancel the barbecue to get together, whatever. And so I was just like, oh man, okay, well, hopefully we can go another time. It didn't happen close enough for me to have red flags, if that makes sense. But at this point,
damn, he was waiting up to the last goddamn second.
And y'all probably like, girl, you so blind. But again, I didn't think anything of it because it's like, okay, it fell through. We'll see. We'll reschedule.
You didn't see if the phone was on or not. You know what I mean? Like if you got the backlight on there, see if it was actually going.
And so we just went out to eat, and then he talked to another brother, the brother from Augusta that he would have on speakerphone. So it was like, I didn't think anything of it. I really didn't. Man. And the more I talk about it, the more I realize, like, I'm not a dumb person.
Got the bluff master over here.
But it just never dawned on me the things that you have to now investigate. It didn't dawn on me. But nevertheless, that is the backstory for his family, right? Grandmother passed away. 3 weeks later, he called me and told me his uncle had passed away from COVID. The uncle had tested positive, had to go into the hospital, and he died.
Damn.
It was a bit of a red flag. It was a bit of a red flag, but like I said, I don't play about death. So I was just like, wow. Because of these 2 deaths, he became a stickler about COVID. And when I mean a stickler, wear your mask, wear gloves, hand sanitize, wash your hands. Like, he was annoying about making sure neither one of us caught COVID.
Yeah, I still sanitize my hands after I go to somewhere nowadays because of COVID, which makes sense. Like, I remember back in the day, like, to get into my house, you know how you like, I would want to like adjust myself. I'd put my keys in my mouth. Just keys that I had touching my hands and shit. Like, looking back, I'm like, damn, that's why I would get sick. Like, fucking, damn, maybe I created COVID. Like, holy fuck, god damn it.
So now I'm going to give you the backstory in regards to what I was told with the ex-wife.
Okay.
Okay, I know I look rough, but it's okay. It's okay. Anyway, so this is part 12 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? So this is the backstory on what I was told for the ex-wife. This is important. Pay attention. All right, this is 2020. So this is what I was told in 2020. I was told that he and his ex-wife used to be friends. Then they started dating and subsequently got married. They got married in California. He had bought a house with the money that he made from arena football. They apparently had gotten married on the downward of the arena football career. Had a nice house. He showed me a picture of the house, showed me pictures inside the house. Remember that? Showed me pictures inside the house. It was a really nice home in San Diego. And basically what happened was that he came home from work early one day and, came home early from work one day and his wife was sleeping with another man. The man was in the house. He and the man get into it. Her son, who is about 17 years old in 2020. She had 2 kids, a daughter and a son. The son apparently was on his way home from school when my ex-husband found his previous wife in bed with another man. So the story goes that he and the guy fought. He kicked the guy out. He kicked his ex-wife out, but told her the kids to stay. The kids are not biologically his. Those are his stepkids. She was like, you must be kidding. Like, I'm not leaving my kids here. The kids are old enough to where they were like, we don't want to go because you fucked up. We don't want to leave. So apparently she leaves. The kids stay with him for a few weeks. And then she gets her own place. The kids move out, move in with their mom. He files for divorce in California. He files for divorce in California, and it was an ugly divorce. She was asking for spousal support, all kinds of stuff. And then it turned into, I'll help you with the kids, not child support, but just I will give you some money for the kids, because apparently he was very close to the kids, and he wanted to keep a relationship with the kids. Their biological fathers, apparently there were 2 fathers. Their biological fathers were not in the picture. So the divorce starts out contested and ugly, eventually becomes amicable. Eventually they become cordial with each other. So my ex-husband moved. This is all before he ever met me. So I'm telling you the story of what I was told in 2020. So eventually, about 2 years later is when his job approached him about an opportunity to transfer to Georgia. And so he took it. New beginning, fresh start. He has family in Georgia. He took it. He told me this story pretty much the second or third conversation we had. So it was always from the beginning that she had cheated. He called her, and he had filed for divorce. But he was still close to the kids. They still had a great relationship. I've heard him on the phone with the kids, just encouraging them, helping the 17-year-old like with homework.
Did she actually hear the kids talking, or?
Homework. The kids really apparently wanted to meet me, and I was fine with that. He would send the money. They needed something because he loved the kids as if they were his own. I'm telling you the story as I was told it in 2020. So let's see, around April or May of 2020, he informs me that his ex-wife has moved to Georgia. Apparently she's staying with her sister in Gwinnett County.
Okay.
So she's moved to Georgia. The 2 kids are now in Georgia. And so when he tells me all this, I'm like, so what's that supposed to mean? Now, I will say this. He never made it seem as if she wants him back. He never presented that. It was always, no, we're cool for the kids. We're cool for the kids. But he's never presented that she was trying to get him back. I feel like it's fair to her for me to say that. And again, Stay with me.
Oh, so her is real.
All comes out. But that was the backstory in regards to the ex-wife. That
she's gooning us, dude.
They got married in California. They divorced in California. And then she eventually moved.
It's like a fucking movie.
To Georgia, to Gwinnett County, after he had transferred to Georgia for his job. He did tell me that, every now and then he'll get a text message from her. He told me that he, told her when I was pregnant, he felt like she needed to hear that from him instead of hearing it from the kids. And we got into a bit of an argument about that, but...
Why? Why does she need to hear that from him?
I mean, the big scheme of things that... Anyway, so we
got a lot of these little red flags here, guys.
I was doing an argument about that. I felt like the fuck, that's none of her business. But that's the overall backstory of her. So remember, because there will be a quiz, but just remember, he met her in California, married her in California, divorced her in California. She moved to Georgia, to Gwinnett County, after he moved to Georgia. Are we clear?
Okay. Interesting.
Okay. Part 13 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? So I've kind of given you guys all the backstory. Let's just kind of recap real quick. So I told you how we met. Met in March of 2020. Basically, Georgia got shut down. I keep saying shut down. Got locked down. We decided to quarantine together. I know it was crazy. It was crazy. I really liked him. And thought he liked me. So I told you guys how we met. Things moved at a rapid pace. Met in March. Moved in together pretty much.
She seems too bright to be this dumb. Yeah, I mean, I guess just sometimes love is a little sussy, huh?
End of March, beginning of April. Found out I was pregnant in May. Lost the baby in June. Had to have surgery in July. Started looking for houses. Started looking at cars. All this stuff happened literally between March and the end of, and August is when I got my car.
Damn.
So, got a car.
April, May, June, July, August. 5 months? Damn.
Car in August. He paid the down payment for that car.
It's a wild ride.
Which I was shocked by. No, it was not a BMW or an Audi. It was a Nissan Altima, but I loved that car at the time. So he paid the down payment for that car. Told me he would help me with the car payment. The biggest mistake that I made, and I'll explain why I say this. The biggest mistake I made was that I signed myself up for a car note, where I knew I needed his help to pay the car note. I knew better. My mom has always taught me, do not ever.
Damn, that's rough. Especially, damn. Okay.
Put yourself in a position where you were financially dependent on me.
So now she's, yep. Okay.
And all of that went out the window. And the reason why I say that was the biggest mistake is because when I pulled back the layers of this whole monstrosity of life that I lived for 2020.
Because, like, here's the thing. Becoming financially dependent onto somebody isn't, like, inherently in any capacity, like, some kind of, like, a tactic. But if your intention is to get that person, like, attached to you in some capacity, like, maliciously, then, like, yeah, it becomes a tactic, you know what I mean? Like, I've been with people when, like, they've been financially dependent onto me. I wasn't doing it to make them financially. I mean, frankly, I think I'm kind of an enabler on accident. Like, and I'm like, oh, I'll buy you this. I'll buy you whatever you want. The only reason I'm not like that anymore is because my wife doesn't let me. You know, there was a period in our relationship where I was like, if you want, you can quit because you're stressed at work, which I would do for, like, a lot of exes because, like, I was like, oh, they're stressed, and, like, I would want to take care of everything. But then that creates a very bad relationship. You know, I realized that that's kind of my fault. I didn't realize how much of a kind of a enabler I could be unintentionally. In relationships where I was like, no, I want to take care of you and give you everything you want. And then that kind of just backfires and they take advantage a little bit. And then I get resentful and, you know, it doesn't lead to a positive, productive zone. But it's also possible that he's doing it on purpose because he wants to have, like, a level of control, you know?
2021. It really does boil down to the fact that I truly ended up marrying him more out of fear than anything else.
Interesting.
And I'll expound upon that later. But I got the car in August. And by this point, I was exhausted of looking at cars. I was mad that I didn't get a BMW X5 dark blue with cognac interior. And I was tired of looking at houses, getting my hopes up, looking at a house and picturing myself in the master bedroom, the kitchen, the island, you know, all that stuff. I'm a visual person, and I was tired of getting my hopes up. So now we're going to segue into fall, going into the holidays.
Okay.
Here's what happened. In October, we looked at another house. This house was in Marietta. Absolutely gorgeous. It was gorgeous. I want to say that the house was about $700,000. I really like the house. I see myself living there, to see myself cooking there. And so subsequently, my ex-husband put in an all-cash offer on that house. I watched him.
My explanation for marginal income tax is not wrong. You're stupid. What are you talking about? That's how marginal taxes work. Don't make me go through a whole thing talking about, like, the marginal tax rate and how it works on the money that you get on.
An all-cash offer in on the house. Our real estate agent, Scott, called us about 24 hours later, and he said, the sellers love your offer. The offer was an all-cash, full asset.
They love your offer. They like the way your dollar bills look.
$700,000. Let that sink in for a moment. He said the sellers love the offer. They are asking that you show proof of funds so that they can accept the offer.
Proof of fund?
My ex-husband said, I will show proof of funds when they accept the offer. The seller.
That well, that doesn't really make any sense to me. Why would they accept the offer and then you do proof of funds? Wouldn't it? That just doesn't make any sense to me. Does that make any sense to you? What the fuck?
Said, great. we'll accept the offer when you show proof of funds.
Yeah.
So basically, we got into a standoff.
That's the whole thing, is that they just want to make sure that like you can pay it if they accept the offer. Why would they accept the offer? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Agent, or you work in real estate?
Oh, you had to one guy me? I fucking knew you. I knew you were trolling me, dude.
I would love to know your thoughts on this. I had asked people in my personal life, like, have you ever heard this before? And I've had plenty of people who said I side with the ex-husband. I would not show my bank statements until they accepted the offer. And then I had other people who were like, I wouldn't accept an all-cash offer unless I verify that the person can pay.
I wouldn't accept any offer unless I can verify the person can pay. You know, like makes perfect sense.
So I'm just curious what your thoughts are. Okay, so our real estate.
It doesn't make that's like they just want to know that you can actually pay for the thing. That's all it is. Like there's nothing going on there.
Agent called us and was like, guys, you know, the sellers are giving you 2 days to show proof of funds. I had the letter that he showed me from Chase. I sent that to Scott, but that was for a mortgage. The offer was for all cash. So he needed to show proof of funds that he had the cash to pay $700,000.
They just show up with the cash, baby. Let's do this deal, eh? You know.
He didn't show it. He refused to budge on showing them proof of funds until they accepted the offer because he was afraid that they were going to create a bidding war. So what ended up happening was,
Why would they create a bidding war? I don't understand.
Scott called us and said, you know, I apologize.
Yeah, let me start over just for you that you just got here. Watch this start from the beginning when I post the video, you know?
Because I didn't do my due diligence as a realtor. He said, before I ever started showing you guys a house, I should have collected your pre-approval letter and proof of funds. He said, so at this point, my broker has informed me that I cannot show you guys another house until you show at least us, meaning the real estate firm, until you show us proof of funds. And so
yeah, that makes sense.
I'm just like, well, I'm telling my ex-husband, just show them the fucking proof of funds. Like, what's the problem?
If you got the funds, just show them.
You know, I find that this is really unprofessional because it's not our fault that you didn't do your job correctly. It got a little ugly and it got uncomfortable because I'm like, I don't understand.
I'm sorry that you're upset that they trusted you enough to not immediately ask for your proof of funds, and then they're like, oh, we kind of have to do this. Our bad. What? You know, I know you're joking, man. I know you're joking.
Why you don't show them proof of funds when you clearly just signed a document stating that you're putting an offer in at full asking price? This was the same thing that the realtor was saying. He was like, but you just signed an offer. So what's the problem? Like, you want them to accept the offer and then you'll show everyone the proof of funds? And my ex-husband, without missing a beat, said yes. So Scott did his best to work with the seller and say, look, accept the offer. He'll open the books. He'll show you the proof of funds. These sellers were like, no, that's not. And it wasn't so much the sellers. It was the seller's agent.
The seller's agent, smart.
Big respect to the seller's agent. But the seller's agent was like, no, that's not how we're doing business. He needs to show those proof of funds before I advise my clients to accept his offer, period. If he's not willing to do it, we'll go on to the next offer. Because they did have another offer on the table. It was less than asking price. But
at least it was a real offer.
they were willing to accept that offer over the all-cash offer because those people had basically shown proof. So subsequently, the house fell through. We passed the 2-day deadline. They went with the other offer. Also, at this point, our real estate agent, Scott, and I do not blame him for this, pretty much cut all ties. Because what he, I believe, felt like was, I don't know what's going on, but something's going on. And this is not how I do business. So until you guys are ready to show the proof of funds needed to buy a house, you need to get yourself another agent. Because we were already about 20 to 25 houses deep by this point. We had already put in 2 other offers. They fell through.
Yeah, and I mean, that guy's wasting his time walking around trying to help you and, you know, without you reciprocating, I guess you'd say. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, man. Yeah.
And now here we are with this house. And once again, it fell.
I got revived, guys. Don't worry.
Okay, so good news and bad news. Number one, this is part 14 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? Man, bad news.
Only on part 14. We still don't know what the fuck is going on, man.
This is going to be the last post for the night. And the reason why, good news, tomorrow's my birthday. So
all right.
I'm just going to make this video, post it, and then I will pick back up.
Happy birthday.
Honestly, I truly want
Reese's Teesas.
To enjoy my birthday tomorrow. I just want to enjoy my birthday. All right, so y'all don't be upset. Just if anything, watch parts 1 through 14, then we'll be ready for part 15. So the house fell through.
We're not even a third of the way there, brothers.
October 2020. And what I told him was, I said, I don't want to look at another house. I don't want to talk about cars. I want to get through the holidays because it was going to be a holiday season where I could not celebrate my family because of COVID. So I said, I just want to get through the holiday.
Yeah, man, that shit was sad. When my uncle had passed away, we weren't even able to have a funeral for him because of COVID. So we all actually drove to my aunt's house and we kind of just stood outside and did like a nice little thing and we social distance. We couldn't really hang out. It was sad, man. What a terrible thing. I feel like so many people were robbed of that like that healing moment. You know, what a terrible, sad thing.
Days I want to get through the end of the year, and we'll revisit stuff in January. I was very calm when I said it. No argument, nothing like that. And he said he understood. Okay. A lot of what fueled me staying in this situation really was the fact that, number one, I didn't want to be alone. Number two, I didn't want to look stupid by having the relationship end so quickly for everyone to be like, we told you something was up. And number three, I was ready to get married. And that ready to get married fueled a lot of stuff. And again, I was still making my audio diaries. So listening back to it, I knew something was wrong. I admit that. I knew something was wrong. But what I thought it was, truthfully, was like, why does it seem like there's always something? Like, why can't we just go ahead and get the house? Why is it always something? Why can't I just get the BMW? It still didn't dawn on me how deep this something went. And for the people who keep asking, I'm going in order of events. So yes, there will be a video where I explain how everything came out and what came out, what was true, what was not true. It's coming. I'm just getting all of this out in order. So I told him I didn't want to look at a house no more. I didn't want to talk about houses. Do not mention the word Zillow. Do not mention the word realtor. Nothing. Let me just get through the holidays. And for myself, the question was, what do you want to do? You want to stay with him, or do you want to cut your losses? And the part that kept me constantly
that sunk cost fallacy going on. It's like, I don't want to cut my losses. We've already got so much time in.
Second guessing myself was, what if he's not lying? What if he's not lying? There's no, literally the conversation I had with myself was, there's no way he is lying about having money. You saw the paper from Chase. They don't just approve $750,000 for a mortgage for anybody. I've seen his checking account.
Oh, she did see his checking account. How did she see it? Did he like fake it?
You see how much money's in his available checking. Like you
because I watched those those Kit Booga videos and stuff, like the scam videos, and they have a way of just going into the HTML, like the website code, and making it look like you have more money or less money than you actually have. It's very interesting.
I don't think he's lying. I don't think he's lying about that. But what is it? Is it that he doesn't trust me? Like, I second guess myself so much. Is it that he doesn't trust me? Is it that maybe he doesn't really want to get married? Like, what is it? Because I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I know that he's having conversations about move the money from this account to that account. I know he's paying my car note and all these bills. Like, clearly this man is making money. I know that I saw the letter from HR that states his new salary is 200 and something thousand.
What the fuck?
And I remember thinking, like, God, what?
I guess that makes sense why he got a $90,000 car. But it's probably not real.
Like, what am I missing? I'm missing something. But what is it? Because I know what I've seen. I know what I have touched. I have physically touched these papers. Like, I know how to read. So
they're just papers. That's what you missed.
What is it that
no office parties or anything to go to, you know?
I am missing? He's close to his family. He talks to them all the time. You know, he's just a regular guy that just likes to watch NFL football. He leaves me alone when I want to watch Georgia football. You know, he's paying the bills, groceries. I haven't had to worry financially since I've met him.
Damn.
And as a woman who had lived on her own, paying her own bills, my God, that is the most intoxicating feeling when you meet a guy who just takes your stress and your worry away.
True. It's my dynamic with my wife. Little does she know I'm a narcissist that's grooming her. No, I'm just kidding. I love my wife a lot. She's cool. I like her.
But the downside is he took away the stress and the worry financially away and instead brought a mental fuck job I've never in my life had experienced. And I could not put my finger on it. I couldn't really talk to anybody about it because I'm a big believer in what happened.
I'd rather a mental foot job personally, but that's just me, you know. Why?
At home stays at home. So I didn't talk to my girlfriends about it. I didn't talk to my family about it. But I just remember being like, what am I missing? What am I missing? So we did not talk about houses. We did not look at cars. We didn't do any of that for November, December. And he came to me like around Thanksgiving, and what I thought was a very open, loving conversation. And in that conversation, he was like, okay, I know I have fucked up. I know that things are not feeling too strong right now. He was like, I want us to get married. I want a home. I will show you whatever you need to see to put you at ease.
Okay.
He was very like contrite. He was very just like, what do I need to do to put your mind at ease so that you know I'm in this and that I want this and that I love you and I want you to be my wife. So I was like, show me your accounts. He showed me his checking. He showed me.
How did he show the checking? Was it on a website? Did he bring her there?
He showed me one of his savings. He showed me a Chase savings. He did not show me the offshore.
Or a piece of paper.
And he did not show me the U.S. Bank. So he showed me those two accounts, checking and Chase savings. So I knew that there was money. What I saw in those accounts, there was money. I told him, I was like, if we're going to buy a house, I want it to be through the mortgage on Chase. I don't want to deal with this proof of fund shit anymore. I said, I do not want to look at another house until the beginning of the new year. He said, okay. That is when we then had a conversation. So I guess I lied because we are going to have a part 15 or 16 tonight. But that is when we then had the discussion about marriage. And that is where religion came into play. Yeah, I'll give y'all the other part tonight. Stand by.
Staying tuned. Currently tuned in.
Who the fuck did I marry? So in
how did this one get so low?
December of 2020, around.
How is this one abysmally low? This is part 15. Oh my God. I'm gonna have to just look at it through here because this one's so low. It's insane that they've fucked this up. 15 isn't even here. What? This is great. Dude, this is wild. This is so irritating. Give me a second. Let's do it like this. So we'll make it work.
Into play. Okay, part 15. Who the fuck did I marry? So in December of 2020, around beginning of December, we had a conversation, kind of a come to Jesus heart to heart conversation. And both of us had grown up in the church, and the fact that we were not married but living together, the fact that almost had a baby together, is the interlude. Basically, bothered both of us, both of our families, my family and his family.
You're just not gonna be able to see it.
Y'all either need to get married or y'all need to separate. And so I'm walking around with a ring on, which I'll post a picture of the ring because God, there's so much.
For some reason, like this one is really low, uniquely low.
Okay, but anyway, walking around with a ring, and so he said to me, "Whatever I need to do my part to make this work, I'm willing to do." At the same time, it wasn't that I did not trust him as much as it was I felt like I wasn't trusting myself. Because again, like I said in the previous video, I know what I saw, I know what I've read, I know what I've heard, but fuck, something was not sitting right with me. And every time I would question it in my head, the other side of me was like, okay, you know he ain't lying about the money, because you saw it. So you know he ain't lying. Girl, are you that, like I remember saying to myself, are you that jaded that you don't even know what it's like to have a decent man? Yes, I really had the audacity to have that thought. So we agreed at the beginning of December, like, we wanted to be together. I believe I loved him. I believe he loved me. So the decision was made that we were going to get married. It's still COVID, so we had to follow certain protocol. Okay. So we filed our marriage license in Fayette County, Georgia, because you could not get an appointment in Clayton County to save your life. So we filed the marriage license in Fayette County. On our marriage license, it asked the number of previous marriages. He said 1, I have 0. It asked for our social security numbers.
Okay.
He put his social security number down. I put my social security number down. I mentally wrote down his social security number.
And I can't even remember what I had for breakfast.
I did a background check. After.
Damn, she did a background check? I don't blame her.
I had filed a marriage license. Yes, I know, but I did. The background check, nothing came back. It was like no results found. I did a criminal background check, nothing came back. So I thought one of two things. Either I had the wrong social, meaning I wrote down the wrong social, or my paranoia was unfounded. There's nothing wrong with him because he has been always throughout the relationship a big stickler about law enforcement, following the law because his dad was a retired police officer. So this is someone who's been... This is a guy who would check to make sure my tail lights were working, make sure my signals were working, make sure my oil was good, make sure I had enough gas in the car. So when the criminal history came back with no results, I was like, well, of course there isn't, because the man probably hasn't had so much as a speeding ticket. So we filed the marriage license, and then we made an appointment to get married and waiting for the judge to come out of chambers so that she could marry us. And the reason why I'm pausing is because, my God, if I could go back and see that young woman sitting in that lobby.
I'm assuming she's referring to herself.
I know we can't go back in time, but damn, if I could go back in time, I would. Immediately, I didn't tell anyone I was getting married because I was afraid that we had tried before in September and something came up. So I didn't want to tell anyone. I didn't want to get anyone's hopes up. I didn't want to get my hopes up.
Interesting. I wonder if he stole her social.
Bad, but again, said I would be honest even if it's ugly.
Is that what he's doing, going around stealing people's socials?
I told my mom, my family that we got married. Told my friends, they could not believe it. Like my mother was relieved, but she had no idea about what was going on. My aunt was more like, really? You married him? My friend, the one who took me to the hospital for the miscarriage, was like, I wish you would have told me, like, you deserve to have people there, take pictures and celebrate and all this other stuff. And she was like, she's the type of friend, if you like it, I love it. You rock with him, I rock with him.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, you choose him, then I'll choose him too.
But you don't, I don't either. So she was supportive. My other girlfriends were happy for me. They just hated that I had to get married during COVID. Because they were like, we would have loved to have, thrown a bridal shower and a bachelorette party and all that.
Our marriage ceremony and everything was small. We only had like a few people there, like our mothers, my aunt, my cousin, her grandmother, her brother,
It just sucks that you couldn't experience that. So we got married on a Tuesday.
It was nice though. You save a lot of money. Not going crazy.
On the way home, stopped and got some wings. Went home and I had to get ready to go to work the next day. And life. Damn. I got married January 5th.
For us, we went on like a little mini vacation. Well, we did what we called a mini moon, right? So we got our little marriage, and then we went to a buffet after. That was nice. And then we went to Pennsylvania for a couple of days, and then we planned a trip for Disney for like actual honeymoon, which was a few months later. So we had like a mini moon and then a honeymoon.
By January 31st, I knew I was in trouble. Damn. Still didn't know how deep. But
not even a year in.
So to give you all a very, very, very candid idea, got married January 5th. The normal things that married newlyweds do, when we got married, completely stopped. And that was not by me. You always hear men talk about, man, now that we're married, she don't. In my case, it was the exact opposite.
Oh, like they stopped having sex. I mean, like my wife and I, like our sex has slowed down, I guess, but not because of like lack of desire or anything. We still have like really good sex when we do have it. We are just focused on doing other things and having other experiences,
It was the exact opposite. So anyway, because this is not a forum to be all R-rated or whatnot, but y'all get what I'm saying. So we got married January 5th. January 6th, I went to work. It was...
We still have like new couple sex though. That shit's fucking crazy. It's fucking, it's wild. It's interesting because we've been together for altogether I think 4 or 5 years now, and like we still love each other a lot. We're still each other's best friends, and we still have really good sex. And it's interesting because the other day my wife was with somebody, I forget who, and she was telling, oh, like, yeah, we're good, like, blah blah blah, and she was talking about how like we you know, the two of us like to be around each other. We're best friends. And the woman goes to my wife, oh, you guys are still in that honeymoon phase. And my wife got like offended, and I'm sitting here, I'm like, I don't know why you're getting offended. This person's obviously fucking miserable. This person's obviously a fucking miserable person, just trying to project their relationship onto us, bro. We've been together for like 5 years, and we're still enjoying ourselves. So
a lot of people congratulate me because it kind of word got out that I got married January 7th. I thought they wanted to change my last name. And if you were following me, you can go back like 15, 16 videos, and I talk about how I had to change my name back to my maiden name. But I changed my name within about 3 days of getting married. My attitude was, this is the bed that I made. I'm going to do right by him. I'm going to do right by my marriage. I took marriage seriously. And when I married him, I absolutely married him thinking, I'm going to be with you for the next 40, 50 years. So we're going to figure this shit out.
Yeah.
That was my mindset. I did not
mindset.
Married to turn around and be divorced in 6 months. But I got married January 5th, 2021. And by January...
And then the next day is when Donald Trump started an insurrection. I'm just kidding.
31st. I knew I was in serious trouble.
Damn.
So that is where we are. The next set of videos, the next set of all this will be me talking about how things went downhill before it crashed and I found everything out. In the meantime, tomorrow is my birthday. So, happy birthday to me.
Damn, so we just did like, we just did the prequel. That was movie one. Movie one. We just did the first Lord of the Rings movie. Okay, let's get to the next part.
I'm not recapping on this video. I'm just
hopefully this is a little louder.
Has been written to me. Someone was like, why are you airing your business out on social media? It's a valid question.
Okay.
For me personally,
I died?
I feel like
what the hell?
This was traumatic to experience, to live through. And I'll expound on that on another video, the aftermath of the toll that this took. Honestly, and I know some people are gonna be like, that sounds crazy. It is kind of cathartic to get this out because I cannot tell you how much of this has been internalized.
Yeah, I get that.
Since 2020. Also, I don't want to seem like a cautionary tale to other women or to men for that matter, but to my sisters, to my ladies, white, black, Hispanic, Asian, doesn't matter.
Sister. Sorry.
If something does not sit right with you, investigate it. I cannot stress that enough. If just one woman
instantly leave, guys.
watches these videos and she's like, you know what, something don't sit right with me. Let me look into this. Then it was worth it.
Oh, the video's not up.
Yes,
my bad. One sec.
Yes, it is Netflix. Yes, it is crazy. Yes, it is hilarious. Also, and I understand all of those reactions. As someone who lived it, it was traumatic. But I feel like, God, it feels good to finally admit what the fuck I went through. And again, by the time this is uploaded, I'm only to January of 2021, right after getting married. So when I think back on it, there's things that I'm very, very grateful for. There are things that I'm just like, why did you not pay attention? Why did you not question? And the sad part is, I can't even begin.
I can't raise the volume. You're going to have to turn this up. I can turn myself down if you want, but I'll do that.
To tell you, I don't remember the woman I was before I met that man. I don't remember. Because going through something like that, it changes you. And I've seen some women in the comments who are like, I was married to a habitual liar. I was married to a pathological liar. My baby daddy's a pathological liar. And my heart goes out to them because until you have dealt with someone so depraved, you really don't quite know how bad it can get.
Okay.
So I'm fully aware that this was a risk, putting this out on social media, telling my story, my truth, and really kind of being like, look, this is what I went through. I made dumb decisions. I overlooked things I should not have overlooked. I argued away things I should not have argued.
Yeah, this is like a little interlude. It is interesting though, because as we go through this, she tells us more and more things like, oh, like that happened. You know, she'll give us like a whole like 5 months worth of story, and then it's like, oh, it sounds great. And then she'll kind of like retell parts of it as she goes on, and then she will mention like, oh yeah, by the way, this huge red flag, and you're like, wait a minute, what the fuck, you know?
Away. I can pinpoint exactly the moment I should have left. I still feel like God is sitting on the throne, and he's like, I never planned for your monkey ass to marry him. I never even planned for you to go out and date with him. That's why I blew your tire. But you hard-headed, and you went anyway. And then
I didn't even think about that. Like, that's funny.
And I tried to go ahead and show you signs. You ignored them. Like, I feel like God did everything to help me as his child. Be like, this is not who I created to be your helpmate. And I was like, God, you taking too long. I want to get married. You taking too long. I want to have a family. You taking too long. And these are the consequences that I'm paying for basically telling God, you took too long.
Damn. So it's God's fault. I agree.
I feel like God's grace is sufficient. It is. But at the same time, and I'm not perfect. I mean, not perfect at all. None of us are. But I do feel like when I sit back and I replay the events that happened, I truly cannot believe that was my story. Because all I wanted was to meet a guy, for him to be my best friend, for us to get married, have a family. I wanted someone I could make fun of his big old forehead, and he make fun of my nappy head and all my wigs, and yet he was my ride or die.
Damn, making fun of his forehead is wild.
I wanted someone that I could be like,
because she mentioned before that he had like an issue with being self-conscious.
and help me with these kids, and he helped me with the kids. We had a nice home. We were comfortable. That is what I wanted. And I said this before, and I say it again. I truly hoped it was my turn. You see the women who are, so happy and, they're in these loving marriages and life just looks good. I really, really wanted it to be my turn.
I really wanted to die here too.
I excused away a lot of stuff that I hope the next woman who sees this does not excuse, because I don't wish this on anybody. I don't wish this on anyone to feel the way I felt the moment I discovered the whole truth. So I just wanted to say that, because I think it's important to try to answer why is she posting this? Honestly, I was tired of holding it in. And I hope it helps somebody. Okay. Let's all take a deep breath. Let's
go to the next one.
If you don't have anything to do and you just want to wish me happy birthday tomorrow, February 15th. Shout out to Team
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Did I say happy birthday? Incredible. All right, let's get to the next one.
Part 17. Who the fuck did I marry? So, for context and just to clarify some stuff, going forward, I'm going to now call my ex-husband, I'm going to use the name that I call him in real life, so that way it clears up the whole fiance, boyfriend,
Bingle.
husband, ex-husband thing. So, his name is Legion. Anyone that knows me will tell you that is what I call him. So, Legion and I, when I left off at part...
Right, unless she calls him Legion because he's like a demon.
16, or she's in part 15. Legion and I got married January 5th of 2021. For the first 2 weeks, things were fine. We got into like a routine, basically. I would go to work, he would go to work. He was still leaving the house at around 6:15 every morning. He was still on the phone with his brother, the one that lived in Philly. Every morning, that was their time to talk. From what I was told, the brother got off work. I guess he must have worked the third shift. And so he was getting off work as Legion was getting ready to go to work. So that was the perfect time for them to talk. He would talk to his brother in Baltimore and the brother in Augusta. Pretty much, just a quick phone call here and there, if not every day, every other day. So everything was pretty much the same. I would talk to my mom almost every day. I would talk to my aunt almost every day. So it was nothing to kind of, that's weird. That's what the morning routine was. He would talk. So I worked at Georgia State Patrol. And I've said this in a previous video, but again, there were things I said in previous videos that I remember saying, hey, remember that because it's going to come back later. So I worked at Georgia State Patrol. I had been working there for almost 7 or 8 years by the time Legion got into the picture. He was fine with the fact that I worked within law enforcement. I'm not a trooper. I'm not a sworn officer. I'm a civilian. However, he, again, his dad was a retired police officer. So he was perfectly fine in the beginning with the fact that I worked for Georgia State Patrol.
In the beginning?
He had been to my office before. He had met some of my co-workers. Obviously, even with COVID, because I still had to go into the office 2 or 3 days a week, he had been up there. So the friend who took me to the hospital when I had my miscarriage has met him. He and I have been to her home with her and her significant other before. So again, even in the world of COVID, when there were little times where you could get together with people, he has met people in my life. He has met my friend, or that particular friend, and he has met some of my coworkers. So when we got married, the first 2 weeks, like I said, was fine. And then it's as if something snapped. Something just changed.
There's no way I can turn her up. You have to turn up the stream volume. I told you that already.
Totally acceptable before.
I'm going to try to normalize the video for like the actual thing, but like she's just too low. So
only little comments were made. Why are you wearing that to work? You get off at 3:30, so you'll be home by 5, right? Things that had never happened before. He had never questioned what time I'm going to be home. Really, he didn't need to question it because when I'm off work, I leave. So it was never a situation of, oh, I'm just sitting around at work and just run my mouth because I have nothing to do. And then it turned into, he would call me every day from work, and I'm going to demonstrate how those phone calls went, but he would call me every day from work. And if he even so much as heard a male voice in the background, he would have little comments to me. Who's that? Are they in your office?
I ask that question too. I do that with my wife a little bit here and there. I bust her chops, you know what I mean? But I'm also curious. Who is that? Who are you talking to? Are you talking to another man? I don't personally care. I said, who's that? And I asked her to show me your phone. And then I do the same thing for her. She does the same thing to me. We're both a little toxic. We're both a little jealous, and it works very well for our relationship. I'll mute myself, yeah. Sorry, I don't mean to be rude. But that's just our relationship, you know what I mean? I'm fine with it. It's okay with me. It's okay with me, man. I don't give a fuck. All right? I'm okay with that.
Man, I never know who's around you, because it seems like every time I call you, I have hiccups, sorry. It seems like every time I call you, there's some man around. And I'm just
shit.
At first I kind of shrugged it off. I laughed it off because it really truly was absurd to me. But then it became a bit more frequent. And so I really just didn't feed into it because I'm like, I don't know.
I mean, it doesn't happen that often. I'm not like always like, who is that? Who is that? Who is that?
Some insecurity. I don't know. This is jealousy because nothing has ever been done to make you feel any sort of insecure type of way. I've never entertained another guy. I've never flirted with another guy. Like, I don't know where this is coming from. So it is also important to note, we got married January 5th. Things started changing around 2 weeks later. And the reason why I know it's 2 weeks is because I had recorded an audio diary on January 21st is the date of the audio diary. And I talk about how maybe I had unrealistic expectations because it seemed as if things were changing with he and I. So 2 weeks pass. He starts making a little comments.
Damn, I mean, like, I understand that when you get married, things change a little bit. Like, I love my wife, but I was like, it's nervous. It's like a huge step, you know. It just, and there's no real like difference. What's one of the interesting things is as I get older, I realize like nothing is really different. I know that sounds so bizarre, right? But nothing is like necessarily different, like in the real world, other than your perception of the world. You know, like once you're an adult, you don't magically just feel different. You know, I still feel like I'm sometimes I still feel like I'm a goddamn teenager paying my bills. I'm like, what am I doing? Like, I don't feel like an adult. Like, I don't know. It's so weird. It's just like, it happens. Like, oh, I moved to a new house. It's just like, I'm just here now. You know, it's not like that meaningful to me, I guess. It's just like, oh shit, I'm here now. Like nothing, like I'm still who I was, you know, for the most part, at the core of me. Obviously, we've all made changes as we get older, but I'm still who I was. Like, what the fuck is this? You know, it's weird.
End of January comes, he informs me that he wants to start looking for a house again. I had no real desire to go through that process. So what he decides is that he's going to look for a house for us using his friend, the realtor, the one I did not meet. So he tells me that he and his friend have been talking and he's going to start looking at houses. And what he's going to do is basically, if he feels like it's a house I would like, then he wants to show it to me. Because he feels like, you know, I know that your attitude really isn't, you're in the mood to look for a house. So I'm going to start looking. And then if I think it's a great house, then, you know, you can come see it. And I remember thinking, that's not going to work.
That's interesting. I wonder, does he just like window shopping? Is he just a woman? That he just likes to go, oh, I want to go house shopping with no actual intention of buying a house? Is that just what he likes to do?
You're not going to choose a house without me. He's like, no, I'm not going to choose a house, but I just think that, you know, me and old boy have been talking, and so he has some houses that he is representing. He wants to show me. So why don't you let me look at it? And if it's worth the time, then I'll bring you to look at it. So he already had some sort of plan in place after talking to his friend about how he's going to start looking at houses. This is the end of January 2021. So I kind of threw my hands in the air and was just like, whatever, because I'm not getting emotionally involved in looking at houses. And for me, that's kind of what it was. I felt like I would see a house, I could picture us living there, and then it gets snatched away somehow, some way. I didn't want to go through that. So the reaction that he wanted, which was for me to throw a fit, I did not do. I was just like, okay, all right, like I trust you. And remember that I said the reaction he wanted, because that's going to come back later.
Interesting.
So he started looking at houses. Funny enough, the houses that he looked at, none of them I actually saw. But he would call me and say,
I'm just curious as to what happens. Like what are these because she's like, oh, the reaction he wanted. Like there's all this like nefarious intentionality behind some of these behaviors, which are by themselves not like particularly like bad behaviors that he's engaging in. Like, oh, well, let me do the house shopping and then I'll show you if there's something I like. Like that's not a big deal. But if he's doing it just to rile her up, it's like, okay, how do you know that? And like I trust her. I trust her on this journey, but I want to see it. I'm getting gooned. I'm getting edged so much.
Hey, I'm at this house in Sandy Springs with the realtor friend. Apparently his realtor friend's name was Scott, not to be confused with the other Scott, the one that was actually helping us, that dropped us as clients. I want to make that clear. There were two.
So call this one Scoot.
Scotts. One is the realtor who was representing us, who said, hey, I need proof of funds. If you don't have those proof of funds, I cannot show you any more houses. The other Scott is his friend, who he had talked to on the phone at least 50 to 100 times in front of me. Damn. That's the Scott that he said he's going to show me this house in Sandy Springs. Apparently the house was like $800,000. So he was like, I think that if I like the house, then I'm bringing you out here so you can see it. All right. Now let's go into part 18.
I'm excited.
Okay, part 18. Who the fuck did I marry? So he starts looking at houses in Sandy Springs, Alpharetta area with his friend Scott. I did not see any of these houses. I did not go.
Is that actually his boyfriend?
Oh, I didn't want to go. So what was starting to change is, remember I said before, he would leave the house every day at around 6:15. He would be home every day between 3:30 and 4 o'clock without fail. It was so, I shouldn't say it was annoying, but I could set my clock by the fact that I would hear that garage door open between 3:30 and 4 o'clock every day that he went to work. Even during...
Wasn't that normal? It's like a normal thing. Why is it driving her nuts?
Lockdown, he still had to go to work. His job was only locked down for maybe a week. For me, I was allowed to work from home, but unfortunately, I did not handle it well. And so I would fall asleep and not check emails. So my boss was like, yeah, you want to come back to the office because you're not trustworthy. And I wasn't. I mean, I would watch Netflix and not even be on my computer. So
yeah, some people need the structure of actually being at somewhere. Okay. It's interesting because there is conversations about working from home, which I think is a good idea to, like, if you can, do a little bit of both. I think because people are like, oh no, but because people, it's so weird. I'll say like, oh, I think working from home is great, but not every day. You know, I still think like 2 or 3 days working from home, probably 3 days in the office, 2 days from home. That's probably like ideal. And people are like, no, if you look at the statistics, people do more productivity when they work from home. It's like, yeah, those work from home statistics are based off of working at home from home 2 out of the 5 days of your work week, you fucking idiot. You know what I mean? It's like, you guys don't look at the statistics. Because there's still a need to go into the house, or go somewhere, leave your house, have a structure, go to places, meet people in person. You know what I mean? There's some issues that you just kind of need help with from coworkers sometimes. All these things are very helpful.
I had to go to work every day, 5 days a week. And I was, me and another lady were the only two in there because we were the only two who did not handle work from home properly. Anyway, that's another story. So Legion he started to not come home by 4 o'clock. He started to come home 5, 5:30, 6, 6:30, sometimes 7 o'clock.
What was he doing?
Because he was saying that he was looking at houses after work with his friend Scott.
Oh, no, not Scoot.
It definitely was noticed.
Not Scoot.
Things were changing. And I just, at this point,
Scoot,
kind of emotionally and mentally, I was just like, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, I'm 100% remote too, to be honest with you. I don't know if you guys noticed that.
This is the end of January. Remember, I told you in part 15, I got married January 5th. By January 31st, I kind of knew I was in trouble. And by the end of January, sure enough, I knew things were changing in a way that I was like, I hate to sound redundant, but what the fuck is going on? So he's still maintaining the story of looking for a house, looking for a house. I had already let him know my lease is up in August. When my lease is up in August, I am moving to Cobb County. And my attitude was kind of like, you can go with me or you can stay here. I don't care, but I'm moving. I'm leaving Clayton County. The reason why I was so adamant to move was not because of Clayton County. It was not because of the house that I was in. It was because Legion had started to create this narrative that he was beefing with my female neighbor. He was trying to get me to believe that my female neighbor to the left of me somehow was interested in him. And so she would make these little comments, and he would come in the house complaining about her and her music and the fact that she had, different men over to the house. It was driving me crazy. And all of this was kind of starting in January.
Sounds like she might have believed him a little bit. I fuck with my wife sometimes too. We'll go out and like a girl's just nice to me, and I'll be like, I think she wants to fuck me. And just because it's funny to antagonize my wife. Oh, it's toxic, yo. It is funny though. I like to But now the way that she fires back at that, if I say that, she goes, "Why don't you go fuck her?" And then I say, "Baby, stop." Like I get upset. You know what I mean? Because she's like, she calls my bluff, and I instantly fold. Like, you fucking bitch,
So when I say that, it really seems like we got married January 5th, and then we had 2 weeks of peace, and then something just snapped. I literally mean something just snapped. So he's looking at houses. Now we're moving into February. February obviously is my birthday month. He did good. He did good to make Valentine. He went all out for Valentine's Day. He went all out for my birthday. My birthday and Valentine's Day are February 14th and February 15th. So he went all out on both days. Y'all ain't even gonna believe this story. But I said I would share, even when it makes me look bad. So the weekend after my birthday, and what I mean by that is, if my birthday was on a Tuesday, we're talking about Saturday. The weekend after my birthday, he gave me money to go to the nail salon, go get a manicure and pedicure.
Okay. So
I leave the house. I take his car. His car was in the driveway. We had a key to each other's car because, again, we're married at this point. We're talking February 2021. So I take his car and I drive to the nail salon over in Morrow. I'm in the chair getting a pedicure, and I get a text message from my husband saying, someone was just at the house looking for you. And I'm like, who was looking for me? Who was it? And he said, I don't know. I think it was some this is their text.
Oh, some dude. What the fuck? Is he projecting? Oh, you must be cheating on me, blah, 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 and then like justifying his cheating?
I don't know. I think it was some dude you used to mess with.
What?
Okay. I was like, what are you talking about? He was like, I'm telling you, some guy just came to the house looking for you. I told him you were not here. So at this point, y'all, I'm in the chair at the salon. I'm freaking out because I'm like, who the fuck has the audacity to come to my home unannounced, uninvited, talking about they're looking for me? Especially because before I met my husband, I was working the last shift at Amazon as a part-time job. So I had not dealt with, dated anything with anyone for about a year before I met him in March of 2020. So I really was like, who the hell is this coming to my house?
What the fuck, dude? He's setting the stage.
So I finished the pedicure. I head home. Once I get home, I'm like, what are you talking about? What happened? And so I'm frazzled in a way. And he's calm.
Of course.
He was like, yeah, it was a black Dodge Charger. They pulled into the driveway. They backed in.
Damn, of course. Probably a Hellcat,
They backed in as if they had been here before. So clearly this was someone who's been to your house. He got out of the car.
Bro, these details are wild. None of this is I doubt any of this is true.
He said, I opened the door and I went out there and I said, is there something I can help you with? And he said, the guys that I'm looking for, and gave him my name.
And he backed in. That means he's gay, by the way. If you back into your driveway, unless it's about to snow, you're fucking gay. Sorry.
I'm sorry, she's not here. And
especially in the parking lot, like at a Costco, you're gonna back in, really?
He was like, oh, okay, all right then, and just got in the car and drove off. And I was like, my brain stopped working because I'm thinking, who the heck could this be? A Dodge Charger? I was like, are you sure that it wasn't law enforcement? Like, wasn't the sheriff's office trying to serve me with a lawsuit for a credit card I didn't pay? He was like, no, he was in regular clothes.
What the fuck?
And it was not a
Wait, what's the story there? Is she engaging in credit card scams?
A police car. It was on a marked unit, basically. And so I'm just like, who the heck could this be? And he was like, I know who it was. And I said, who? He was like, I think it was your ex. I said, what ex? He was like, the one that you had dated for 2 years. Remember back in like part 3, part 4, I told y'all, he told me about his ex. I told him about mine. I thought we were being honest with each other. So now, fast forward to February 2021, and he's telling me, yeah, I think it was the ex that you had been dealing with for those 2 years before you met me. I said, so you think that he showed up to the house uninvited after 2 years And he was like, well, whoever it was clearly was comfortable backing into our driveway, getting out the car, and was like, I'm here to see, and gave him my name. And so he was like, she's not here. Is there something I can help you with? And the guy was like, no, it's cool. And they just got in the car and drove off. So, again, brain is like, who could this be? So then Legion says to me, you know what? The way that you're reacting to this is real suspect. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He was like, you over here freaking out. I told you I took care of it. I told you it was fine. And you over here freaking out, which makes me wonder, what have you been up to? Now, let's go to part 19.
Oh my God, this is crazy.
Okay, part 18. Who the fuck did I marry? So he says to me, the way you're acting is real suspect because I told you it was fine. I took care of it. He was like, I ain't even worried about it. He was like, obviously, that nigga didn't know that you now married, that you moved on. And so now he knows it. But for me, it was the fact that I don't do pop-ups. Don't come to my house unannounced. So if someone has done that, for me, it automatically feels like a violation.
Well, I mean, how the hell would he even know where she lived, too? That would freak me out because I'm like, how does this guy know where I live?
Feels like it needs to be addressed. So it was not as simple as, I already took care of it, it's fine, let it go. No, we ain't letting nothing go because you don't have my permission to show up to my house. And before this turns into something where I'm going to be on Fox 5 News, I need to address that with you because that is not okay. So he didn't like the reaction I had to the story he told me where someone basically disrespected my home. And so
it sounded like and listen, maybe I'm wrong, he made this story up about how an ex went there to try to, like, seem like a badass, but she had a response that he didn't expect, which was her to be like, what the fuck's going on?
He felt like my reaction was really suspect. So what I'm gonna get into the little details that he did not know about. So he tells me again, it was a black Dodge Charger. They backed into the driveway. A gentleman got out of the car and he asked for me by name, and Legion said she's not here. So I asked him, what does the guy look like? And he was like, what does it matter? I said, what the fuck does he look like? So Legion proceeds to give me the most generic description you can give. He was like, well,
he's a black guy and he was wearing some clothes and
he was shorter than me. Ex-husband is about 6'3", 6'4". He was shorter than me. He was brown skinned. I said, did he have a hat on his head? Mind you, I understand that before marriage, I was a damn fool. I understand that. But
well, if you ask him a question like, did he have a hat on his head? Then he gets to be like, yeah. You know, because that's a leading question. You know what I mean?
Every woman has that moment where you only gonna fool her, but for so long. And eventually puzzles start coming together. For me, I felt like moving into marriage, certain things started coming together. So I said to him, did he have a hat on his head? He was like, no, he didn't wear a hat. So in my mind, I'm mentally going down a list of every possible man it could be. And it was only like 4 men. I had been in that house.
Thank you so much for the $5, Jack Esposito. Hey, Papa, I'm watching your stream before I go to work. This is my 3rd time catching the stream. Very cool.
About 3 or 4 years at this point. So I knew all of the people, and I'm talking about from maintenance down to ex-boyfriends. It was a total of like 4 men. So when he said that it was a black Charger.
They're playing Guess Who or Who.
I immediately was like, okay, I know that crosses out 1. He said he was shorter than him. All of them were shorter than him. I said, did he have a hat on his head? He said, no, that crosses out 1 because 1 in particular was a maintenance guy who always wore a hat on his head because he had like a bruise or something and he was just self-conscious about it. So he always wore a hat.
Gotcha.
That was 2. So I said, was he muscular or was he skinny? So Legion's getting all frustrated. I said, just answer the question. He was like, well, he was kind of in between. And I said, okay.
Oh, wow.
He was in between. I said, so was he light skinned or was he dark skinned? He was like, I told you he was brown skinned. I said, was he my complexion? He said, no, he was brown skinned. That eliminates 1. So now there's 1 left. And yes, the 1 left would have been the ex that I had dated for 2 years. And so he was like, I know it was your ex.
But you just got lucky?
I know it was your ex. And I was like, that don't make no sense because the ex that in my mind, I'm saying this, the ex that I had dated, he and I had no contact with each other. And he was not the type to just pop up at your house. That ain't his style. Not to mention, and I ain't tell Legion this.
Like years later, too.
That man would not be caught dead driving a Dodge Charger. He hated Chargers because he drove it as a patrol car. So I didn't say anything.
Interesting.
Like, that's weird. So what Legion didn't know is that at the time I had...
So it sounds like he had a generic idea of this guy from what they had talked about. Because, you talk about your exes sometimes. In relationships, like I said, it's not like it's a normal thing. If you don't talk about him at all, it's weird. And so he just like, oh, is this ex? He drove a Charger, blah, 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 blah. But that makes sense. My mom works for White Castle. Well, she worked for White Castle. And she hates White Castle hamburgers. She hates the smell because, like, even when she was a manager, she would go to the different stores and sometimes help out a little bit to relieve people for break. And sometimes she just liked to go back to the old days and work a little bit, normal work instead of, like, desk job work. But she hated, like, the smell of hamburgers at a certain point. So it's like this guy hated the Challenger because he drove it, or the Charger, whatever they said.
A security system. So I had a security system where anytime the front door, the garage door, or the back door was open, basically any entry point, anytime it was open or closed, it would send me a text message notification. So when he's telling me all this, I'm looking at my phone and I see a notification where the front door was opened and it was shut all within the same minute. So for example, if it says front door open at 1 p.m., front door closed at 1 p.m. So whatever he did was within those 60 seconds.
Interesting. It sounds like he didn't know about that, which means that she might have put that in there without either he forgot or she put it in there without him knowing. So she's definitely there's something going on. It sounds like she's a bit skeptical of what's happening here.
Telling me the story of the guy got out the car. He opened the door. He went out there, can I help you? And the guy said, I'm looking for, and Legion said, no, she's not here. And so he said the guy kind of was like, okay. And he was like, all right, thank you. And got in the car and drove off. Legion has also told me that he watched him drive out of the neighborhood, which means because of the way the house was set up, the townhouse, he would have still been outside watching this. I could be wrong, but something in me was like, that would take more than 60 seconds. So for the door to have been open and shut within the same 60 seconds, I was like, okay. So also what he didn't know, we didn't have a Ring door camera, but my neighbor did. And her Ring door camera caught my driveway.
I see. Okay, so it sounds like he might have known, but he was that. Oh, wait, that makes sense then. No, it actually makes more sense. He knew, based off her story, then he would have known. He would have known about that thing. So that's why he opened the door. Because he's like, oh, I know she has this thing going on here where she can tell when somebody opens the door. So I'm going to stick to the story, and I'm going to tell her that he came here and I opened the door. So he just went outside, just opened the door and stood there for like fucking a minute on his phone jerking off. Or maybe the story's real, I don't know. But sat there looking on his phone for a minute, jerking himself off a little bit, closed it. This way it sounded like it was all coming together. He's just lying. He's good. But I guess he's kind of good at it.
The view of the camera could see my driveway as well as her driveway, and so whoever was coming in the door, our driveways were right next to each other, and then on the other side of it was the grass. So it was a perfect view of my driveway. So she, I text her and I said, hey, were you home? I think I texted her the next day because I said, were you home on Saturday? And she said, no, I wasn't. What's up? Everything good? And I said, can you look at your security system and see if there was a car that came to my house at such and such time? And I know I did not tell her the reason I was asking, but I was like, is there any way that your security camera caught if someone came to my house at this time on Saturday?
Even if it's a no, I guess she would still be like, maybe his story still adds up,
She's like, yeah, sure, I'll look. And so maybe about a couple hours later, she texted me back and said, hey, I looked at the camera, but I didn't see anything. And I said, okay, by any chance did it catch if someone maybe walked up the driveway? Like maybe it wasn't a car in the driveway, but someone walked up. She said, I didn't see anything with your driveway yesterday. So I said, okay. And I knew that something in me, again, was like, nobody came to the house. So now here we are, a month and a half married. And now is when I'm like, why the fuck did he make that up? Because no one came to the house. No black Charger came to the house, pulled back into the driveway. Nobody got out the car and asked for me. Nobody was looking for me. So now I was sitting in the bedroom thinking through all this, and I'm like, why the fuck did he make that up? Because that's what happened. I'm looking at the text messages on my phone where he's telling me someone just came to the house looking for you, but no one came. So what was the purpose of that? And then something said to me, something in me said, he wanted to see your reaction. He just wanted to see the reaction. You had been too calm, and so he wanted to see a reaction. So this man gaslit me like I was Georgia Natural Gas just to get a reaction. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to part 20 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry?
All right, let's get to 21, dude.
All right, part 20 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? So after the black Dodge Charger incident, things were quiet. Legion was fine. Legion slept just fine. Me, that shit played over in my head.
I like every 10 episodes is a new fucking... it's a new fucking setting,
For days and days and days. On one hand, I was like, I know nobody came.
Okay.
My head knew nobody came to the house. My heart was like, but maybe he didn't make it up.
Okay.
So the head and the heart were absolutely playing a tug of war because, again, I really couldn't fathom that he was making it up.
Yep, I have that problem too. My head and my heart and my other head also play tug of war sometimes.
But nevertheless, I filed it in the back of my mind in my little filing cabinet, my mental filing cabinet. So a few weeks later, we go out to eat at this restaurant in Atlanta. It's a burger place, and I'm going to do my best by the time I post this to put the name of the burger place on the screen. So we go to
what is this, a fucking plug for the burger place?
Burger place, eat dinner, everything was fine. As we are leaving, he says to me, did I ever show you where my grandmother's buried? This is the grandmother that passed away from COVID in 2020. And I said, no. I was like, we haven't been over here. And so he was like, let me show you. So he drives us to the cemetery, which is not far from the restaurant. He drives us to the cemetery, goes around and around, and then it comes to like a little hill in the cemetery. And he was like, you see the headstone. The headstone had like the family name on it. And it did not have, for example, John David Doe. It just had Doe. Okay, so there were no dates on it. So it reminded me of just a headstone where it was probably multiple family members buried underneath it. That's what it reminded me of. And so he was like, my grandfather and my grandmother are buried there. I do recall him telling me when the grandmother died in 2020 that she wanted to be buried next to his grandfather. And so we're sitting in the car because we can see the headstone like on top of the hill from the car. And he tells me that is where his grandmother and grandfather are buried. That the family was able to get her, her wishes were to be buried next to the grandfather. Okay. So as we are leaving, we take a different route home. So we get on the highway. If you're from Atlanta, you'll know what I'm talking about. We get on I-75 North. And we're just driving around, to be honest with you. But we're taking the scenic route. We get on I-75 North because the reason why I remember is because when you're on I-75 North going towards Atlantic Station, on the right-hand side, you will see the varsity. You'll see all these
super chatted $6.
Why don't only some of them come through? So weird.
€5.99 from Schwab. Hey,
Okay.
Scoot, can't catch the stream.
Thanks.
I'm busy with scooting in my black Nissan Dodge Charger Cube in random driveways.
Incredible.
You silly goose.
Thank you. I appreciate the $5, brother.
tall skyscraper buildings. One of the buildings has the letters NCR on the building. As we're coming up towards the building, he says to me, do you see the NCR building? I said, yeah. He said, the building behind it, my job bought that building. That's where we're going to have, we're setting up operations. And I was like, why the hell would y'all buy a condiment company in downtown Atlanta? He was like, no, we're not doing production there. It's just going to be offices, and that's where we're going to handle like the business portion. The production is still being done in Gwinnett County out in Duluth. And so I was like, oh, Okay. He was like, that's where I keep the company car. So I was like, the company car? I said, aren't you supposed to be bringing the company car home? And he was like, I don't want to bring the company car home because it's Layton County and it's a $90,000 car. And I don't want no problems. So he's telling me that he keeps the company car.
So he takes a bus? Is his argument that he takes a bus to the company to have the company car? But then what the fuck? Then what's the company car for? And if you had a problem, why wouldn't you just get a cheaper car? I'm so confused.
The building downtown Atlanta that's behind the NCR building. I barely could see what building he's talking about, but he was like, it's the building right behind it. And so he's telling me that that's where his office is. So I said to him, take me to your office. I know it's a Saturday, but shit, you wanted the VPs, right? So take me to your office. No, I had not been to his office simply because, again, COVID. So I was like, take me to your office. And he was like, I can. He was like, that's no problem. So do I have the other phone? I do. So y'all are in luck. So I can maybe reenact how this goes. So he gets off the exit and starts driving towards the NCR building. While he's driving towards the NCR building, he always has kept his phone in his left pocket. This is my left pocket.
He got a convenient other call. Oh, I can't come in today. We're fumigating.
So he pulls his phone out and he starts calling. He tells me he's calling Willie. Willie is supposed to be the head of security.
But Willie's not there today, so he's not going to be able to let him in the building.
So he's saying, let me call Willie real quick and make sure that the building's open. So he proceeds. This is another phone, but he proceeds to go ahead and call Willie. We're still driving, by the way. We're still driving. I'm on the phone, scrolling through Facebook trying to figure out some random shit. But he's driving with the phone up to it. So driving with the phone. Next thing I hear, hey Willie, it's Legion. Hey, how's it going? I'm good. Hey, is the building open? No, I just want to take my wife up there so she can see it and see my office. Are you up there right now? You're not? Okay. Is Mr. Justin working? Okay. So is there anybody up there that can physically open the building? Because I don't think my badge is going to get me at least in the front door because it's on the weekend lock. Okay. All right. Let me know. All right. Thank you, Willie. Bye. Y'all see how I did that? He's having this whole conversation while I'm sitting in the passenger seat. So then he gets off the phone and he says to me, Willie is not working and Justin apparently called out sick. So the building is locked and my badge won't get us in the front door. He was like, Willie.
What does that mean? So you're saying that the story doesn't make sense. You're saying that there needs to be security there the whole time, but since Justin called out sick, just nobody's there. So the building's locked? What? If there's somebody meant to be there, then they would just always have somebody there. That doesn't make any sense.
Willie's going to see if there's someone else that can open the front door so we can actually get in. He's like, my badge will get us on the floor, but it will not get us in the front door. No one ever called. So when he's getting off the highway, he basically turns onto Spring Street. Again, there's all kinds of shit I distinctly remember. He turns onto Spring Street so that he can then get on 75 South so we can go home. Never saw the office that day. But again, this is where he's saying that he keeps the company car. So when we get to part 21, I'll kind of go into detail about the whole company car a little bit more.
Okay.
Part 21, who the fuck did I marry? So the company car apparently was a charcoal gray BMW. I believe it was a 5 Series. It was a 5 Series. I don't know much about the sedans. Y'all know I wanted the X5, dark blue with the cognac interior. He got the BMW 5 Series, charcoal gray. He sent me a picture of the car. So I did see a picture of the car. After this whole NCR building, take me to your office, that is what he's claiming, is that he leaves the company car at that location. He's saying that he drives from Riverdale to Midtown, switches out cars, and then drives from Midtown to Duluth.
What's the point then? What the fuck?
Those that don't know how Metro Atlanta is, basically Midtown would be in between where we live and Duluth. I only know that he left the house every day at 6:15. I know that I never physically saw the company car come to our home. Saw pictures, plural. So when he told me that he got a BMW 5 Series, keep in mind this is after I had been promised a dark blue X5. So I was a bit salty. I don't care if it is a company car. I was a bit salty. I will admit that. Because I felt like you get to drive the car that I really want, which is a BMW. And so he would call me from the car. He would tell me, yeah, I may just drive home in this car and not switch switch back to his personal car. He's like, I don't know. He did that a lot. And I realize now in 2024
he would just keep saying, yeah, maybe I'll just come home and not switch, and then he'd be like, nah, I'm gonna do it. Man, I mean, I feel like he's kind of good at being manipulative though. Like he kind of like knows what to say. He's like, I'm gonna do this. You know what? On the second thought,
yeah, because he knew how excited I was to actually see the car. Because shit, I wanted to test drive it myself, to be honest with you. And he knew that. So reactions. So he would say stuff like that, like,
or maybe he was doing it to get her reaction. I don't know.
Man, I'm so tired. I might just drive the company car, go ahead and go home, and then just let me park it in the garage type thing. So eventually he stopped doing that because I didn't want to hear nothing about that car. I'm driving the Nissan, you driving the BMW. After you promised me a BMW, so I don't really want to hear nothing about it. So in terms of the company car, I did see that it was according to the pictures, a charcoal gray BMW 5 Series. If you're asking me the exact model, I don't know. But I know it's a 5 Series because I know the 7 Series is slightly longer. So it's a 5 Series sedan. So after the whole situation with the cemetery to see his grandfather's headstone, then there was the NCR. The office is open. Oh, it's not open. Justin ain't working. Willie ain't working. Willie's supposed to be head of security, but he ain't working. Okay. So at this point, I'm already numb. It is important for me to point out how numb.
I'm curious if she's working from home, Or not anymore. She's not. But if she was working from home for a period, maybe she should have just stopped by the. I guess she didn't know where the office was at that point. But now she's not working from home anymore, so now she can stop by. Tell him to stay late, and he's gonna stop by.
I became dealing with him, mind numbing, because I just got to a point where it was like
he definitely picked the right person. Yeah, maybe she seems like She seemed, I don't know, man. She wanted to be in a relationship. I get that, and maybe she let these red flags just roll over because of that.
There's always something. There's always something. So of course we're not going to go to the office because there's going to be something. So this is the end of February. My birthday had already passed. There clearly was tension on my end, not so much tension on his end. So I get home a couple of weeks later. We are now in the beginning of March. This is something personal about me. The only way you would know this is if you know me. I have been dying to go to London and Paris. I had a layover in London when I did a study abroad, but it's not the same. I want to go.
My wife and I, we're gonna go, to Europe one day, but we want to do it in a shot. So we want to go for 2 to 4 weeks, and then never go back again. That's our goal, because it's we want to go see it. We want to see Disney in Paris, and then be done with it.
Go to London and be a whole tourist. I don't care. I want to see Buckingham Palace. I want to see the Tower of London. I want to see Paris. I want to see the Palace of Versailles. This is something, if you know me, she wants to see Paris. She wants to see London. So I get.
Oh yeah, well I see London. I see France. I sometimes wear my wife's underpants.
Home from work. This is the beginning of March. I get home from work.
Imagine 5 years from now I'm gay, and you guys are like, we saw the signs. We saw the signs of this guy. He's fucking gay. I was like, yeah, maybe you did. I don't know. I think I'm just a degenerate.
And on the counter is a folder with a little bow on it. And I'm like, oh, what is this? Is this mail? Was this something that you got at work? He's like, no, it's a surprise for you. I open up the folder. Inside the folder is a trip itinerary. It is not an actual booked trip. It's like an itinerary.
Rookie move. Never create an itinerary for a trip with your wife. That's not your responsibility. And in fact, that's not what your wife wants. Your wife wants to make the itinerary, okay? You show her the money. Say, this is what I do. Oh, you want to go to Disney? Go set it up. Here's my credit card. Oh, my God. That's all you got to do. All right? Zero work. Thank you so much for the small gut chart's wife. 13 months. Can you spell ICUP? Please and thank you. Yeah. IKUP. Oh, my God. You can K me P?
A trip for two to go from Atlanta to London. The trip should have happened. And it was the month on there was July, so it was a summer trip. So he tells me, I'm gonna take you to London. He was like, I wanted to take you for your birthday.
Have I ever visited Maine? It's worth the 3 or 4 hour drive. First of all, yeah, I have. Second of all, it's not. What are you talking about? Maine sucks. Maine's fucking terrible. What's going on in Maine?
But certain things fell through. He was like, so this summer in July, we're going to go to London. He was like, I've already made a reservation for us to stay at the Savoy. Again, there's certain things that my brain just was like, remember that. He said, I've already made a reservation for us to stay at the Savoy. I didn't know, as much as I want to go to London, y'all, I didn't know anything about the Savoy. And so I remember going to look it up because I was like, what is this?
What the fuck is a Savoy?
Well, apparently the Savoy is bougie. Very bougie. So I was so excited. I cannot tell y'all how fucking excited I was when I saw that he had printed out British Airways. He was speaking my language. I am one of those people. I'm a planner. So when he's saying, I'm going to take you to London, and he took the time to research flights and print it out and research the Savoy and print it out. And there were different, not excursions, but there were different things that you could do. You could go see the Tower of London. You could go see Buckingham Palace, changing of the guard. We could go have high tea at certain places. He was like, I don't really want to go, but I know you're dying to go. So he was like, I love you, and I would do anything for you. Blah, blah, black sheep, have you any wool? And so he was like, I'm going to take you to London in July. The trip did not include Paris. That's fine. But I was so excited. So excited. And so this is the beginning of March. I was like,
can't you just drive all these places within a 4 hour period because it's so small over there?
This is great. Hopefully this happens. I knew I needed to.
The Gut West Coast tour. Eventually. We're doing it eventually.
To renew my passport. And he was saying that he had to renew his passport as well because his passport had expired. So both of us were like, okay, we need to get on this if we're going to try to make it to London in July, and it's now March. Me being a planner I am, I think I went to work the next day and printed out the passport applications so that we could fill it out and go ahead and get that process going. So, needless to say, something must have happened, and I don't remember what it was. We just simply didn't fill out the application for the passport. So
they didn't fill out the application for the passport. What the fuck? All right, so I guess he was kind of hoping for that, but okay.
Fast forward, we're now at mid-March. Mid-March, the decision was made that my mom, who lived in Arkansas, was coming to visit us. She would be coming, I believe, the second week of April, and she was going to stay a week, and then a few days. So maybe a total of 9 days. Not quite 2 weeks, but a little over a week. So she was coming in April, and I was excited. Legion was excited because he was excited to physically meet my mom. He had talked to her on Zoom. He had
have sex with her? That's fucking weird, bro.
Talked to her on the phone, but he was excited to physically meet my mom. And my mom was excited to physically meet her son-in-law. So this is mid-March.
Sure, makes sense.
I'm going to go into part 22 where I explain what happened with Facebook Messenger.
Facebook Messenger? Oh, my God. Facebook Messenger gets involved? What the fuck?
Part 22, who the fuck did I marry? So now we're in March. This is right after he had...
Is he talking to side bitches and Facebook Messenger? Is that what's happening?
It surprised me with the announcement of we're going to go to London for a trip in July. Because we definitely didn't do a honeymoon. We definitely didn't do any sort of trips together. So the idea was we're going to do a trip in July together. One thing about Legion was that he was the guy who was like,
They didn't do any trips together ever? What the fuck?
Nothing to hide. I don't lie. I don't like liars. If we're in a relationship...
I love liars.
relationship...
I love pretty little liars.
Then everything should be out in the open. So I've always had his cell phone passcode. Never felt the need to look through his cell phone. And funny enough, I can tell y'all right now, disclaimer, I will never go through his cell phone again. You cheat in peace. So anyway,
what the fuck? No. You're not allowed to cheat in peace, guys. You gotta get fucked on that one. Okay.
So one day, this is mid-March, like around March 20th. So we're heading in towards the end of the month. He was in the shower. Keep in mind, my mom is coming for a visit in April. So he was in the shower and he received a text message on his phone from a woman. The text message, because it was a preview, so the text message was something where if you didn't know the context of the text thread, you could either go left or you could go right with it. So me being just curious, I opened up the phone, put the passcode in, read the text, then read the thread. Come to find out, it was a text from his aunt. His aunt and his ex share the same name. That's why I say it could go left or it could go right.
Gotcha. Okay.
Text was from the aunt. So I looked at the text, went through the thread, nothing in there. So I went ahead, X out of the messages. I see that he has Facebook Messenger downloaded. And obviously it shows you the number of unread messages in the icon. So it showed that he had like 5 unread messages. So I clicked on it, just being nosy. And what do my wondering astigmatism I see? So in his Facebook Messenger is about 7.
Does she have astigmatism?
I can see
what?
So in his Facebook Messenger is about 7 women. I can see their profile picture and I see their names. Some of them had a preview. The ones that he had not read, I can see the preview of the message.
Oh my God.
One in particular said, "When are you gonna come get this?" Y'all know what I'm
What the fuck? When are you gonna get this pussy? Was he throwing good game?
talking about? So I clicked on that one first. And I'm reading through the thread. And so she's saying, "When are you gonna come get this?" But earlier in the thread, or further back in the thread, he had asked her, "When are you gonna give me?" And she said, "When lockdown is over." So from what I could piece together, he had not yet physically gotten with her. But had there been no COVID, he would have smashed all day, every day. The other messages were innuendos, meaning the other messages from the other women were innuendos. They were not as graphic as the one between him and her.
Okay.
So I'm reading these messages, and what is interesting is that the person I am married to is not the person in these messages. Like, this man was on some nasty shit.
I feel that. Although I'm extra nasty with my wife. It's interesting because, like, for me, when I wasn't with my wife, I wasn't as I was nasty, but I wasn't as nasty. Now that I've been with my wife for a while, I'm fucking nasty. I'm a fucking dirty motherfucker. I don't know what it is. I think my wife brings it out of me. She's a dirty ass motherfucker too.
And I say nasty, not in a judgmental way, but with me, he seemed to act as if I was damn near virginal white. And I clearly see evidence that you into some shit that with me, you acting like, nah, I ain't really into that. So I confronted him. I absolutely
shit on me, daddy.
What the fuck is this? And so he did not, oh, that ain't what happened, blah, blah, blah. Instead, what he hit me with is, man, I was just playing around. Like, ain't nothing happened. I shouldn't have said all that, but I was just flirting. It ain't mean nothing.
I don't know, man. That's rough. The fuck?
I don't even know that girl. I was just flirting. And so I'm like, is this what you into? And so he was like, no, it's not what I'm into. It was just stupid. It was stupid because I shouldn't have done it.
Oh, okay. Hey, I gooned a little too close to the sun, guys.
So I'm going to be honest with y'all because I've been honest all this time. What pissed me off the most was that here I am as a woman behaving, trying to do the right thing by him in this marriage. And you mean to tell me you out here offering your ding-a-ling to random chicks that you don't even know?
True.
I was more angry at the fact that I'm like, dude, do you know how much I have turned down in order to be faithful to your dumb ass? And I'm seeing that you basically are out here acting like you got Skittles taste the rainbow. I was hurt. I was angry. I thought about getting my lick back. I'm just being honest, I did. And he played it off like it ain't nothing serious. It ain't nothing serious. Don't overreact. Don't get emotional. It was just dumb. He was like, I will delete the messages. I'll even delete Messenger. And I told him, I was like, that's really not good enough because that's not going to fix the root of the issue. So this is where I introduced that we need to do marriage counseling. He didn't have any issue doing marriage counseling. We did not do premarital counseling, but he was like, that's fine. He was like, I don't have no problem doing marriage counseling because if
marriage counseling a year into the relationship is fucking wild, bro.
You think it can help us. So I thought that, okay, he may not have physically cheated from what I could see on the messenger. He may not have physically cheated, but he damn sure got caught, doing a little something because they had exchanged pictures. So y'all know what pictures he sent. And I was disappointed.
His wee-wee picture?
Because I don't like men that send those type of pictures. But anyway, that's another issue. So
yeah,
we agree.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. Some women don't usually like dick pics. It's weird. Like they do, but they don't. It's so hard to communicate. It depends on who it's from. If they love you, they like it, but they like a little art with it.
That we would start marriage counseling. We also agreed that we would put it on a united front when my mom got there. In other words, we were not going to argue. Let's just act like everything is fine.
Yeah.
But at that point, when my mother arrived in April, I could not stand him. I did not want to be, but we couldn't, he moved back into our bedroom because he had moved into the guest bedroom when I saw the messages.
Jesus
like 3 days before she came,
Christ,
he moved back
what
into
is
the bedroom
wrong
because
with
obviously
you?
she needed to sleep somewhere.
Oh my God. This fucking psychopath fucking animal, my wife, comes home and just sneaks into the fucking room and opens the door and stares at me. Get away from me. You are fucking, holy fuck. You scared the shit out of me. How are you, babe? Okay. Jesus fucking Christ, this woman. Oh, dude, that scared everything out of me.
So, I really could not stand him. And it was because I was busy second guessing myself, like, damn, what's wrong with
Yeah, it sounds like she cheated too. I'm turning the sound off, don't worry. It sounds like she cheated too, but I mean, you know, I get it at that point, right?
me? Like, if that's what you into and I'm supposed to be your wife, like, let's have conversations. Like, shit, I went to FAMU. I understand some stuff, buddy. So it just was one of those things where it made me second guess, like, what's wrong with me? What did I do wrong? What is it that she got that I don't? Because you all out here willy-nilly, you know, messaging her all hours of the night, because the thread went back quite a few weeks. I saw it in March. There were messages from December, November. So again, I'm just second guessing all kinds of stuff, self-esteem taking a hit. So no, I did not want to be around him. I did not want, I didn't like him. Period. I did not like him. I left and I would just go for a drive because driving clears my mind. I called my aunt, told her what happened. I don't recommend that. I don't recommend calling family to tell them what's going on in your marriage. But I called my aunt, and my aunt lovingly was like, what do you want me to say? You married him. You know, he ain't your boyfriend. Y'all can't just break up. That's the hard part about marriage. Is like
the aunt is kind of real for that one. I mean, you can get divorced after that, but it's just kind of real because it sounded like she wasn't really on it in the first place. And then, like earlier, this, you know, she communicated that her aunt wasn't really into the idea of them getting married, and then she's like, "You married the motherfucker." You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, I guess you could leave him, but at the same time, you married him, so honey, you gonna have to go back home, and y'all are gonna have to figure this out. She was like, "I can't give you advice on what you should do. I'm sorry that this happened, but you married him." So even though it was just one drive, I went back home, and that's when the discussion was, we need to do marriage counseling.
All right, we're doing another little break. Let's go.
Part 23. Who the fuck did I marry? So we agreed to do marriage counseling. I had found a pastor and his wife who agreed to do our counseling. Basically, our counseling.
Is that like a good thing to get? Like, do they have to have some kind of accreditation as a counselor and their a pastor and their wife? Or you better, I don't know. I guess it's religious, whatever.
It was going to be on Zoom, and it was going to be every other week, every other Tuesday. Initially, Legion was participating in it. His body language seemed to be that he was open and receptive to the marriage counseling. Now, the pastor and his wife were deeply concerned at the fact that we had only been married 3 months, and we were already dealing with some form of infidelity.
Yeah, like 3 months is crazy. You know, I get a few years or something, but 3 months?
We were in marriage counseling, and as the pastor would put it, there seems to not be any sort of intimacy. They were concerned. Rightfully so. I think any person would be if they knew what was going on within those 3 months. So the pastor and his wife, it is fair to note, we started counseling with them in the spring. We continued counseling with them up until a week before I found out what I found out, and he got kicked out. So one of the first things that the pastor kind of talked to us about was...
if you want to go to Bob's tonight to see if they have office chairs, call them and see if they have office chairs first.
You know, what was the deal with the Facebook Messenger stuff? And Legion was like, it was stupid. I shouldn't have done it. It really was just attention, and I got carried away. He felt like he was not going to, he kept saying, I'm not going to keep apologizing. I'm not going to keep getting persecuted. After I told you, I'm sorry, I told you I wouldn't do it again, and I want us to move forward. You're either going to forgive.
I mean, it's a big deal. It's a big deal to do something like that. You know, you're betraying your partner's trust. It's just a terrible thing. And like, you know, if it happens, I don't think you're a horrible person, but you have to be ready to prove it for the rest of your life. And that's okay. That's life, man. But that's something bigger than like, oh, I just kind of farted. Oops, I did a fart. You know what I mean? Like, it's more than just... It's more than like, oops, I did a little bit of a fart. That's a big deal, man. It's a big deal.
Give me or you're not. Pastor and his wife were like, wow, the audacity is real on this one. So, needless to say, we started moving slowly forward. It was always in the back of my mind, just like it was in the back of my mind with that black Dodge Charger. It was one of those things where, okay, I see how you kind of moving and operate. He came to me a few days after we started our first counseling session, and he was like, we should get a joint bank account. What he wanted to do was to each one of us...
That's a little sketchy. Right after all these problems, you're going to get a joint bank account?
Have our own account, and to get a joint account for our money to go in there for joint expenses. Now,
that's crazy. My wife and I, we have a joint account that the money from our Rob and Dan channel go into, and that's it. We haven't really merged our expenses, which is whatever. I don't really care. So...
Up until this point, he had been paying the rent, the utilities, and I really was just paying for my stuff. So now he's suggesting, look, we're married now, let's go ahead and get a joint account. I wasn't necessarily against it because I knew that I would still have my own account, I would still have my own savings. So what I countered with was, okay, let's take a look and see what we're working with. Show me your checking, let's look at each other's accounts. Look at what we have currently. He was cool with that. So he shows me his checking account. His checking account available balance was just over $9,600. Mine was just over $1,500. So there was a huge disparity in the amounts. And so he...
That's it? What the hell? For him? With making $300,000 a year, only has 10 grand in there?
Logged in on the phone and turned it towards me, and I could see available checking, available balance, just over 9,600. I logged into my savings. I showed him how much I had in savings. He logged into, picked up his phone, logged into his Chase savings, turned the phone towards me. In the Chase,
we have trust issues through the joint bank account. Yeah, I wonder if that was like a tactic for him to be like, oh, don't worry, like I have more money than you, so let's make a joint account that's both of ours. That'll prove trust.
Savings, it was roughly about 15,000. But I also knew that he told me he had a U.S. bank savings and he had an offshore savings. So at this point in time, I asked him, show me the U.S. bank savings, show me the other two accounts. He would not do it. This became a huge bone of contention. He would not show me the two accounts that he claims has the most money in there, the accounts that he claims has money for a house in there, because he still was mentioning, hey, we need to get on this house thing if we're going to move when the lease is up. So I'm just adamant on, why don't you want to show me your savings account? You showed me the Chase one, like what is the big deal? And so he kept saying, he's like, there's a lot of money in there. And he was like, and my uncle always taught me, this is not the uncle that died, another.
And if I show my wife that money, it'll disappear. Maybe based in true. Maybe based in true.
Always told me, just keep your money tight, because women can be, I said, women, like,
you're not, this isn't a woman, this is your wife. What are you talking about, women? It's so interesting because, like, yeah, keep your money tight, but like, once you have a wife isn't just a woman, it's like your wife. And if you're like, I still can't trust her, that's not a good reflection on you. You married a woman that you can't trust? You married a woman that you can't trust? That doesn't speak well to yourself. You look like a goofus, a doofus, a goofy doofus, a doofy goofus, dude. You're just saying that you're too fucking incompetent to choose the right person, And I get it can be hard, but like, it doesn't make you look good saying that.
We're married, so go ahead and show it to me. He would not show it to me. So then we went back into marriage counseling, like the next session, and I bring it up. I said, he will not show me these two accounts that he claims has the money in there to buy a house. I told our pastor and his wife, I said, I saw the pre-approval letter, so I don't understand why he's not going to show me, to just put me at ease that he has the money in there. I had never questioned it before, because again, you tell me, who in their right mind signs their name to a legally binding offer, an all-cash offer on a house? And they just do it willy-nilly. I don't know anyone that does that. So I actually never questioned what was in the savings, because I clearly saw him sign his name to a $699,000 all-cash offer on a house. If you don't know what I'm talking about, please go back to the parts in this playlist where I talk about what he did when we were looking for a house. So the pastor and his wife were like, Legion, that's not his name, y'all, that's his nickname. Legion, why would you not show your wife your savings account? Like, what's going on here?
What's happening?
And so he made up some bullshit. And I remember the pastor's wife was like, something ain't right. And so at this point, Legion kind of shuts down. He's just like, look, y'all are not going to tell me when and where I open up my accounts to show anybody the money I earned. I earned that money. I earned that money by playing football, blood, sweat, and tears.
I earned that money by playing foosball. I don't know. That's weird. Like, that's your wife. It's a different person. That's an extension of yourself. It's more than just some random fucking person. What are you talking about?
He went to this whole Denzel Washington monologue about how he earned that money, and no one is going to come in and tell him that he needs to open up the account. So then he starts talking about the ex-wife and how she tried to get money from him in the divorce back when they were in California. So now the pastor and his wife, their red flags are just like, whoa. So much so that the pastor's wife said, and I will never forget this, she said, I don't think you all are going to make it to January. What she was talking about is, I don't think y'all are going to make it a year. And I really, truly was like...
That's brutal, but honest. He definitely has an issue. I wonder, does he have I'm so confused. How much of this story is real? Does he have money? Does he not have money? Is he this? Is he that? What's going on?
We're going to make it. Like, of course we're going to make it. And she was just like, I don't have a good feeling about it. And so Legion's all defensive. He at this point, he's folding his arms, and because remember, we're on Zoom, he's folding his arms, and he's just like, I'm done with this. Like, I'm not going to get...
That's not usually a very professional way to act, by the way. Like, if you're an actual therapist, which they're not, they're marriage counselors, like religious marriage counselors, you don't say, you're not going to last this long. When you're like doing from a mental health perspective, a therapist isn't really supposed to tell you your problems. A therapist will typically figure out what problem you have and then lead you to that conclusion as well. So the way that they handled it, probably not really the best way to handle it. But hey, what are you going to do?
Attacked because I'm not comfortable showing you the amount of money that I have. Money changes people.
True that, brother.
So he's playing that victim card. And so the pastor and his wife were like, we're still going to help y'all as much as we can. But so he's like, I'm not comfortable. And basically the pastor and his wife were like, look, we'll help y'all as much as we can. But there's some deep issues here. And this is what they advised us. Had the two of you came to us for premarital counseling, we would have told you, do not get married.
Damn.
Y'all should not even be together. That is what
the
pastor and his wife told us in marriage counseling. If you two had come to us for premarital counseling, we would have told you, y'all should not even be together, let alone get married. But here we are. So we will help you guys as much as we can. But the pastor's wife was like, I don't have a good feeling that y'all are going to make it a year.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. I agree.
Part 25, who the fuck did I marry? So we weren't looking at houses anymore. We were not working with a realtor anymore. The end of April, I had decided that I wanted to look for another job. I did. The reason I wanted to look for another job is petty. Yeah, it is. I wanted to look for another job because I was pissed off at the fact that I basically was dependent on him to help with the car note. So I wanted to look for another job where I could afford life.
Yeah, you wanted a better job so that you can be more independent. I totally get that. It makes perfect sense.
Myself, including that car note, basically where I would make more money. I told him that
one of the most difficult things that you can do, and especially in a bad relationship, is be too dependent on the other person. Like, again, I've been in relationships where the other person's been too dependent on me, and that wasn't because like, oh, I want to have control over them. I just like giving too much, you know. And then my wife set a hard boundary, and she's like, we're gonna like, I'm not going to be exclusively dependent onto you. Like, I'm gonna keep my job, and this way, it's in her head, she can leave whenever she wants. And like, this relationship's been the best relationship I've ever had. So like, if I was trying to do it to be like some kind of a predator asshole, then I wouldn't have married the only woman that like never like. I fell in love with the woman who was like, oh, I want to be independent. Fuck. Sorry.
I was going to start looking for another job. He laughed, and his exact words.
But it's always a good idea to have that in there, so it can always like, listen, the thought of being able to, I don't know, there's something weird about it, but being able to like leave or have that independence, I think it's like a good thing. It keeps it healthy, you know, for the most part, you know, at least for a while, until you're like super comfortable with the person. I don't know, man. Like, people can change too much when they have like these different dynamics going on. It's like hard to communicate, but you know, it's just so hard to communicate. Like, I would trust my wife if I got to that point where I was like comfortable with her leaving her job. I don't think that she would change and become lazy, you know. So like, I trust that she would be fine, but there are people who will do it. And you know what? Probably me too. If somebody would pay all my bills, I'd probably be lazy as fuck. If I'm being absolutely honest with you. You know? Oh, shit.
You're not going to leave Georgia State Patrol. He was like, I swear you love them niggas more than you love me. He laughed. So that fueled me even more. So I was hitting the pavement hard trying to find another job. I was applying to all kinds of places. Got a phone call from my current job. So this is how I ended up in my current job. Got a phone call, they had sent me an email, the background packet. The background packet was long and extensive, but in the background packet, it asked for my spouse's full name, my spouse's date of birth, and my spouse's social security number. So I showed it to Legion, and I was like, I need your social because, you know, I'm applying for this job. It's a great job. It's way more money.
But I remembered his social security number.
And, you know, we're talking about moving anyway to Cobb County. So
you found me from TikTok? Very cool, man. I like that. That's cool. I've been putting in more work into clips and stuff, so it makes me feel good when people are like, oh, I found you from like the TikToks you've been posting. That's fucking boss. I appreciate that.
This, you know, this is a God thing. He did not want to give me his social. I showed him the paperwork where I was like, look, because we are married, I can't lie on here. So help me. So he writes down his social security number on the background packet. And I eventually turned it in. I scanned it, saved it in my email, and sent it in. And I looked at it one day, just going through it, just making sure I didn't really miss anything. All T's were crossed, all I's were dotted. And I looked at his social, and something about the social seemed different than the social security number that I remember seeing when we did our marriage license.
Oh, shit.
And so for those...
Detective Reese's Pieces over here, bro. I'm excited.
Who, you remember in the previous part, I said I had ran his social security number from the marriage license. Nothing came back. So I thought that I had written it down wrong. Basically, what it is that the first three numbers were different on the background packet than what was on the marriage license.
Interesting.
If you don't know this, here's a little trivia. Your social security number, the first three numbers, pretty much are dictated by the state you were born in and the state that issued your birth certificate. So he was born in
It's true. Interesting.
So the first three numbers of his social security number should be attributed to...
Really? Oh, guys, let me tell you my social security so that we can parse through this together.
Pennsylvania, shit, they probably got like 5, 6 different numbers, 3-digit numbers that your social security number can start with. So the social that was on the marriage license, for example, was probably 1, 2, 3. What was on the background was 4, 5, 6. Both of those social security 3-digit prefixes are issued through the state of Pennsylvania. Again, this is an example, so I can make it clear. So when I saw his social on my background, I immediately knew that was a different social than what I saw on the marriage license. And when I compared, because I had found a copy of the marriage license that we turned in because I had filled it out on the computer. So sure enough, the first 3 numbers were different. The rest of the numbers were the same. So one of two things: either when I ran his background, I did in fact put in the wrong number, or the number on the marriage certificate or the background packet is wrong. So I decided that I was going to roll the dice. And
interesting. So I wonder if he intentionally gave the wrong social security number to try to make it so that she fails to get this job.
Take the social from the background packet. Again, this is the background packet that I had to fill out to get my current job. I was trying to get a new job. Okay, so I took that social and I ran a background check on it. What came back on this particular background was all the addresses that the social security number, I guess, had been attached to. So all of the addresses, the states were Georgia, Rhode Island, Pennsylvania. What I did not see was California. So I thought that was weird. I thought, okay, maybe this is not a complete background because clearly he went to San Diego State. It's on his resume. It's on quite a few things. Social media. He didn't have a LinkedIn, but it was on his social media. So clearly he had been to California. So maybe I just need to do a different background check. Also to note, during this time, I think I told you guys he had hit his leg at work. So what was happening was it was getting more and more difficult for him to walk, like put pressure on that leg, on that knee. He was still able to go to work. He was still leaving at 6:15 in the morning. He was still coming back between 3:30 and 4 o'clock. But I clearly could see where he was in pain. He would elevate the knee, ice the knee. It was getting worse. And I was constantly like, go to the doctor. Let me take you to urgent care so that they can look at this knee, because you shouldn't still be limping and having a hard time putting weight on that knee.
Yeah, for sure.
And every single time he was like, oh, it's fine. I have a doctor's appointment.
It is a very male thing to do, to be like, I don't want to go to the doctor. Fuck that.
Say, the doctor just told me to ice it and to elevate it. This is an old football injury. It happens all the time. It used to happen a lot when I was out in California. So I'm mentioning this knee issue for a reason.
He's really proud of that football. Maybe he really did play football, because people who used to be good at sports and no longer are, they don't stop talking about how they used to be good at sports. Just like people who used to be big on TikTok and then got banned will also talk about. We'll also just only talk about how they used to be big on TikTok. You guys ever hear that somebody like that? No?
But back to the background. So
it's actually insufferable right
when
now.
I ran the background the second time with the second social, they showed me states of Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Rhode Island. And that's all that I saw in terms of addresses. I didn't see anything for California. So by this point, we're moving into May of 2021. Things are starting to reopen. One of the things that reopened was San Diego State.
Ooh,
so I called San Diego State. I called the registrar's office.
Okay.
Someone did answer, and there was
like a school
instructions on how to request a transcript. I was able to try to request it online. You needed the student's name, and I believe you also need their social. And when I typed it in, it said no results found. I believe that I sent an email asking, this person is saying that they were.
Were they asking? Is he asking about her husband, her ex-husband now, if they went to school there? Interesting.
Student there, can you verify it? The response I got was there were no records found with that social security number. So I'm like, okay.
Rank.
I asked him about it. And in part 26, I'll tell you exactly what his response was.
Damn. I'm starting to like the little...
Part 26. Who the fuck did I marry? So I asked Legion, what's the deal about San Diego State? He was like, what are you talking about? And I said, why is there no records of you there? Just came right out and said it. Without missing a beat, this man said, well, I was a private citizen.
What
the fuck does that mean? And what he said is that when he started at San Diego State, his father paid money so that... Okay. It's important to say this with a straight face. His father paid money so that his name and social would not be publicized, and he would be considered a private citizen. He said that he had.
I don't think that's a thing. Is that a thing? That's not a thing. What? That's not a thing, is it? What the fuck are you talking about?
A card where all he had to do was show the card. He does not have to give his name. He does not have to give any information because he had that card.
What?
He said so. San Diego State would not have any record of him, but he was in fact a student there. I said, and you claim that you played football. He's like, I did play football. I said, so you're saying that the school did not publish your name anywhere and they were in violation of NCAA rules? And he was like, why are you asking all these questions? I said, I'm just curious.
But it doesn't even make sense that that's a thing. Like, you have to give your social. You don't advertise somebody's social security when they're in a school. Like, what are you talking about? It doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, well, on the off chance that what happens, you would do this. It doesn't make any sense.
I'm just curious. You're saying that you were a private citizen, but yet how were you in compliance with NCAA? If you were a private citizen, and they did not publish your name on any roster. So that was his excuse. He was like, all I can tell you is that I was a private citizen. My dad paid for it. Okay. So now I know that San Diego State has no record of him.
It gives me the vibes of what are those citizens, sovereign citizens? Those fucking annoying assholes. I'm a sovereign citizen. I'm not driving a vehicle. I'm not driving a car. I am traversing the railroad. Some of dumb fucking idiot stuff that they say. You know what I'm talking about?
Now I know that his social security number, at least the one that's on my background packet, only shows that he lived in Georgia, Rhode Island, and Pennsylvania. Okay. So at this point, the pain in his knee is getting worse. It's getting to the point where when he would come home from work, he would take a shower and immediately get in bed, elevate his knee. He was not even eating the way that he used to eat. It was getting to the point where at times, if you remember when I told you all about the miscarriage, they gave me pain meds because I had taken that pill. But the pain meds I was allergic to, so I couldn't take them. But I still had them. So the pain in his knee.
I love how my team is not
one of those pain meds just to get through the night. He was constantly in agony, constantly kind of tossing and turning. So much so that in May he moved into the guest bedroom because I couldn't deal with the tossing and turning thing. And he just said he was more comfortable there. So what at first was I hit my knee at work, turned into, no, it was an old football injury. This has happened before. Turned into, it's painful for me to walk on it. Turned into, it's actually hard for me to work on it. But he was still going to work at 6:15 every morning and coming home between 3:30 and 4. So it is, again, I'm just giving you guys the chronological order of how all this happened. So at this point, we're not looking for a house. I still have not seen the 2 savings account. I'm pretty sure there's no money in those savings accounts. But again, he was going to put in an all-cash offer with Amber, the realtor. So I really didn't know what to believe, but I believe.
Is Amber the realtor a real realtor, or is he fucking Amber the realtor? You know what I'm saying, dude? What's going on there too?
What I saw, which is I saw that background is not showing where he went to California. So at one point in May, it was close to mid-May, he calls me from work. He calls me from work, calls me while I'm at work, and tells me that he got a phone call from his stepson. The phone call from his stepson.
Is this the steps? Okay, right. Is this is the stepson that like he married into, and they're not like blood related?
His stepson was crying and was just absolutely distraught. And I'm at work in my office, like, what's going on? And he says to me that the stepson informed him that his stepdaughter passed away.
Damn.
That she died from COVID. The stepson. This is the story. The stepson.
That's so sad if it's true. And now she's saying this is a story, which means it might not have happened. I'm just like people. Okay, interesting. A lot of people passing from COVID. Interesting.
Found her in her apartment because they had not heard.
I mean, like my uncle passed. I'm not saying that like it doesn't happen. It obviously did happen. Just or this stuff does happen. It's just like it seems like it's the same thing over and over again. You know.
A couple of days, and she was unresponsive. He called the ambulance. They pronounced her dead when she got to the hospital.
Damn.
So he was calling to tell me that she had died, and he was also calling to ask me if I would object to him giving his ex-wife $2,000 towards the funeral.
Interesting.
As I've stated before, and I still am this way to this day. I don't play about death. So when he told me that she died, I immediately went into the, all right, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, and I guess maybe if he is lying, and I don't know if he is yet, but if he is lying, like that would be his whole thing. Is like, who lies about that, you know? Kind of makes sense.
Whatever we can do to help, let's help. Because surely nobody would make that up. So he was like, are you okay with that? He's like, we're married. And the agreement was that anything over $500 would be a discussion. So $2,000, definitely. And I said, yeah, that's totally fine. I'm fine with that. He was upset because, again, he was close with the kids. And my heart went out to his ex-wife. It did, because I can't even imagine. I cannot even imagine. So,
damn.
Part 27, who the fuck did I marry?
27.
So
27 out of 50, baby.
We are at, and here's what we can establish. Number one, I ran an initial background check on the social security number that was on our marriage license. Nothing came back. I subsequently applied for another job. In that job, I had to fill out a background packet. The background packet asked for my spouse's name, date of birth, and his social security number. The social security number on the background packet for the new job did not match the social security number that he gave me for our marriage license. If you are confused, I believe it's in part 25 or part 26 that I explain that.
It's so interesting. So many. I mean, I feel like after the first family member passes from COVID, you guys go, we gotta be a little more careful, you know? You know what I mean?
So we can establish that I then ran a background check on the new social security number that was on my background packet. It came back with states that the social security number apparently had lived in. Those states were Georgia, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island. Okay. I decided, this is now around May 20th, I decided to do another background check.
Snippity
snap. I paid to do another background check. This time, I did it with a different company, and not only did it give me the addresses, not only did it give me the states, it gave me addresses, and it also gave me names of people who were like associated with Legion and that address. One of those names was his ex-wife. I've always known, he's always told me the name of the ex-wife, but now I see it when I ran his background. I did a search for her on social media. She was not there. So the address that it showed that she was associated with him, because remember his story is, we got married in San Diego, we lived in San Diego, we divorced in San Diego.
Yeah.
Men lie, women lie. The U.S. federal government, which your social security number does not. So he's saying he was always in California. His social security number never showed that he was in California, according to the background check. It did show that he had lived in Georgia at an address associated with the ex-wife. So try to find the ex-wife, could not find her on social media. So I looked in the metro counties to protect her identity. This, I am going to not divulge a lot on this part. I looked in the metro counties in the open record courts. So typically, you can look in like Superior Court.
Damn. Women really do just turn into like literal fucking detectives. I don't really know why you use former police officers. Just use a woman who's been like cheated on. You know? Just use a woman who's been cheated on before and just hire them to be a sleuth, because they know what you got to do. And they're not even worried about the moral aspect of it. They don't give a fuck, you know?
Or magistrate court or probate court. So I looked in open records for the different counties, metro Atlanta counties. Let me be clear, metro Atlanta counties. And I looked under her name, and I found where they had filed for divorce in a metro Atlanta county. So when he said that he filed for divorce in San Diego and that he was married in San Diego, I was able to find, no, according to the state of Georgia, you were married here. You were divorced here.
Interesting.
So I looked under her name, found a record for divorce, and it did show his name. So now I clearly see on my computer that there is a metro Atlanta County court that has a divorce record in the state of Georgia between him and his ex-wife. So I did what any rational person would do, because this is still kind of COVID time. Well, not really. It had nothing to do with COVID. Let me take that back. Because of the parameters of the court, you can only do the open records request in person. I did what anybody would do. I told my boss I had to go. I grabbed my purse, grabbed my keys, and I drove to the court to do the open records request in person. The open records
I guess that's all you can do.
request was for the divorce documents. Go back in the story, in the series, and remember I did a background on the ex-wife. I told you all exactly what was told to me. He met her in California. He married her in California. He divorced her in California because she cheated on him. He filed for divorce. She tried to get spousal support. It was going to be a little ugly. He was helping her with the kids. That was the story that was told to me.
Yeah.
So, went to the court, filled out the paperwork, got the open records request for the divorce decree, for the divorce records. First thing I see, he didn't file, she did. Second thing I see, they didn't make it more than 6 months. I see the date of marriage. I see the date of
Damn, 6 months, huh? Shit, this is getting spicy.
dissolution, 6 months. Third thing I see, he was served in Metro Atlanta, which means that at the time of the divorce, he was living in Metro Atlanta, and California was never mentioned. Fourth thing I see, he filed what is called a pauper affidavit. If you don't know what that is, I'm going to do my best to explain it real quick. Basically, he filed an affidavit with the court saying that he is so poor he could not afford the fees to pay for a divorce.
Damn.
He couldn't afford a filing fee. He couldn't afford a service fee.
Where's he getting all this money from? The divorce?
That is what a pauper affidavit.
Was she the one that was making money and he took her money from her, like the other person?
Is for. All of this is in the divorce documents. She had filed. She said it was irreconcilable differences. She was not requesting any money whatsoever. And both of them had signed a pauper affidavit. He was served in Georgia at his previous employment. According to the divorce documents, he was served at like a grocery store. That is what was listed as his employer.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
And it had a date of when he was served.
That's so close to working as a ketchup man, though. A ketchup boss. You guys heard cake boss. Here's condiment boss. We need more ketchup. Imagine making a cake out of ketchup, though. Doesn't really sound very good.
So I see all of this in one day. I also see where on the divorce documents, she listed her name, her address, and her phone number. So I did what any rational person would do.
Oh, shit. You looked up the phone number, right, girl? Shit, let's hear it.
I wrote down the phone number.
Of course, of course.
There was a 50-50 chance that the number was already disconnected. She could be like me. I'm one of those people. Honey, you can sneeze at a 27-degree angle. I change my number so quick. You ain't even know what hit you. You can talk to me at 5 o'clock and at 5:05, my number's been changed. So she could have been like me, and the number is not even active. Or she could be like some people I know who have kept their number since kindergarten. Either way, I wrote the number down. I left the court, and I immediately went back to work. And the same friend who helped me when I had my miscarriage, I told her, I was like, I got this phone number. This is the ex-wife. She was like, girl, you better call. You better call and find out from her. Because I think she said to me, can't nobody tell you what is going on quite like the ex-wife.
Yeah. So, okay.
Part 28 is the phone call that I had with the ex-wife.
Oh my God, dude. I'm shitting in my pants right now. Dude, this is getting spicy, bro. We're only halfway there.
Part 28 of who the fuck did I marry? So I got the phone number, went back to work. My really good friend was like, you better call her. You can use my phone.
My wife's in the chat. She says, this is so funny because I love this for you. You're such a gossip. I am a gossip. I'm a fucking goblin.
Call her. So I called her.
Okay.
She answered. Let me use aliases. And the conversation went like this. May I please speak with Barbara? This is Barbara. Barbara, this is Shirley.
Oh, shit. He used the real name. Okay.
Shirley who?
Shirley Temple. And then she starts tap dancing. That'd be funny.
This is Shirley Jones.
Just imagine that. I don't know.
I am the wife of Legion. Silence. Then she starts laughing.
Damn.
And she said to me, and I quote, if you were calling me, then I know it's bad.
Damn. It's almost like we you don't even know how to articulate this, but it's almost like a video game, and you meet like a new character that's like, oh, I know that you thought I was some kind of bad guy, but actually I'm kind of a good guy. Damn. That's fucking crazy.
I chuckle and I said to her, I'm not trying to bother you. I'm not trying to disrupt your life. Damn. I said, I'm literally coming to you
on some woman's
wanted shit. I said, because you were probably the only person who can help. She listened. She was gracious. And she said, what is it that you need to know? Or what is it that you want to know?
Of course. She's trying to help a fellow person out, like a fellow ex out, man. That's fucking crazy.
And I said, I understand that you and my husband talk.
And now we're best friends. That's going to be the silver lining. They're best friends now. So there you go. She has a best friend in the ex.
And communicate. And she immediately said, what? No, we don't. And I said, okay. She said, one thing you need to know about Legion. She said, whatever he tells you, it is a lie.
Damn.
And she said, let's go back to part 1. I told you guys that when he introduced himself or when we met, we actually had matched on 2 different sites.
Yeah.
And he was under 2 different names. One was like the actual birth name. The other one was a nickname variation of that name. That's the name I know him by. So for example, if his name was Matthew, he had a profile under Matthew, and then he had a profile under Matt. I would have known him as Matt. So she said to me, she was like, I don't even know who Matt is. She was like, that's not even his name. And so I knew what his actual government name, and she was like, no one calls him Matt. She was like, that must be his new personality. Or she was cracking a joke, but she was like, anything he tells you, you need to know is a lie. So I just asked her, I said, what was your experience? I said, because I can tell you the story he told me. And she stopped me right there. She said, whatever he told you was a lie. She said, let me guess. He told you I cheated on him. Let me guess. He told you that I wanted money from him. And I said, yeah. And she said, yeah, that's a complete lie. So we had a conversation where she told me how they met. They didn't meet online or anything. I said, well, were you guys ever in California? She said, no. She's like, that man ain't never been past the East Coast. So I said, okay. So
Dude, this is wild. This is wild.
You guys have always been in Georgia. And she said, yeah. She's like, we got married in Georgia and we got divorced in Georgia. And that's when she asked me, how did you even get my number? She said, because I want nothing to do with him. So how did you get my number? And I said, I'm gonna tell you the truth. It ain't gonna make me look good. I told her, I said,
I was being a snoop. I snooped around. She can't blame her for that though. I feel like she won't.
This is what happened. And this is what led to me doing research. And this is how I got your number. And she laughed. She was like, wow. She was like, normally I would be freaked out. She said, but under the circumstances, she was like, wow, okay. She said, yeah, if you're calling me, then...
See, she gets it. This guy must be that bad then. I'm confused. Is his name Legion? I don't think his name is Legion. I think that's what she's using. She's a bit more religious, so I think like Legion is something along the lines of like a devil kind of a thing, or like a demon. So that's why she's calling him Legion.
It must have gotten pretty bad. She said, so what did he promise you?
His real name is actually Jerome. Is that true? Or are you just fucking being racist?
And
because I know some of you guys have already watched this.
We talked for about 35 minutes.
Damn.
She asked me in that phone call, she said, look, I want nothing to do with him. I have not spoken to him since our divorce was finalized. She says, so I would just appreciate if you keep me out of whatever's going on with y'all. And I told her, I said, I give you my word. I will never tell him I spoke to you. I said, I give you my word. I said, this conversation is for me. It is not for me to
I wonder if he's sitting here watching this 7-hour-long series, crying or something.
Use in any sort of legal.
Imagine that like whatever woman he's dating now, it starts watching this. It's like, oh my god, this is my fucking. Oh my god, I married this man.
Litigation, nothing. This is for me. And I said, I don't plan to call you again. I don't plan to be a disruption in your life. I just needed to know, how bad is it? And she paused and she said, it's bad. Damn. She said, I don't know what all y'all got going on. She said, but if it's anything like what it was for me, it's bad. So we talked a little bit more. She was very encouraging. She was like, girl, do not blame yourself. She said, I went through that and I blamed myself. She was like, this is not on us. This is on him. She was like, he is a master liar, a master manipulator.
Damn, I'm just a masturbator.
She said, I ignored the red flags. So she was like, do not feel as though this is on you. We talked about there's an ex-girlfriend that shares the same name as his aunt. She and I talked about her. She said the reason why they broke up, because the ex-girlfriend, I didn't know this, the ex-girlfriend had reached out to her about 6 months before he met me.
What the fuck? Oh my god, it's like a reverse polygamous relationship. They're all becoming friends.
And so the ex-girlfriend lived in Douglasville.
My favorite part about this story so far, though, because we're like 30 parts in, is that she's not crying all the time. And I know that sounds weird, because like I would understand if she did cry about this, but like, you know, so many people make they make these stories in such a performative way where it's like about getting as much attention as possible. But for this one, I feel like she's just talking about it. She's like, I'm pissed off and I want to talk about it. And you want to know what? Maybe I want to raise awareness too, so that that this fucking asshole doesn't fuck over another woman. You know what I mean? But other people would be sitting here crying, you traumatized me. And it's like, dude, like, shut the fuck up. If this woman said she was traumatized, I believe her, but she's not. You don't have to cry and fucking make a performance out of everything. You know what I mean?
On Legion's driver's license, he had a Georgia driver's license with the Douglasville address. What he told me was that it was the address that his sister, because remember I told you his sister Shantae lives in Douglasville. She's a nurse, married with 2 kids. So he told me that the address on his license, his driver's license, was to Shantae's house. The ex-wife is telling me, no, that's the address for the ex-girlfriend.
Oh my god.
He had moved in with her, and he created this whole narrative with her. She found out that he was lying, and she kicked him out. And so I guess after she kicked him out, she then reached out to the ex-wife, kind of the way I did for confirmation. And so the ex-wife was just telling me, whatever that man has told you, it is a lie. She said, I got out before it got too bad. She said, because once I knew he was lying, I was out. She was like, because he's never going to change. For real. Again, conversation went on. And so finally,
I mean, there's a difference between lying and this. This is like insane.
We were getting ready to get off the phone. And before we got off the phone, I said to her, I said, if everything is a lie, I said, I have one question for you. And she said, sure. I said,
did you love her? Oh.
I said, how was your daughter? Next part coming up.
Oh god, she's giving us what are they called? Cliffhangers. I don't have a daughter. Oh no. Or she's fine.
Part 29. Who the fuck did I marry? So I asked her.
I know this is like a small thing and it's random, but I actually I tried to have cereal this morning, so I poured cereal into a bowl and I had no milk, so I had to eat dry cereal, and it just wasn't a good experience, and I was just kind of upset. That's it.
How was your daughter? She said my daughter's fine.
Oh shit.
And I said okay. She said, what did he say about my daughter? And I will be honest with y'all, I didn't have the heart to tell her.
Yeah.
So what I said instead was, oh no, with everything with COVID, I think you mentioned that she might have had COVID or was exposed to it. I downplayed it bad.
Yeah. I get that. That could really upset her.
I'll tell that woman that he said her.
I mean, she's gonna know now if she watches it. But
so I said, obviously I'm glad to hear that kids are fine. She said, look, whether you stay with him or not, it's your choice. She said he ain't gonna change. He ain't gonna change at all. She said this is what he does. She said you're not the first. You're not gonna be the last. She said he did it to me. She was very, very encouraging, because she was just like, you do not blame yourself. She said, we both.
I mean, I would blame her if she stayed. To be now at this point, you know what I mean. You got to figure out a way to leave, though. He seems like a fucking weirdo.
More red flags. But it is not your fault.
Unless he threatened her, then I would understand. She said, I mean, I guess I could understand why you feel afraid to leave this fucking crazy psychopath.
It's on him.
This weirdo that just lied about everything. It's just this goes beyond like a lie, dude. This is insane.
And so we, once again, I thanked her for her time. Got off the phone. I took a long way home that night. I could not be around him. I could not be around him. I had to figure something out. I had to figure some things out. So I took a long way home. What does that mean? It means that I probably could have taken 75 to 285, but I probably took 20 to 75 to 285 to 675, kind of like I just took a long way home. A couple of days later, because my mind was spinning. A couple of days later, at this point, I'm turning into the FBI, CIA, and Homeland Security all in one. Literally, I'm trying to find everything. And he's carrying on his business as usual. Nothing changed with him. He had no idea.
Dude, she's a good actor. She's got a side project, which is just finding out who this guy is and exposing him. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, that I had spoken to his wife. He had no idea. I had gone to court and saw his divorce documents. He had no idea. Damn. So a couple of days later.
I mean, obviously he's going to blame her for all that too.
I decided to look up his mother's obituary. Look up the mother's obituary. And down at the bottom where it talks about, she's preceded in death by, and it lists all the people, the family members that died before. And then it says, leaving behind to cherish her memory. It lists the husband, her husband, excuse me. Let me start over. It lists her husband, which is Legion's dad. It lists Legion's brother that lives in Philly, and his wife, because again, this is she passed away in 2015. So yeah. It lists Legion, the brother in Philly, and his wife and daughter, her granddaughter. Yeah,
she's about to find fucking Waldo, yeah.
It lists Legion. And his wife, I think it was like Latoya, or something. It did not list the ex-wife I just spoke to. And it clearly said...
How many times this guy fucking married?
Legion, his wife, Latoya.
Because they went in to get married or whatever, and it said that he was married one other time. Does that mean that he was like lying about... Like, how do you fake that?
Then it listed the brother in Nashville, his wife, Jane, or whatever. So I'm thinking to myself, there's two things I was thinking immediately. Number one, who is Latoya? Never heard that name before.
Right, because when there was a moment, I don't remember exactly what it was. Maybe it was when they were trying to get a house, or I don't know. But he said that he was married one other time.
Never heard that name before. So I was thinking, who was Latoya? And then number two, where are the two sisters? Shantae and Kim. Shantae lives in Douglasville, married with 2 kids. Kim lives in Augusta, and I believe he told me she worked at like Procter & Gamble. So why aren't they listed on here? Because apparently, go back to the video. I posted it on there. I gave y'all background on the family.
Yeah, I wonder if any of this is illegal. Like, he can get arrested for it, which I feel like he should be able to get arrested for this. This is fucking crazy.
He apparently was one of 5, through both parents. Brother in Philly, older brother, younger brother in Nashville, an older sister in Douglasville, and a baby sister in Augusta. So why is it on his mother's obituary there's only three children named? Where are the 2 sisters?
He could have had it annulled. Oh, maybe. That could make sense.
So I'm even more like, what in the hell is going on? And then I started thinking to myself, why wouldn't they list Shantae? Like, they talk all the time, so I know that they're close because he talks to Shantae all the time.
Oh, shit. That's one of the girls he's gooning with.
So I really was confused. Again, keep in mind, I'm trying to...
It's a gooner girl, guys. It's a gooner girl, guys. Go. Sorry.
Give y'all insight into how I was thinking May of 2021, because I still didn't find out a lot of stuff at that time. I found out enough to figure out, okay, it's not a question of if he's lying. That was over. It's not a question of if he's lying. The question now is becoming, what else is he lying about?
Yeah. At this point, it would be surprising if any of it was true, you know? It's like the expectations are on the floor, are so low onto the floor. You're like, wow, you were telling the truth about this? Holy fuck.
So we had a phone call with the ex-wife. Now I see an obituary that apparently there's another wife. I know on our marriage certificate, it only states he had one previous marriage.
Yeah.
I had 0, he had 1. So this is how I'm thinking in my head, which is, okay, what am I missing here? I know we've established that he's lying, but who the fuck is Latoya? Like, I'm really trying to understand who is Latoya.
One of the Michael Jackson's sister, right? Latoya Jackson.
And again, he's hobbling around the house.
I mean, he might have told her that. You never know.
And I'm in our bed, well, in the bedroom, just, I mean, I could not get on Google fast enough to try to figure some stuff out. So, see the mom's obituary, study it. And at this point,
damn, and she has a photographic memory because she remembered the social security number. And by the way, that's why this woman took so long to get married. Okay, because women, this is my theory on why women struggle to find relationships. You remember everything. You got to stop. Okay. Oh, we had a fight. My wife can tell you the date, time, fucking everything of when we fought. Everything it's about. I just kind of remember we fought and then we moved on and everything's better now. You know what I mean? But apparently it's not, because she remembers the specific way that I twisted my fucking pinky toe as we were fighting. She remembers how long my fucking fingernails were when we were having a fight. All right. She remembers the clothing I was wearing. She remembers the smell I had. I'm just like, oh, that happened. And now we're better off. That's why women struggle, man. You know what I mean? Because the guys, we just forget. We're like, okay, we moved on. Everything's cool. Better. But women, you guys don't fucking forget a goddamn thing. That's why you're fucking miserable all the time. Just let it go. Forget it. Don't remember it. Stop remembering things. So
I'm now trying to figure out, okay, what's the game plan? What is the game plan? And that's where we are about to get into the next part.
Oh shit, the next part. Get me in here, baby.
Okay, part 30 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? So I'm going to use this as a clarification video. So we're going to use part 30 as a stop. Let's clarify some things. I've done it before on a previous set of videos, so I think it's just important to do that so that way I can try to address some of the things that I've seen in the comments, both supportive and just downright mean. But let me clarify some stuff. Number one, it is important to remember that I am telling this entire story of how I met, dated, married, and divorced my pathologically lying ex-husband. I am going in chronological order of events. So what that means is that, ma'am, sir, whoever you are, if you were coming in at part 30, but you have not seen part 11, some stuff is not going to make sense. I know. It is a long playlist.
You got to start from the beginning here. You can't skip stuff.
And don't worry about watching the video as soon as it comes out, because everything, I'm trying to do this responsibly of telling the story in the order of which things happen. So I say
Agreed.
that to say, please, if you're able to, start at the introduction disclaimer video. Start with part 1 and then just watch each video, because a lot of the questions people are having that I'm seeing in the comments, and I say this respectfully, is just because you did not go to the other videos and watch them in order.
True.
That's just the first thing I want to say. It is important that I get this story out, but that it's done, like I said, responsibly. To me, responsibly is being honest, even if it makes me look bad, but then also trying to be clear and not ramble all over the place. So I'm trying to take the time to tell you, this is what happened at this time. This is what happened at that time. That's why there's so many parts. And we're not even to the part of the divorce yet. We're almost there, but we're not there yet. Second thing I want to clarify.
Sorry.
I cannot stress this enough. My family and my friends did not know what was going on between Legion and I. They did not know. My family only knew we've met this guy. He's dating our daughter, our niece, our cousin, our granddaughter. He seems to be a really nice guy. He seems to really love her. From what he has told us, he's done well for himself. He played football, and he has worked at this company 6-7 years, and financially he is in a good place. From what we understand, he just moved here from California. That is what they knew. They did not know about the red flags I had. They did not know what was going on in my head. They did not know what was going on in my heart, because I did not want to look stupid. I'm fully aware that when I tell this story, I look stupid. I'm aware, and I made my peace with that. But at the time, I did not want to look stupid. So it was important to me to put on everything's great. We're really happy. We're looking for a house, and everything's going well, knowing full well that behind the scenes, I couldn't figure out why he wasn't showing proof of funds. They did not know. So I say that to say, I see the comments about how my aunt gave me horrible advice when I called her.
Sorry, TikTok is such a pain in the ass, and like the way that they will like police some videos. So I will check it regularly. There's like a video I posted like 2 weeks ago about that one OnlyFans girl that was in the gym bouncing around, trying to make content for herself, pretend stimulating riding a dick or whatever. And then she was criticized for it, and then they removed that one from the program because blah 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 blah. Sexually, they hyper police every fucking post that comes down there. So annoying. Sorry.
About the sexting on Facebook, and I want to clarify something. She did not tell me
Facebook sexting. Damn, bro, come on, Facebook.
To stay with him. She did not tell me to leave him. That's not her place, and that's not what she would do. She simply was in shock that any of this had happened and did not know what to give me advice on. The one thing that she did say was, look, he's not your boyfriend. Meaning, it ain't as simple as, oh, we just gonna break up. Pack your shit and go. Because you married him. Ma is the most ride or die chick I've ever met. You fuck with me, you fuck with her. And she's straight Jersey. So I love her for it, but I need it to, it's not fair for me to leave it out there as if, oh, she just was like, go home and deal with it. No, never in a million years. So I want to clarify that. I also want to clarify about my mom. So my mom lived in Arkansas, and when she came to visit in April, we were already married. This is her first time physically meeting Legion. My mom will tell you she had no idea anything was amiss, but there was something that
there was an energy she could feel.
Her a little bit. She didn't know what it was, and my mom is the type where she's gonna get on her knees in prayer. That's who she is. So for her, it was like, I don't know what it is. He seems like a nice guy. He seems to love my daughter. Because again, there was no arguing in the house. The house was peaceful while she was here, even though behind the scenes we had just came off of the whole sexting incident with other women.
Yeah, they were just they were putting on a show because yeah, I remember that part.
So for her, it was like, I don't know what it is. She did tell me later on that it seemed as if I wasn't as happy as she thought I would have been. But again, she took it to the Lord in prayer. And her prayer was, God, protect my child. I don't know what's
Beautiful
going on,
stuff.
but protect her. That was my mom's response. So she did not know. She did not pick up or overhear something that was going on while she was here. She had candid conversation with Legion, and Legion kind of came across as, I miss my mom. He missed his own mother, and so he called my mom, and
That's probably crazy because he probably didn't care about like the cheating at all, really, other than he got caught. And she was probably devastated. So she was putting on a front, but he was reveling in it. You know what I mean? She's like, he was able to come off as this really nice, good guy, blah, 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 to the mom.
Doted on her, again, putting on a charade. And so for her, it was like, bless his heart. That's what she said, bless his heart. But no, she did not know the specifics. Nobody knew the specifics. They didn't know the specifics until we're talking May, June of 2021. They knew that we were looking for a house. They knew that the house fell through. They did not know about the proof of funds. They did not know that he wouldn't show me the savings account, the offshore account. So I just want to say that because to me it would be irresponsible to not clarify what family and friends knew, because these people have always been supportive of me, always had my back. I just simply did not share with them the things that I felt like were red flags, because again, my mindset at the time was, I want to be married, and what if he isn't lying? And I was making excuses for him to myself, so I definitely would have made excuses to family. Another thing I need to clarify, and I saw the comments on this about how a VP would never date someone that looked like me, and to the person that wrote it, that wasn't very nice. I need you all to understand the relationship started in March of 2020. He came into my life as regional manager. Okay, that is how he came into my life.
Why wouldn't a manager date her? Like people are so weird. Oh, a manager wouldn't date you. Why? Because she's fat? Like, you guys are so terminally online. That's not a disqualifier for regular people. Like, and sometimes it can be, and that's fine. But like, that's not like a general like, oh, you're fat. Okay, well, fuck you. That's just weird. It's just a weird thought.
And eventually, he got promoted to VP of production or operations, some VP of something. That was later on in the relationship. He showed me the paperwork.
Sounds like an older woman that has her shit together. Like, why wouldn't people, especially for somebody who might be a boss? Bosses at work. Some people, and it depends on the person, but like sometimes these people want to be in some capacity more submissive at home. Not that he was, but there's different types of people. Like maybe he's a boss and he likes the dominant woman to be more submissive too, because he's in charge of everybody all day. Or maybe he wants like a strong woman to fucking be to make him feel like a man, because being with a strong woman that doesn't take any shit will make you feel like more of a man than being with some fucking submissive woman that'll let you roll over her. You never fucking know. People are so weird.
Work where it was basically a memo from HR.
It's probably just some dumb fucking kid that doesn't like, I don't know, his mother probably doesn't even love him.
Your new position title will be VP of production. We'll just say production. Your salary, I don't remember the exact amount because it was a very specific amount, but it was over $200,000. It listed some of the benefits that he would have. He would have an office. He would be getting an executive assistant.
I'm surprised she doesn't remember the specifics of that, because she remembers everything else.
Where we get David from. If you don't know who David is, please go back and watch the series in order. He would be getting an executive assistant. He would be getting use of
David is the assistant, guys. Okay, I remember David.
The company helicopter. He would be getting a company car. That is where we're introduced to the fact.
Wait, he would get a what?
He would be getting an executive assistant. He would be getting use of the company helicopter.
What the fuck? I'm not trying to be rude. You believed him on a goddamn helicopter? Come on, that's crazy.
He would be getting a company car. That is where we're introduced to the fact that he was starting to shop for a company car that could not be more than $90,000. That's what he told me. I didn't see this in the memo, the amount of the car, but that's what he told me. So that's where you get the car shopping for the Range Rover, the Jaguar, the BMW. He even test drove a Mercedes GLE, I believe. So I'm just trying to, again, bring some clarity to this so that way we all can understand what's going on. And hopefully this just makes a lot more sense for everyone. All right? Part 31.
A fucking helicopter, bro? What the fuck? I feel like she didn't mention that to us. I would have been like, what the fuck are you talking about a goddamn helicopter for? What the fuck are you talking about?
Part 31, who the fuck did I marry?
Who the fuck did you marry?
His mother's obituary online. It then told me, it listed this.
Damn, you calling his mother a bitch? Terrible.
It listed his brother in Philly and his wife. It listed Legion, and then it said his wife. I took the name from the obituary, and I did a Metro Atlanta court search with that name. I found a divorce record.
Okay.
I found a divorce record with Legion and the same woman's name that was in the obituary. In that divorce record, it looks like he's the one that filed for divorce. This would have been around 2016. This was after the mother's death. He filed for divorce. She was the respondent. I think that's the correct terminology. Both had a temporary protection order against each other. He had one against her. She had one against him. The divorce ended up getting granted, finalized. Then it looks like he went on his way. In the course of the search for her name, I discovered that at one point in time, the two of them had lived in Rhode Island. So that's the connection with Rhode Island, because for the longest time I could not figure out who lived in Rhode Island. That's where that came from. The two of them, he and this woman, lived in Rhode Island several years prior, or a few years prior. I could not find the obituary for his dad. I searched and I searched. I could not find the obituary for his father. For whatever reason, I knew his grandmother's name. I just randomly decided to do a Google search of the grandmother's name. Initially, nothing came up because I was looking for the grandmother's name in Philly. Nothing came up. I looked for the grandmother's name down here in Georgia. Found a record, but it was not, it wasn't quite clear. What was clear was that she had died several years prior. So what I found was a different website where it was like a legacy.com type thing. So I believe legacy.com holds old obituaries. Did a search for her name, found a match. That is when I discovered that she actually had passed away in July of 2008.
Okay.
Read the caption or the obituary and verified that in fact it was his grandmother. Because at the bottom of it, again, obituaries tell you a lot. It names who she leaves to cherish her memory. So it lists all the different family members. It lists the brother in Philly. It lists Legion, no spouse, and then a brother in Nashville. Once again, it did not list the two sisters, Shantae and Kim. So I'm even more like, okay, clearly something.
Well, clearly he's just making people up. And it sounds like some of the people he's making up might be some of the girls he's given his wiggler to.
You know, is up when it comes to Shantae and Kim. But what I do know is that he has talked to them multiple times in front of me. So I'm not sure what I'm missing. Maybe some family feud happened. Honestly, I don't know. So that is how I discovered that when he told me the grandmother died from COVID and he was crying, boohooing, and all that shit, she actually had died in July of 2008. I found
Jesus Christ.
this out the same time that I found out about allegedly, and I say allegedly because I'll explain, allegedly the first wife, or at least what I think is the first wife. So while all this is going on, Legion is almost bedridden from what happened with his knee.
How the fuck is his knee that bad? Like, what does he got? Is he going septic? Does he have a fucking infection? What is happening here?
I need to take a moment to address this issue with the knee. Again, the story started, he hit his knee. Then it turned into, it was an old football injury. And this has happened before. He's going to the doctor. The doctor's telling him to ice it and to elevate it. He eventually moves into the guest bedroom to be more comfortable. I'm going to make this statement.
Interesting. I have a previous injury of the knee. Doctor's saying to ice it. Now I need to go into the guest bedroom. Does he sleep apart from her at this point? Does he sleep apart from her at this point? Is he doing this as like a way to have an excuse to get away from her so that he can like sext other girls and shit? What the fuck?
This is probably the only time I'll make this statement. He was not lying about the injury
that
he had. I don't know where the injury came from, but what I do know was he was not lying in the fact that he was in pain. You could clearly see that he was in pain, and the pain was becoming debilitating. Please understand what I'm saying. The pain was debilitating enough to where he was taking my pain meds from when I had the miscarriage.
Well, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's real. I don't know. I'm skeptical of the pain. Might be fake. Gives him an excuse to take pain meds that he's not supposed to take. Gives him an excuse to be away from you so that he can sext other girls. I don't know. Gives him an excuse to potentially call out of work and stay home while you have to go into work so that he can talk to other women or even meet up with them. I don't know. How often do you FaceTime your husband while you're at work? Because my wife will FaceTime me randomly, and I don't give a shit. Sometimes I'm jacking off, so it's annoying. But you know what I mean? Sometimes you just gotta check in. Keep him in check.
And then also, it was hard for him to walk. He was not eating. So this is what made me believe this, whatever was going on with the knee, there was more to it because he was not eating.
Or maybe he was going out with other girls, eating with them. So he wasn't hungry. I don't know, dude. I don't know.
When I met this man, he was a size 3X. At this point in time in May, he's down to a 2X. He is not exercising. He's not doing anything mobile. He's simply not eating.
Maybe. I don't know.
So there definitely was something going on.
Maybe he has AIDS.
Honestly, I thought it might have been cancer. But he kept saying, no, it's not that.
Maybe he has AIDS from all his debauchery, from all his shenanigans he's engaging with. Freaking all these other girls, dude. You never know. Just saying.
Injuries from a football injury. I said to him, the next time you have a doctor's appointment, I want to go. It was that bad. And he kept making excuses like, okay, fine, I'll make the appointment. I'll let you know what it is. Cool, I will take off work. I want to be at that doctor's appointment. Because whatever is going on with you is serious. To the point where you are losing weight rapidly within a 2-week span. Damn. So now we can go ahead and enter into June. When we enter...
He was cutting for his bodybuilding competition. Then he hurt his knee in a squat.
Into June. I have verified, read the divorce documents for not one wife, but 2 wives. I have called San Diego State, verified they have no record of him. He claims he was a private citizen. I don't believe that. They're saying there's no record of him. I have pulled his background. It is showing that you've lived in Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Georgia. When I look at the addresses, it is tied to at least 2 women, both of whom I'm showing divorce records on file that you had. I've also verified that your grandmother actually died in 2008 and not in 2020 from COVID. I know all of this as I'm going into June. His birthday is June 17th. So all I've been doing is just trying to figure out what is it I'm going to do. I spoke to the pastor and his wife. I believe it was actually the pastor I spoke to because I knew the pastor previously before he did our marriage counseling. And I told him what I found. Mind blown. Mind blown.
I'm surprised that this guy even lets you have a relationship with the pastor because it's another man in your life. And it seems like he had an issue with like that.
No idea. He knew something was happening. He knew that Legion was not really trying to make this marriage work. He had no idea all this was going on. So he asked me, Are you wanting to stay, or do you?
Then what's the motivation for him getting married? Is it just a place to stay every 6 months and then he leaves?
You want to end the marriage? I said, oh, absolutely, I'm ending it. Oh, hell yeah, I'm ending it.
She's ending it, but she's taking her time. She's doing it the responsible way. She's abiding her time. Some would say Joe biding.
I have to.
She's ice creaming her time right now.
I have to end it. I have no idea who that man is in my guest bedroom. Not to mention, on top of all of this, he had lied about the death of the ex-wife's daughter.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked up, and that's one of the things that this individual, which she should, places in very high value, is like death and like lying about that. Like she, to the point where she doesn't really, at first, if you say, oh, somebody died, she's like, okay, and that's it. Like she doesn't question it. She's like, that's fucked up. Like nobody would ever lie about that. That's her. That seems to be her mental perspective. But not this guy. He's too good of a guy. He fucking lies about everything. I still don't know who he is. Is he a demon?
Part 32.
All right.
Who the fuck did I marry? All right. So we're now in June. By this point in June, I have been offered a new job, accepted it, put in my 2-week notice at my previous job, and was.
I can't believe that this TikTok is such a fucking insane phenomenon, dude. Like this story is insanely deep.
Going to be starting the new job later on in the month. So
and we're 32 parts in. What the hell are the other 18 parts full of?
When he laughed, where I told him I wanted to get a new job, that laughter fueled me to get a new job. So
I feel that.
Here's what happened.
I feel that when people don't believe in me, I feel motivated too.
In the beginning of June, at this point he's completely bedridden. When I say completely bedridden, what I mean is, I'm trying to clarify this so it makes sense. From what I see, he is going to work, but he's calling out a lot more. Okay, so he had already left the condiment company and was working for Apple. So he's calling out quite a bit because the pain is pretty bad. So he's hardly eating at this point. Hardly.
I don't know. I'm still skeptical. They rejected my goddamn appeal. This fucking website sucks dick, dude.
For example, if I were to say, oh, I ordered a 10-piece wings, he's eating 2, and that's it. That's all I would see him eat.
I don't know. I'm still skeptical. I'm thinking that he's still doing some kind of suspicious activity. I don't know.
I was going to work and coming home. The house was in the exact same place that it was when I left. Nothing in the kitchen had been moved. Nothing in the refrigerator had been moved, which led me to believe that he had not left the bed from the time I left to go to work until the time I came home. At this point in time, he's drinking Powerades like it's water. I mean, I'm buying cases of Powerades, and that seemed to be the only thing that
he needs that Powerade to power through those other women he's talking to while you're at work.
He was taking in. So if he was a 3X when I met him,
maybe he got a workers' comp thing. Maybe he fucked his knee up at his factory job that he's lying about. At the ketchup factory, and like he's on workers' comp, so he's like, "Oh, my knee's so bad, blah 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 blah." You know, maybe
he's probably at a 1X.
I feel like if my knee hurt that bad, I would be eating more. I'd be just inactive at home, resting my knee, working even more. You know, I'm just saying. Damn, you think that they could just fly him around in his helicopter though, and then he could just work? It's like, I'm just have the helicopter going. I'm a VIP.
Maybe a 2X depending on the clothes.
Yeah, come pick me up in the helicopter.
He's lost a lot of weight because he's not eating. So that's the reason why I say he wasn't faking whatever was going on. I think the knee.
More like the smelly copter, you know?
The issue with his knee was a symptom. That was not some football injury. That was not, I hit it at work. It wasn't that. Something else was going on. I kept asking him to, let me know when you have a doctor's appointment.
He's fucking girls too much, dude.
I'm going to go with you. And he just kept saying the doctor, he's calling the doctor, and the doctor told him to just keep icing the knee. But I knew better. What was happening was I didn't care.
Yeah, obviously a doctor is not going to be like, yeah, you don't need to come in. Bro, that guy gets like $150 or $250 every time you go in. Of course he's gonna be like happy for you to go in. What the hell are you talking about?
Because of all the stuff I was finding out. So beginning of June, he is in a bed, sleep, and I get his phone. I ain't gonna lie, I got his phone.
Shit, she drugged him. She's lying. She drugged him. She drugged him so they'd stay asleep so she could go through his phone. By the way, I approve. Not legally. It's a terrible thing. Never do that. But given the circumstances, I get it.
He had a work phone and he had a personal phone. It was the work phone that he had from the condiment company that apparently was never.
Guys, it's a work phone. It's just a work phone.
Returned in. Follow me. It all come out.
He never turned it in?
It was deactivated. But he did not wipe the phone, if y'all know what I mean. Take all the data off. He did not do that. So I looked through the phone and I see.
Why would he have to turn it in? I thought he was still working there. Did I miss something? What the fuck?
This would have been text messages. Text messages between him and a woman named Peaches.
Oh, no, not Peaches. God damn it. The YouTuber? Peaches? No fucking way.
I go back to the beginning of the text messages. This is on the work phone. This is the beginning of June of 2021. I go back to the text messages the beginning of the text messages between him and Peaches. Yes, that was her name, Peaches. I'm reading the thread because he's knocked out sleep. So I'm in the bathroom with the door locked, reading the thread. And what I can tell is that he met Peaches on POF. If you don't know what POF is,
yeah, Plenty of Fish. I know.
it is Plenty of Fish, a dating website. He met Peaches.
I feel like why call it POF if you're just going to call it Plenty of Fish? Unless you're going to keep saying POF and you're just establishing. I don't know. I'm being stupid.
I saw the messages in June, so he met Peaches around February. Met Peaches from POF.
Damn.
And apparently Peaches was, you know, there's a nice way to say it. Apparently Peaches was a prostitute. So
okay.
The reason why I say that is because in the text messages, she's listing the prices. So
damn, that's crazy.
He asked for,
what are the prices? Just curious.
For a hand job. This is in the text messages.
How much?
She told him it would be like $40.
Is that a lot? I really have no idea. I was going to make a joke, but I have no idea. Is that like a lot for a hand job? It kind of seems like it. I don't know.
He asked how much would it be for oral. She said it would be 60. Because it was 60 and 80. One was the price with a condom. One was the price without one.
Damn. $80. Somebody in the chat said that before. Means you watched this already up to this point. You're just rewatching it with me. That's incredible. I love you.
So no messages after that. She sent a picture. He sent a picture.
Yes, he wasn't going to pay $80.
No messages after that. So in other words, these messages were not back to back every single day. There's breaks in between the messages. So like a message was in March, the next message is in April. Message in April, next message is like 2 weeks later. So he's asking her the prices. Next message I see would have been from a few weeks prior to the date of this. So this was the beginning of June. The message is from sometime beginning of May, where he is thanking her and says to her, you know, thank you so much. That was really great. I hope I can.
Oh my God. Oh my God, guys. No fucking way. He paid the prostitute. Jesus.
See you again. Then there's messages where she said, hey, basically she was at a new spot. She must have moved. So he said, okay, I'm gonna come through. I'm gonna come see you.
What do you mean, a new corner? What the fuck does that mean, a new spot? What the fuck?
He's asking her to confirm the address. He was like, is it the house with the brown trash can with a white car in the front? She says, yes. So I'm thinking he was actually in front of the house when he's texting these messages.
Of course.
Then again, he does whatever he does, and he sends her a message a few hours later saying, thank you. That was great. I'm reading all this. And I will tell you guys something that you may or may not understand. Some women may or may not understand it. The cheating didn't even faze me. Didn't even.
Why? Why wouldn't she? I mean, maybe because like that's, I don't know. She's very religious, so it's like, oh, I don't know. Why wouldn't the cheating faze you? Like, is she used to it? Did her dad cheat on her mom a lot or something? Like, what the fuck?
I didn't cry. I did not feel like.
Or maybe at this point it just doesn't phase her. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being stupid.
Did I do wrong? I was relieved.
Because I figure it's like, oh, it's religious. Like men will be men. I feel like in like religious spaces sometimes they're just like, oh, men are men, and they kind of like excuse bad behavior sometimes. You know what I mean? But maybe she's just like over it. You know, she was already cheated on before by him. She like expects it. You know.
The reason why I was relieved is because up until this point, I kind of struggled a little bit on whether or not, God, you know, I know, Lord, you hate divorce. But I can't say with a God it lies. So when I saw the cheating stuff, I was like, oh shoot, thank you, Jesus. Okay, because I know to get the fact that I'm divorcing for infidelity.
That's funny.
Go ahead, it's fine. Jesus will forgive me. So I was relieved, to be honest with you. Like, oh, okay, I got grounds now, bitch.
That makes more sense. Okay, so she was happy because she wanted to justify her. She needed to be pushed over the edge like further than most other people would. That makes sense.
How I felt. So saw the messages, forwarded the messages to my phone. Or excuse me, I had to take my phone.
Oh shit! The dead daughter money was for Peaches. My wife just said that in the chat. Oh my God. The dead daughter money was for Peaches. Oh my God. No fucking way. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy, dude. I didn't even put that together until you just said that. Bro, she lied about that woman's daughter being dead of COVID for money. So he could damn. $80, no condom? Oh my God. Despicable. Despicable. What about the grandma? Didn't he lie about when she died too? Dude, how many fucking blowjobs was he getting from this woman? Oh my God. You think he took her up in his private helicopter that he made at the mustard factory? Like, what the fuck? Holy shit.
Because the phone was deactivated. So I kind of had to do a little ghetto. Hold the phone, take my phone, and take pictures of what I see on the phone so that I would have proof on my phone. Then I put the phone back and continued on. Now, in the next part is the day that he gets kicked out.
Yo, hurry the fuck up. Get to the next part.
And I will tell y'all what happened.
I'm fucking excited. This is horrible,
Part
but I'm also excited.
Who the fuck did I marry? June 17th, 2021.
Okay.
So you guys have been on this ride. You now know exactly what information I did have.
Yeah.
The morning of June 17th, which was his birthday.
Yeah.
He was in the bed as usual. Powerade bottles all over the place because I wasn't in the mood to clean.
Yeah.
And so I went in his room. He was awake. He was watching YouTube on his cell phone. He watched a lot of YouTube, watching these two guys.
You think you watched Papa God? Sorry.
That always were fixing Jeeps on YouTube. And if I saw them, I would know exactly who they are, but I can't remember their name. It's a popular show on YouTube. Anyway, so I go in there and I just calmly sit on the edge of the bed and I was like, can we talk? And he was like, yeah, what's up? I said to him, I said, Legion. Obviously I called him his name. Legion. I said, I'm going to ask you something. I just want you to be honest with me.
Legion,
so he starts, I can already see in his eyes, he's about to get defensive. And I was like, calm.
Because he probably remembers this. He's probably used to this. Getting to that moment where it's like, Legion, I figured it out. You think he'd get better at manipulating women, even because considering he seems to do it like regularly.
This is the tone I had. Calm. I said, you never went to San Diego State, did you?
Damn.
He rolls his eyes and he's like, I said, calm down. Watch your tone. I said, you never went to San Diego State. I said, you never lived in California, did you? And he said, of course I lived in California. He's like, I fucking showed you the house I had in California. He said, I told you about San Diego State. I was a private citizen. My dad paid for me to be a private citizen. And I said,
what the fuck are you talking about, Dingle?
Okay. I said, I called San Diego State. And he looked at me. His eyes were like empty. Like he wasn't shocked. He wasn't like, oh my God. He was just more like,
he's used to it. He's mentally prepared for this. You know what I mean? He's ready to give you a lie about it. Oh, you called them? Either he's going to turn it around on her or he's got an excuse ready, but he's calm. The calmness would sometimes communicate like, oh, so what? That doesn't mean anything. Like I already, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't faze me. Because the shock would be like, oh, he's lying, you know? So even if, this is the thing, even if it's like guaranteed at this point that you're lying, if you don't act shocked, you can still play it off. You can still gaslight. Gatekeep, girl boss.
Okay. I said they have no record of you.
Damn.
I said they have no record because you never went. You've never been to California. So at this point, I'm very calm, and I'm just stating, I said, you've never been to California. I said, I bet you've only lived in Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Rhode Island. At this point, now there's a little emotion behind the eyes. And I said, I don't think that this is going to work.
Damn.
And he said, what, the marriage? He was like, so what you saying? You don't want to be married to me anymore? And I said, I don't want to be married to you anymore.
Damn. What do you do?
Said, we need to go our separate ways. We tried, but we need to go our separate ways. The way that I'm talking to you all is exactly how I was talking to him. And so he was like,
you go, girl. You go, girl.
That's not what marriage is. Marriage is, you know, you have to fight for what you want. I said, I don't want this.
Damn.
And I don't want to fight for it.
Damn.
I said, I don't want you, and I don't want this.
Damn.
And so he was like, I'm not giving up on the two of us. I said, you don't have a choice. Damn. I said, I think that you should call your brother or your sister now. And I think that you need to pack a bag. And I think you need to get the fuck out of my house.
True.
And he was like, you know, I don't really have time for this. You know, I don't feel well. I said, I don't care. You need to get out of my house. Again, the way I know y'all are going to be like, she's so dramatic. And in real, I am actually a very dramatic person.
Babe, listen, I love drama. Don't worry, I love drama.
But the way that I'm talking to you guys on this video is exactly how I was talking to him in the beginning.
Okay, I believe it.
So I said, you need to call your brother, or call your sister because she's in Douglasville, and you need to go stay there. You need to get out of this house today. Basically, what happened was,
did he say
first, no? He refused. He wasn't moving fast enough for me. And so he called his aunt, and his aunt was on speakerphone. Let me preface that. She was on speakerphone. And so she was like, you know, what's going on? And he was like, my wife don't want me no more. She claimed that I'd be lying to her. I ain't never lied to her. When I heard this. Oh,
shit. But you lost it. You gooned on that one. You're like, fuck you.
What's the analogy I can give y'all? When I heard him say to his aunt, I ain't never lied to her before, something in me snapped. The best analogy I can give you.
Like Vegeta. Something in me just snapped.
Do y'all remember that movie Carrie? When she was at prom? And everyone was laughing at her.
Bro, I'd fucking lose it too here. Holy shit. I'd be throwing a fucking tantrum. I'd be putting holes in the goddamn wall. This is crazy. This is like insane. You know, I've been in bad relationships before. Okay, I'm like terribly bad, but this takes the fucking cake, bro. This is wild.
Blood had fallen down on her, and there was a moment where her eyes just went wild, and you knew something was about to happen. You just didn't know what, but y'all had pushed her too far. When he said to his aunt, "I ain't never lied to her," I snapped. The calmness left.
Oh shit!
The amount of rage that was in me.
This is crazy.
I could have fought every member of the Kansas City Chiefs and beat every last one of their asses.
Damn.
I could have fought every member on the Atlanta Falcons.
That's very specific, girl. But okay, I'm here with you.
And beat every last one of their asses.
I'm here with you.
I'm not a violent person, but I was there. That statement, I never lied to her, took me there. I went off. I went off. I went off so bad that first of all, every part of me was shaking. I called my mom. My mom was on speakerphone, and
then now they got the two of them plus mom and aunt. They got a lot of people there. Holy moly.
She's in Arkansas. My mom's a praying woman. I was cussing like a sailor.
Arkansas.
My mom finally said, put him on the phone. So I gave him the phone, and I'm standing there, and I'm looking around the room. It's the scene that I remember is the Angela Bassett scene in Waiting to Exhale, when her eyes are darting around the room right before she grabs everything to put it in the car to set it on fire.
Okay.
I was more so looking at what weapons were in the room. The lamp.
She's getting ready to fuck this guy up, dude.
The dresser.
Violence is never okay. Legally.
I was looking, while she was talking to him, my eyes were darting around the room, because if he did not get his ass up and get his shit and get up out of my house, it was going to be bad. If I've never in my life been on TikTok and said, thank you, had it not been for the blood, y'all, I know this is going to sound dramatic. I know this is going to sound like, girl, you so funny. You don't understand. Had it not been for the Lord on my side, had it not been for the fact that I know I got a praying mother, I know I had a praying aunt, I know I had a praying grandmother in heaven, because I'm telling you, I clearly saw what was getting ready to happen had he not gotten up, got his shit, and got out of my house. So I'm trying to calmly say this, because I'm trying to calmly tell this story, because the rage had taken over me. The pure, unadulterated rage that I felt when he said to his aunt, I never lied to her, after I had discovered only 2%.
Sounds like this was a formative moment for her. Hearing that one thing triggered her beyond anything. And by the way, I get it. That's crazy.
And of the lies at that point, just 2%.
We'll do this.
So it was enough for me to be like, you need to get your stuff and go. So my mother gets on the phone and she says to him, she called him my name. She said, I am not there to control my daughter. She said, in the name of Jesus, get your stuff and get out of that house, because I think she might kill you. Get out of the house. She's on my phone. His aunt is on his phone. His aunt said, nephew, come home.
It's so funny. This is how I imagine my wife would react if I ever did something like this to her. She'd fucking kill me. She'd stab me to death.
She said, I'll send you money. Come home. Leave that house right now. She said, because I think that woman is about to kill you.
That's funny.
Let's go. Let's just go to part 34. Let's all just take a deep breath.
Damn. She's reliving her moment, dude. She's reliving her moment. I like women who get violent instead of cry. Well, not cry. My wife cries all the time. But you know what I mean? But I like women. I like women who can put the fear of something in you. Fear of God, some would say. The fear of death, others might say. You know what I mean? I like women like that. You know your place with them. Very easy to communicate. I'm a simple man. I appreciate simplicity. And when somebody feels like they're gonna kill you if you do something fucking really wrong, that's how I know. That's how I know. Oops, shit. I gotta stop fucking around. Sometimes I fuck around too much. Sometimes I fuck around too much, and you know what I mean? I need somebody to sometimes I got to find out. And that's just called, that's just you, like, learning through experience. Beautiful thing.
Part 34.
Okay, part 34.
So the aunt told him, I'll send you money, come home. I'm yelling in the background, by the way. I'm not sitting there calmly. I'm yelling. I said, oh, he got money. Yeah, you got money in that offshore account, right? You got money in that Chase account. You got money to drive. So do what you got to do. I told him, and I'm not going to repeat some of the stuff I said, because...
Damn, that's actually interesting. Like, so his aunt was like, oh, I'll give you money, which means that the aunt thinks that he's poor as fuck. Which he probably is.
My mom may see this TikTok. But I did tell him, I was like, if you don't get out of this house, actually what I said was, you have two options. You're either going to leave this house voluntarily, or you're going to leave this house involuntarily. And he tried to get a little nugget if you buck. He tried. And that's when, because he was still on the bed, still laying in the bed. And he was just like, you ain't gonna do shit. Like, don't talk to me like you done lost your fucking mind.
What the hell is he gonna do? His knee's fucked up. You know what I mean? Like, he might have been able to put up a fight if his knee wasn't destroyed, but his knee's all fucked up. You can't be threatening somebody when their knee's all fucked up like that.
And I calmly got close to him. I got like this close, and I literally said, I will beat you like the bitch you are. I dare you to try me. I said, I will literally beat you like the bitch you are.
That's funny.
And so when I said that, his eyes were like, I said,
creators when they're trying to make a viral sound. Am I right, guys?
Not even playing. Because at this point, I'm rocking like back and forth. Y'all, again, I'm not some hardened type chick. I'm not. I love the soft lifestyle, but I have been pushed to the point. So I'm rocking.
Yeah,
I'm walking back. I'm pacing. So finally, his aunt was able to get through to him. I had called my mother, my aunt. I had called the pastor. I had called all these people because I did know that I was in a very dangerous place. Not because I'm scared of him. At this point, I was scared of me. I don't know if this has ever happened to someone where you know yourself. You know that you got a line. I was over that line. So I had enough wherewithal to be like, okay, you probably gonna go to jail today. You probably gonna go to jail. You probably gonna have that job in the morning. Like I was there. And again, This is not to sound bragging at all. This was a woman.
Of course not. You don't want to brag about that kind of behavior. But hey, sometimes you just hit that fucking point, man, and you just explode. So
who I could not believe that even with the attempt of me trying to give him one last opportunity to tell me the truth, he still lied in my face. I was at my edge. So I yanked the covers back, and I told him, I was like, get up, get the fuck out of my house. Again, I'm saying it calmly on here. There was nothing calm in the house when this happened.
You gotta pull on. You just gotta hit his knee. Say, get the fuck out of here, motherfucker.
So I'm throwing stuff up against the wall. I remember I looked at the lamp. He looked at me looking at the lamp, and I think something in him realized, okay, I'm in pain, but if I don't get up, she's gonna do something with that lamp.
Damn.
So he does get up. He is still on the phone with the aunt, because the aunt was pretty much like, keep me on the phone. She did not want him to hang up. He throws some stuff together. Again, keep in mind, he has all his stuff in the house. So he basically packed like 2 bags worth of clothes.
Throws himself together just like he used to throw when he used to play football, guys. I don't know if you knew this, but he used to play football.
And he's limping around, and I'm standing in the hallway watching.
Yeah, I've been there. I appreciate her being honest about it. Yeah, man. I mean, listen, anger. Listen, you shouldn't get this. I've gotten to the point where I was disproportionately angry, but there are some people who will fuck with you, and they will push and 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 push. You know what I mean? Listen, I've been there. You know, it's hard to control your anger when somebody's like stealing money from you and shit. You know, it's fucking crazy.
Him like a probation officer. So he's limping around, and I'm looking at the condition of the bedroom. This is when I noticed Legion had been semi-bedridden. Remember I told y'all that because the knee and
was he pooping his pants?
Other stuff. I look at these bottles of Powerade because he had been drinking Powerade so much.
Oh, he's drinking. It's piss. He's got piss in the bottle.
At this point, he was not getting up to go to the bathroom. He was drinking Powerade and then using the empty bottles to pee in.
Jesus Christ.
So there was about 6 bottles.
I kind of get that a little bit, though. You know, if he wasn't an asshole, I would be more empathetic to it.
Around the bed. And I was like, what is this? Because, again, I hadn't really been going in that room. I was busy being CIA, FBI, and Homeland Security for the past 2 weeks. So I was like, what is this? He was like, I'm going to throw it out. He grabbed the trash bag, put the bottles in there. And I said, what are in those bottles? I said, tell me. And I think I started, like, twitching. Like, tell me. That is not piss in those bottles. He was like, I couldn't make it to the bathroom. I was in too much pain. So at this point, I'm even more like, yeah, get the fuck out. Get out. Get out of my house. So I helped him.
You know, she wasn't saying it like that. She was like, what the fuck is in there? You know what I mean? She's going crazy. That's not goon juice, dude. Piss is not goon juice, okay?
While he was packing his bags, I went downstairs. I took the house key off of his keys. I
Smart.
went back upstairs. He had his 2 bags. I grabbed the 2 bags. Yes, I did. I grabbed the 2 bags. I had opened up the garage. I had already popped the trunk for his car. And put the bags in the car. I did that because I was like, you getting out of this house. You getting out of this house today. You can't come back. You can't come back ever. So it took him about 2 hours from the time of I will beat you like the bitch you are for him to actually leave the house. Again, I'm calm telling y'all this story. It was not calm.
2 hours. He was trying to stay. He was trying to wait for her to calm down so he could stay
in the house. So he eventually puts on some sweatpants. Now I can really see how much weight he's lost. But he puts on some sweatpants. He puts on a shirt. He's limping down. He's like, you really gonna kick me out on my birthday? I just looked at him.
It was his birthday?
Just looked at him.
Was that his last ditch effort?
Door. He went through the garage, got into his car, called it. You know, his aunt was still on the phone. And she was like, I'm gonna send you some money. And that's the part I was like.
That's the funny part. I'm going to send you some money, which means that the aunt was not privy. To me, that's just an indicator of like, yeah, of course he was lying about how much money he had. The aunt just like, I'll send you money. I know you're a fucking 40-year-old poor loser that still needs money.
Clearly he has the money. Like, you ain't got to send the money. He doesn't even have to go to Philly. He can just go get a hotel for now. I don't care what he does. He just got to leave his house. So
unless he keeps telling his aunt like, I don't have any money, so she will give him money, and that's why he has so much money. I don't know.
He ends up getting in the car, driving off. My mom calls and she's just like, is he still there? I said no.
Interesting.
Like, I had not told her what all he had lied about. Even in the midst of me being angry and me going off, I never told him that I spoke to the ex-wife. I never told him I knew he was lying about the stepdaughter. Because he would have asked how, what makes you say that? So I did keep my word. I never told him I spoke to her. So he eventually left. I text a friend of mine.
Well, you kind of breaking that word here, girl.
I said,
just saying. I'm just saying. You're breaking it a little bit. I mean, you're telling us all. I imagine this whole series got like millions of views. So I'm just saying.
I need to know if it is okay to get the locks changed. The landlord was like, that's fine. My landlord was super cool. Shout out to Mr. Patel. I went to Home Depot.
Mr. Patel sounds like an Indian guy. They are pretty cool. I like them. I like those guys. They're pretty cool.
Text a friend of mine, asked him, when you get off work, can you please come by my house? I need the locks changed today. So he was like, oh, okay, what's going on? I said, I'll explain it later. So to give you a timeline of June 17th, when I asked him about San Diego State and I told him that I know you've never even been to California, that was about 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
By the time he left the house, it was maybe going on noon, 1 o'clock. So this happened pretty quickly. If you're wondering, why did you even ask him? I already knew that I wanted out. I knew that. But for some reason, a part of me was like, let's just see if he'll be honest just one last time.
Yeah. I feel that. I feel the girl.
That sent me into a rage. And then he lied to his aunt saying, I ain't never lied to her. And that sent me over the edge. So by 1 o'clock, by 1:30, he was gone. By 2:30, I had done a pretty good job of cleaning up the bedroom. He had thrown away the power towels. So I didn't have to touch those. I stripped the sheets. Anything that he touched in that bedroom, I stripped the sheets, threw them in the trash bag, threw them out in the trash can. And so most of this was adrenaline. Adrenaline was because I hate packing. I hate doing all that stuff. I went on Amazon. I ordered oversized, large tote bags because I was packing up all his shit.
Damn. She's going crazy.
Part 35. Who the fuck did I marry? So I packed up all his stuff. Okay. The reason why I packed up all his stuff is because I had a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath townhome. One room was a guest room. Obviously, there was a master bedroom. And then we had a TV room that he had made like his Philadelphia Eagles man cave. I was going to put everything that belonged to him, pack it up, and put it in the TV room because the plan should have been that he's going to come back and get all his stuff. Okay. So that's why I did it. And honestly, it just felt good to pack up his stuff and go through it freely because when he packed in a hurry, he left obviously really important things. He left all his Invicta watches. He left all his WWE Championship belts. If you know anything about WWE Championship belts, you know those things are expensive.
Okay. He had WWE championship belts. It's fucking kind of immature, but okay. I guess that's kind of cool. I mean, you know what? I'm saying that as I have other stuff too. So you know, fuck me.
He
Right?
left all his Jordans. He left suits.
He left his Timbs.
He left Cole Haan shoes. He left all that because it was such a hurry for him to leave. So all that was still in my house. So around 2:30, I think I wasn't even at a place where I could start crying. I was just too angry, still shaking, packing everything up.
Yeah, I feel that.
One of the things that he left is a photo album with all the pictures of his mom and dad.
Oh no, what's in there?
And his siblings growing up. Now, I had the thought of I was going to have a burn party, and I was going to put it on Facebook Live. I was going to burn it with my friends and drink and dance and play music. But it's his deceased parents. I do have a heart. So I put that somewhere special, meaning I put it up in the closet.
I thought there was going to be pictures of fucking prostitutes or something in there. You know what I mean? You never know. 500 a pop for those things? Jesus.
He had told me that he was going to come back and get his stuff, and so I just did not. I didn't throw anything out unless it was like something I knew was trash. Other than that, I put everything up and kept it, in
well, that's fair. That's very mature of you. That's the right thing to do.
The TV room. So that's June 17th. Also on June 17th, I had...
Damn, right on Juneteenth? I think that's June 16th. I don't really remember. Right on Juneteenth, bro? Jesus.
I had already ordered his birthday cake. I had ordered the birthday cake like the end of May because it was like a special birthday cake. So I also had to go get the birthday cake from the bakery in East Point. And I took it to my family's house and we ate it. Yes, I had left the house, went to my family's house, filled them in, my aunt, my little cousin, and my grandfather, because my mom was in Arkansas. So I went over to their house, filled them in on what was going on. They could not believe it. Although my grandfather then told me, he said, he didn't look like he was a football player. He was like, I didn't want to say nothing, but...
That's funny.
Looked like he was a football player. My grandparents. So we ate his birthday cake. Went back home. The friend that I had called.
Very poetic to eat his birthday cake on his birthday. I like that move. That's a move. Even if he doesn't know about it, it's still a little sassy. A little. What is the word I'm looking for? Not sassy. I'm looking for a word. It's like a little petty. That's the word I'm looking for. Beautifully petty.
Changed all the locks. I changed the security codes. Effectively, he would not have been able to get in that house. So that's what happened on June 17th. So now we can fast forward. He would text me and he would call me that he got to Philly. Apparently, he left Georgia and immediately went to Philly. So he immediately went to Philly, and he did text me and said that he made it to Philly and he was staying at his aunt's house. I know that this is a short part. That's okay, because what we're doing now is I went through how we met. I went through how we dated. I went through how we got married. Now I'm taking you all to June 17th. The week.
Okay, the second Lord of the Rings movie's over, guys. Part 35 is part 3. All right, this is part 3, basically, in my opinion.
He's in Philly. He still would call me. He still would text me. The conversations we were having the week after June 17th, so this would be June 18th up to the 24th. The conversations we were having had to do with divorce. So who's going to file? And he was like, well, I don't want a divorce. I'm going to fight you on it. Are you? Really? Are you going to fight me on the divorce? I didn't know anything about filing for divorce. But I refused to stay in a place of ignorance.
Well, apparently he did,
So I went online. There's a website that you can go to where you pay like a $239 fee. And you fill out basic information, and you choose your state. And they will not process, but they will make all your documents. All you gotta do is print it out and take it to the court. And it is
cool.
Step-by-step directions. We didn't have any property with each other. We didn't have any kids with each other. So by the state of Georgia's standards, this should be an uncontested divorce. Okay. So the conversation that last week, the week of June 18th to the 24th, was about divorce. What stuff do you want to keep? Well, I'm gonna come get all my stuff. I just don't understand why.
Patrick Logue super chatted $1.99. $1.99 from Patrick Logue. Papa, this vampire game you play is boring as shit.
All right. Well, listen, it's not for you, dude. It's for me. All right. It helps me focus on the stuff that we're talking about. You asshole.
Talk to me about it. So there's no room for talking because you've been lying to me since day one. But even still, keep in mind, as of June 17th, June 18th, June 19th, I did not know what I know now. So the lies were really only like 5% of the whole story. So.
Oh shit.
June 24th or 25th.
There's more? How do you only have... Wait, is she... correct me if I misheard this. Did she just say that we've only heard 5% of the lies right now?
They're really only like... And still, keep in mind, as of June 17th, June 18th, June 19th, I did not know what I know now. So the lies are really only like 5% of the whole story.
Oh my God. We're only at 5% of the whole story. Okay.
So June 24th or 25th is when I had printed my documents. And I'm laughing because at this point in time, I've read y'all's comments about how that man will print out stuff. I know. But I used the website, typed all my stuff in, got my documents, and then I went, I took a day off from the job because I was getting ready to transition into the new job.
Yeah, I feel that.
So I left work early, went to the courthouse, and filed for divorce. I filed. I paid. And then I already had the documents where he would have needed to sign so that it could then be entered into for a divorce settlement agreement. So going into part 36 or 35, I know there's so many parts. Going into the next part is where I can tell you guys what happened with him, because he drove to Philly and He was in Philly for about a week, maybe 3 to 4 days. Then I get a message on Facebook Messenger from a woman claiming to be his cousin.
Oh God, is it Peaches?
Lord Jesus. So the cousin
I'll eat out $80 for a blowy without a condom.
tells me, actually I can tell y'all. So the cousin tells me that he's there. He's telling the family that I kicked him out. He's telling the family that I kicked him out after he walked in on me having an affair. That I stole his money. And I then kicked him out.
God.
And the man I was having an affair with, he said, was a law enforcement officer who used his duty weapon to threaten him to get out the house. This is what he told his family.
Jesus Christ. This family is stupid for believing it. Come on, you gotta listen. I feel like it's kind of easy to spot the liar in the family. I got a family member that's like, you know what? You're probably not telling us the truth about what happened. You know what I mean? You can't believe everything they're saying.
And the cousin was reaching out to me. She found me through a search on Facebook and was reaching out to me because she's like, we know he lies. So I'm just trying to figure out what.
See? Oh, what'd I say? What I fucking say, dude? That we know he lies. She's like, what actually happened?
Like, is this true? Because he's up here asking us for money, asking to stay on our couches. Like, what's going on?
Damn.
Then she explained.
Fucking moocher, dude.
I mean, we didn't even know he got married. So this is the first time we're hearing about you.
Damn.
What do you mean you didn't know he got married? He talks to his brother every day. She said, who told you that?
Oh, shit. What the fuck? Damn, she wasn't lying. I'm sitting here thinking some of these people that he's talking to are actually family. Some of these people are like fake, or some of these people are like some of the prostitutes or whatever, or women he's talking to. It sounds like none of them were ever family. What the fuck? This is insane. Oh my God, what a great start to this Lord of the Rings movie, to the third trilogy, the third series in the trilogy, Lord of the Rings movie.
I said, I've heard him talk to his brother every day. All his brothers. She said, all his brothers.
Is he gay? Is he fucking dudes?
How many brothers do you think he has? I said, he has 4 brothers. I named them. She said, he has 2 brothers.
Damn.
She said, he has the twin and he has the older brother. I said, twin. Who is the twin? Welcome to the next part.
Oh my God. Wait, there's 2 twins? Two brothers? Both of them they're twins?
The real family tree.
Oh my God. Oh my God. This is fucking banana boats.
Part 36. Who the fuck did I marry? The family tree. Please fasten your seatbelts and put the tray tables in the upright position.
I feel like at this point we married him, girl. You know what I mean? It's no longer just on you. We're all in this story. We all married this man. We all feel betrayed by this man. This is a group effort. A group failure, some would say. Okay? That's where we're at. Oh, fuck, I'm going to lose. Wait.
Right. The cousin, I'm not going to name her. The cousin had reached out to me on Facebook, asked me to please give her a call. So this conversation was on the phone. Yes, I was actually speaking to her. She informs me again about the whole he's up there. He's telling everyone that he walked in on me cheating on him. It was with a law enforcement officer.
Damn.
And that the law enforcement officer used his duty weapon to threaten him to get him out of the house. The reason why I'm particularly mentioning the fact that he said it was law enforcement is because he was trying to get a family member, like one of his cousins, to call the agency of the law enforcement officer and file a complaint, which in hopes would then start an internal affairs investigation.
What the fuck?
So, female cousin's on the phone with me. She's telling me everything that he is telling them. She's like, look, we know he's a liar. We don't fuck with him. He's been a liar since a kid.
See, I fucking knew it, dude. I told you that's how this shit works. That's how you know the story's real.
But he's also family.
Yeah, true. I get that as well. I understand that as well.
At all who you are. So, I thought that was interesting because I was like, you didn't know who I was, but his brother knew who I was. And so, again, that's when I said to her that I was like, he's talked to his brother every day. So, like, why wouldn't the brother tell y'all that he had gotten married? And so she said, what brother? And so I told her the brother's name. And she said,
yeah.
He told you that? I said he was having the phone calls in front of me. So at this point, what the cousin said was, she was like, okay, I'm going to confirm that with him. She was like, he lives up the street, so I'm going to just confirm that with him. She was like, because I'm pretty sure that they have been beefing for a while. I was like, I can only tell you what I saw, what I heard. That's all I can say. So then when she asked me about, well, how many brothers do you think he has? And I said, he has 4 brothers. Again, I listed all of them. This woman was like, he has 2 brothers. She said he has the twin, and he has the older brother, the one that he was on the phone with every morning, blah, 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 blah. I said, twin? Who's the twin? So this is where she explained to me. She said the parents, mom and dad, had the older brother. The older brother is about 5 or 6 years older than Legion. Legion and the younger brother, who lives in Nashville, they are twins.
Oh, shit. So he's the twin. I didn't even think about it like that. I'm fucking dumb as hell. He's a twin with somebody else. What the fuck?
When he kept saying the younger brother, my younger brother.
Yo, if I had a twin, why wouldn't you guys just work the same job and then like go in half the time? You know? Oh, well, you need more money than that. You know what I mean? Like, fuck that. You know? You each go in different weeks. Barely have to really work. You know, if you get a really good job, you guys don't have to work as much. It's kind of smart.
2 years. It's his older brother by 20 minutes. They are twins. I have seen a picture of his brother. Yes, they do very much look alike. But I didn't know they were twins. It doesn't even matter. I didn't know they were twins. But definitely they had the same.
Did they switch? The knee problem guy was the other one. Oh my God, guys. We figured it out. She married the one, and then he got bored of her, so they swapped the one with the knee problem, and that's why he lost weight so fast. That's just like an insane theory I just came up with. If that happens to be the truth, the truth, I'll shit myself. I will unironically shit in my pants.
Mom and dad. So she was like, no, that he's older than Legion by 20 minutes. They're twins. She said, so the parents had 3 boys. Brother in Philly, the older brother, and the twins.
Is that actually what happened? So part of me feels like that might have actually happened for some reason.
She was like, who the hell are these sisters that you're talking about? So I tell her, I was like, Shantae and Kim. She said, I don't know who Shantae is. She said, Kim is my daughter.
Oh,
Kim is
my
not
God.
his sister. Kim is my daughter. And she said, that's his cousin. She was like, and they haven't spoken in about 20 years.
Oh, my God.
So, no, that's not his sister. He does not have any sisters. And I said, well, then what about the other 2 brothers? She was like, what other 2 brothers? I said, the brothers from his dad. She was like, you mean to tell me this man is going around telling people, I know somebody's going to quote Nicki Minaj, lying on your dead mom, but try not to. She said, you mean to tell me this man is walking around lying on his dad, saying that his dad had kids outside of his mom? And I kind of stuttered, like, yeah. She's like, he does not. She said, I have no idea who those 2 men are.
Oh, my God.
She said, those are not his brothers. But if y'all remember, I've met those 2, and he introduced them as,
Yeah, 20 minutes is a long time. Kinda. You pushed one baby out, and it took 20 minutes to get the other one out. That's fucking crazy.
Man, it's my brother, John.
Yes, he just did not want to leave that fucking pussy, bro. Damn. That's inappropriate. He didn't want to leave his own mom's vagina. Damn.
It's my brother, Matt, type thing. And so they both were like, oh, my sister, it's good to meet you, it's good to meet you. Remember that, because obviously I do eventually talk to those 2 men again. So she says to me, the family tree is mom and dad, the 3 sons. She was like, there are no sisters. She said, I don't have a clue who Shantae is. She said, Kim is my daughter. So that's just their cousin. But again, they ain't spoken 20 years. I said, okay. And then there was a grandmother. She said, yeah. She named the grandmother. She was like, yeah, she died in like 2008. I said, yeah, he told me that she died in 2020. And that, all of you were coming down for the memorial service. And she's just like, she died in 2008. I said, then there was the uncle who also died from COVID. She was like, which uncle is that? I told her the name. She said, he's been dead since 2010.
Damn. He fucking used COVID to his advantage. That's crazy.
I said, okay. What about the cousin nicknamed Junebug?
Junebug or Jumba?
Everybody got to, if you're not African American, we all know a Junebug somewhere.
Okay. Great.
And she just was like, oh yeah, cousin Junebug. She was like, man, that's crazy what happened to him. And I was like, what do you mean what happened to him? Because I know he has talked to his cousin Junebug on the phone like a few months prior. He was like, and so she said to me, she said, yeah, he had passed away in like 2016.
Damn.
So this is now 3 people that she's naming that I recall him having either a story about or a phone call with, and she's telling me that they are all passed away. So this is when the conversation kind of changes, and she's like, you know what? She said, let me speak to the older brother. Because he probably wants to talk to you. She's like, you probably should talk to him, and a lot of your questions will get answered. She was like, this dude's been lying ever since he was a kid. She was like, she said, literally, we don't fuck with him. I remember her saying that verbatim. She was so adamant.
Guys,
my
social battery is very low. Okay, relax. I'm just kidding.
When he showed up here out the blue, talking about how his wife cheated on him with a law enforcement officer, and how the guy took his gun out and threatened him to leave the house. She was like, we knew something was up. She was like, that's why I had to find out who you were.
Because it's such a crazy story. What a fucking wild story.
And reach out to you and find out the truth. I said, there was no other guy. There was no law enforcement officer. And she was like, yeah, because he was telling us where the dude worked and how we should go ahead and help him file a complaint so that this dude could lose his job. I said, there is no other person. I said, I kicked him out. That was me. All by myself. No gun, just my fist. And so she said, he's telling us that he had got married, and then she was like, apparently y'all had a baby. So she was like, so you got a kid with him? So I had to explain to her. I said, no. I said, I had a miscarriage back in back in June of 2020, and I had to have surgery in July. So she was just like, girl. So
that's fucked up, man.
She started like really being encouraging. And
bro, I know this is an insane conspiracy theory now, but this guy's a fucking an extra special piece of work. Do you think that he somehow induced a miscarriage on her? I know that's a little crazy, okay? But would you put it past this guy? Would you put it past this guy to do that? Based on what we're hearing about him? Unless she's lying about everything. Maybe. I don't know. She seems pretty honest. There might be a couple of parts to the story that we're missing. She might be a little crazy, but she seems pretty trustworthy, in my opinion. Do you think that that he induced it? You know what? That's fucked up. Fucked up if true.
Was saying, you dodged a bullet, honey. She was like, I don't wish this. She's like, I know he's my family, but I don't wish him on no woman. So we've had each other's number. She was like, if you need anything, please feel free to call me. She was like, I've had my own issues with him. I've had my own issues in life. But she was like, get your divorce and be done with him. Then she said, I'm going to put you in contact with the older brother. The next part is me finally talking to the older brother that he had been talking to every morning.
Oh my God. This is fucking crazy, dude. I'm shitting in my pants right now. Keep going.
Part 37, who the fuck did I marry? So at this point in time, I have filed for divorce. I paid for the filing fee. I'm representing myself pro se. And
I'm still holding on to the theory that him and his twin brother switched spaces, trading places. Okay? I'm still on that theory, guys, by the way.
Being uncontested divorce. During this time, Legion had driven to Philly, lied to his family, and said I had cheated on him, that he caught me, and that the guy I cheated on him with was a law enforcement officer who used his gun to threaten him to get out of the house. Damn. None of that was true. At some point while he was in Philly, he ran out of options in terms of where he could stay. Family members did not want him to stay with them. Apparently, a lot of bridges were burned, according to the female cousin I had talked to.
Yeah, I don't blame him. Again, I have family that I love, but I would never let them stay because they steal money from people. So I'm not going to put myself into that scenario. I got a wife. I got things to do. I'm not trying to fuck with that.
On the phone. So he left Philly, and went to Augusta. Yes, what you were hearing is correct.
Legion Gerard Davis.
He drove from Georgia to Philly. Stayed in Philly for about 3.
I wonder if you watch this video and no other video from me, if you're just like confused about some of the inside jokes.
4 days.
Like the social battery joke.
Philly, drove back to Georgia, went to Augusta. Keep in mind, if you have lost your notes at this point, he was raised in Philly and did high school in Augusta before he went to California. So he has family in Augusta.
Okay.
So at this point, he's on his way to Augusta to stay with a new set of people. The reason why this is important is because what I have is a divorce settlement agreement. That divorce settlement agreement has to be signed by the two of us, where we are basically telling the court, look, this is what he's keeping, this is what I'm keeping. I need his signature.
Yeah.
Let me repeat that. I need his signature because I wanted a very quick and painless divorce, as much as it could be. So by this time, this is now around June 25th. So around June 25th, he's now in Augusta. He had left the house June 17th. So between June 17th and June 24th is the trip to Philly, then leaving Philly, coming to Augusta. My aunt and my little cousin get in the car with me, and I drive to Augusta with a rag on my head, some sweatpants, and a tank top. It's July, so it's hot. But we ride to Augusta. I had spoken to him. I had said, I just need you to sign this piece of paper. And he was like, I'll get to it when I get to it. No. We're going to
the fucking finger wag. No. That's so funny. Jesus Christ.
To it as quickly as possible. So that means I got to drive to Augusta tomorrow morning. I'm going to do that because I need that signature. I ain't telling this. This was my attitude. Sure enough, went ahead, drove down there. I met him at the UPS store in Augusta. It's in the same Kroger shopping center. They had a notary there because I needed the papers to be notarized.
I'm about to say, do you think that she just like found him? She stalked him and met him there? No, it sounds like they planned to meet up there because you got to get that notarized. Yep.
So he pulls up. It's only been a week since I last saw him. It has been months since my aunt saw him. Okay. She had no idea of the condition that he was in. Again, I'm telling y'all, when I met him, when he met my family, he was like a size 3X. In just a short span of time for a week, he easily could have been in an extra large, maybe even a large.
Bro, I'm telling you, he's switching places with his brother. I don't know. I don't care what anyone else says. I don't care if she even says it. That's a fact now. That's my fact. That's my goddamn fact now.
But was wearing 3X clothes. So he has told me this whole time, he didn't know I had spoken to his family. Okay, right? Need to put that in there. He did not know I had spoken to his cousin. So he was telling me that he had a place to stay. He was staying with some family members, and everything was cool. He told me he was going back to Augusta because he had a job. That's what he told me. The family member, the cousin, told me, oh no, it's not that he had a job. We kicked his ass out because he's still lying.
Damn.
We don't want anything to do with him. So when I saw him,
that's fucking hilarious.
I immediately knew, you probably have not washed in 3 days. I'm not overreacting. His nails had not been cut, so his nails were a bit long. He smelled like the Chattahoochee dump on a hot summer Georgia day.
Like a what? A Chattahoochee? What the fuck is that?
He stunk so bad.
Oh my God.
And for a moment, I did not recognize the man that I was legally married to.
That's fucking crazy.
I did not recognize him. He almost looked, what's the word? Emaciated? I may be mispronouncing it.
Emaciated? Emaciated, I think. That's like emancipated. Like that's when you like divorce your parents, right? That's what the emancipation is.
The way someone looks when they've lost so much weight, it's almost like your skin and bones. He looked homeless. He smelled homeless. And my heart just kind of broke. It kind of did. I'll be honest, it kind of broke.
I get that.
It did not break enough.
Because I'm sure that part of her still, to like some degree, kind of like loved him, So yeah, maybe he's on meth. Maybe. I feel like he might have AIDS from Peaches. He should have just taken the $60 blowjob.
Get that signature though. So when he walked into the UPS store, you clearly could see that some of the people were like, let me get away from him.
Like, ew, a homeless, get out of here. Throw water on him.
Me, I just was like, okay, so I just need you to sign right here, and I just need you to sign right there. Okay, and then
it's got to be embarrassing for her that she married this guy that looks like a fucking goblin now. You know what I mean? Sorry, but
a woman named Lauren came over and notarized the papers, and then we were done because he signed the divorce agreement. He didn't even read it.
If he does have AIDS or HIV, then I guess it's a good thing that he didn't sleep with her too.
Reason why I'm pointing that out is because he didn't read the part where what's left in the house now belongs to me.
Damn. That's fucking petty. That's fucking crazy. I feel a little bad for him, but because that's shitty as fuck for her to do. But at the same time, I respect the honesty in just even saying that in the first place. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know what I'm saying? But like, damn, that's fucked up. Isn't one thing in the house still like the photo album of her, like his family and stuff? It's so fucked up. Oh my God. I think the first time in the story, I feel bad for this guy. My first time in the story. Oh my god. This will come back later. Remember this detail. I'm remembering it.
Where
I think that this woman and us are all a little bit similar.
he took
actually I'm not this petty, to be honest with you.
Technically what he was going to take. Everything else in that home belongs to me. Remember, I told y'all he had left all his Invicta watches. He had left all his WWE championship belts. His Jordan.
Damn, now she can donate to that to like a group home with a bunch of people with Down syndrome. They'd love that because people with Down syndrome fucking love wrestling. I don't know what it is. That's how I know I have fucking Down syndrome, baby. I love wrestling. Is awesome. What are you talking about, dude? Randy Orton sometimes comes in here and gives me $5 and then says I'm afraid of CM Punk because I don't like CM Punk.
Jordans, a lot of his clothes, his Cole Haans, he had left all that stuff.
Yeah, poor guy. The fucking understatement of the year. Definitely poor.
The divorce agreement. So he signed it. I signed it. Lauren notarized it. We leave the store, and I said, "Have you eaten?" And he was like, "Yeah, I ate. It's just my knee." So again, he's talking about the knee, but if you saw him, you would know there's way more to it than the knee. So,
yeah, maybe it's his high knee.
So I said to him, "Look, since you met me here, let me give you some money so you can get you some chicken nuggets." Yeah, that's what I said. You can get you some chicken nuggets. So I believe I gave him like $5 or $6.
Damn.
I think I zelled it to him actually. Just go get you some food. Then because where he parked was not far. It was like, okay, I'm parked here. He's parked in front of me in the other row. So there's that aisle that you can drive down.
I can't believe she won the title to a fucking no disqualification contest. What the fuck? Whatever I'm saying. You get the joke. You get the joke. Okay, stop.
So I walked into the car, and I saw the condition of the inside of the car, and that's when I knew he's been living in his car.
Yeah, I would have assumed that.
He's been living in his car. So clearly, I no longer have.
Not like he would have the gas to go and get that stuff anyway.
Question of, so where's his offshore account? Where's the U.S. bank savings account?
Damn.
Where's the checking account?
So yeah, I told you he's poor as shit. That's why the aunt's like, I'll give you money. I'll give you money. He must have been faking that $10,000 that he had.
Didn't have that question anymore. Because if you had money, you wouldn't be living in your car. You would not be in the same clothes that you were in when you left my house on June 17th. And this is now June 25th.
Damn.
So he was like, I'm going to be all right. I'm about to start a new job. I'm going to be cool. I got a family member I can stay with.
Yeah, I think she said that the car she had was a little too expensive, to be able to handle it. But you sell that car, I guess they're just probably going to sell the house. She might not even go back and stay in the house because they both had a house together, right? My understanding. That would make sense because there's probably a lot of negative memories there and a lot of piss bottles there as well. You don't want to be around piss.
Everything's going to be okay. All right. I said, I will let you know when the divorce is granted. I said, I will send you a copy of the divorce decree. And he was like, okay. He said, well, how long do you think that's going to take? I said, I'm not sure. I thought I had to wait 30 days before I could file the divorce agreement settlement form. And then the judge would grant it in 30 days. So basically, this is like June 25th. I'm looking at the end of August that it would take for the divorce to be granted, assuming there were no hiccups, assuming he didn't decide he was going to pull a fast one. So I told him, I was like, I'm going to file this, and then once we get the divorce decree, I'll send you a copy.
No way.
He said, okay. He got in his car. I got in my car. I drove all the way back home, and he went to wherever he went. Next part is the next series of lies that I was faced with.
I just died in the game and I'm sad.
All right, part 38 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? I'm going to call this housekeeping and missing pieces. So, housekeeping. First and foremost, as much as I know you all have enjoyed the series and some of you have told me how entertaining you have found it, the story will be done this weekend. So, in other words, I don't care how many
we only got 12 parts left, baby.
Parts I got to film.
We only got 12 parts left. Do we take a break?
Will be done this weekend. We're just...
I think we take a slight break. I got a little grilled chicken I'm going to eat, so I'm going to try to keep my noises down. Forgive me for a little bit. I'm very hungry. This is obviously a longer stream than I usually do. We're at 5 hours on the stream. I typically only do like 3. So let's go.
We're not going to drag it into the new week. So I just want to let everyone know that. So please be sure to tell your sisters, your mamas, your aunties, your cousins, your best friends. Hey, y'all, go ahead and watch all the parts because she's saying she's wrapping it up this weekend. But I'll leave the playlist up, so don't worry. Also, let's see.
Could you imagine if this woman is like actually an industry plant? That they like put us in there was like this really awesome, compelling story. That'd be wild.
I'm sorry for the people who are like, I keep talking really slow. I didn't know that I was, and they're like, you're just long-winded. I'm very detailed, so that's probably...
Honestly, it works out that she's talking slow because then I've been watching some double speed, and I feel like it's still very easy to hear. So
what you're feeling is that I'm detailed, and I'm trying to get everything out, again, in a responsible manner. So
she actually physically talks a little bit slowly. Like, I have this again at double speed. I'll put it on regular speed for a couple seconds, and you'll hear it.
So, you all have asked me if I will do a live. Yes. I will. I don't have any issue doing a live.
See, she talks very slowly. Nothing wrong with that. She really should collect all these TikToks and make it into a whole video.
I feel like if you're going to put the story out there, you're going to get questions. So if you stand on business and you stand on what you said, do the live. So yes, I will do a live. And I will let you all know when I'm going to do a live. So it won't just be some random shit. I will actually do a live and let everyone know. So that way, if you have questions, bring them. The issue with doing a live is that I need moderators. So because I just anticipate a lot of people have questions and I'm just one person. And I don't want to be accused of she's ignoring my question, which means there's holes in her story. Y'all,
just use David. Use David, the assistant. Use David. I don't know who the fuck David is. I don't know what this character David is from. I don't get it.
but I will absolutely
This is druggy friends.
do a live. That's the housekeeping. Missing pieces. So when I said before that it's important to me that I'm responsible in how I tell the story, meaning I'm clear and I go in detail, I realized that I left out some missing parts, and it was brought to my attention by a number of you. Thank you, because I'm all for accountability. I did not go into how my ex-husband Legion left the condiment company and then went to Apple. I also did not go into detail on when my mom came to visit.
Yes. Okay. I was confused. I thought I missed something because he had the old phone that was never deactivated or was deactivated. That used to be a work phone. And I was like, I must have missed something, because sometimes I miss things, but I guess I didn't. Okay.
Both of those were in the month of April. I was going to go into detail a little bit more on the Apple situation because, as you probably have figured out, of course something came out later on. But nevertheless, in terms of April of 2021, my mom came for a visit. She lived in Arkansas. She came to visit us. She came to visit us after we had that whole sexting on Facebook incident and just after we had started marital counseling. There were no fireworks during her visit. Nothing was weird. I did talk about how my family's always been there, and if you spoke with my mom, she would tell you she didn't see anything out of the ordinary, but there was something in her spirit that just didn't sit right. She didn't talk to me about it at the time. She did not raise her concerns. She simply, when she came to visit, we welcomed her with open arms. Legion was excited to meet her. She was excited to meet him. We took my mom out to eat. It was a typical, very quiet, non-active visit. I didn't know what my mother thought until later on. So she didn't share with me during the visit, something don't seem right. She and I sat in the guest room talking. I never told her anything that was going on. Number one, because again, it goes back to that mindset of what happens in my marriage needs to stay in my marriage. And I talk about how I didn't think, looking back, it was not a good idea that I told my aunt what had happened. My aunt is not the type that's gonna tell my mother. In other words, if you confide in her, she keeps it between you and her. So my mom never knew that there were any issues. And so there was nothing for her to be on mama bear mode. Had she known, this would have been a very different trip, but she didn't know. So she did come to visit. Everything went fine. He and I put on a united front. Oh, we're so happy. We're so, in love. And yes, behind the scenes was a whole different story. He talked to her about how he was looking to buy a house and how he told her how work was going, how his job, how his job was going, bragging as usual, which I did tell my mom.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Look, he's going to talk about himself and money a lot. So just change the subject. If he brings up a house, change the subject. That was my instructions to her, because I was like, I don't even want to get into the whole house situation. So other than that, uneventful. Now, once my mom left, this is still in April, everything was fine with him at the condiment company. As far as I knew, everything was fine. What ended up happening is he randomly came home one day and starts complaining about changes that are going on at the company. When he started complaining about those changes, it was things like
Isn't he the VP at the company, though? I don't know. You're the one making the changes, no?
mind, he is not VP of the company. He was VP of, I keep getting it wrong, but I think it was VP of production is what the memo says. So he was not the second in command for the company. He was upset that he was being blamed for production stats, that the production was down. He was upset that his plant manager apparently had resigned. He was upset that some of the policy changes that were coming into play that would affect his plant. These are the things that he was coming home and complaining about. Literally, he would complain. He started complaining Monday. By Friday, he said, you know what, if they continue doing this, then I just need to find another job. He was like, I think I'm calling my homeboy that I work with at Apple.
What?
And I'm gonna see, what they have available.
That doesn't even make sense. Again, maybe I'm missing part of the story. He said he was the fucking vice president of Heinz Mustard, no? Yeah, he's the vice president of the forklift. Why would you just leave on a whim if you're making $200,000? Yeah, I think I'll just go work at Apple, try to sell people Apple Vision Pros. What the fuck? I mean, that wasn't existent. That didn't exist back then. But what the fuck?
Yes, there were.
I understand VPs of the deal changes. If you're a vice president of a company and you're making $200,000+ or whatever, I mean, which just doesn't seem like a lot for that position, but or whatever you're doing, and you're probably getting stock options, insurance, etc. You're not leaving. You're not just gonna leave instantaneously. You're not gonna leave. Oh, there's been some changes this past month. No, you're gonna. It'll take you longer than a fucking month.
Going up, of course there were. At this point, we're not even dealing with United Nations of red flags. We are dealing with the Olympics. We are dealing with the parade of all nations. Everybody got a red flag. So when he said that, I was kind of like, okay, because I had become numb to all the antics that he did. I was numb to it. So he literally said, I think I'm gonna call my homeboy and I'm gonna see what's at Apple. My response to him was, well, what about your salary? Would you take a pay cut? He was like, no, I'm not gonna take a pay cut. I wouldn't leave unless it's gonna be the same amount or more money. Y'all, the next week, last week of April, I'm at work, minding my own business. He calls me and tells me I've decided to resign.
Apple's just like, yeah, let's get the vice president of mayonnaise over here. We could really use somebody to take charge of all these white people. Get it? Because white people are made of mayonnaise. I actually like bologna more. Bologna goes well with mayonnaise. I just don't like mayonnaise. I like womanaise.
I decided to resign. Don't worry. Don't get all crazy. I had talked to my homeboy. There is a position at Apple, and I'm on my way there now.
I'm going to be real with you. I have a hard time thinking that somebody that is a vice president at Mayonnaise Incorporated uses the term homeboy. I'm not trying to be an asshole. Sorry about that, but yeah, my homeboy at Apple. What?
To go and meet him so that I can get some information on the position. We're married, y'all. We're married. So what I said to him was, well, will you get all this in writing? His words to me were, of course I'm gonna get it in writing. I'm not stupid. You know what? I don't even want to talk to you no more. Click. That's the end of April. So that is how I was introduced to this Apple job. Again, if you stick with the series, you will find out exactly what happened. But that's how I was introduced to the Apple job. It literally was in a span of within 2 weeks. And he resigned from the condiment company and immediately said, I'm going to move over to Apple. Just wanted to clarify that. So we will continue on. Part 39, who the fuck did I marry? Everything you're going to hear probably in this part and the next part, all of this happens in the month of July, 2021. Divorce has been filed. It was filed the end of June. I got his signature on the divorce settlement agreement. I thought that I had to wait 30 days before I could actually file that with the court. And so this is kind of in the limbo period because I'm still within those 30 days. So he left a book bag at the house, book bag that had all kind of paperwork in there. Inside the book bag, this is the paperwork that I found. Number one, I found a packet from the condiment company where it showed his 401k contributions. It also stated in there that he had been terminated. So he was terminated from the condiment company according to the paperwork in the packet that I saw in the book bag that he left at my house. Also in the book bag were paycheck stubs from a previous job where he worked at a cemetery. The same cemetery. Oh, God.
What did he do? Did he revive the pets from the pet cemetery? You think he fucked the bodies? Listen, I know this is crazy that I'm saying this, but this guy's crazy. If she's like, yeah, and then I saw an old woman's hand, a dead woman's hand in there. It looked like there was some white stuff on it. I'd be like, God damn. I knew it. I knew Legion was doing that kind of debauchery.
He took me to show me where his grandmother and grandfather were buried. So let's go ahead. I'll do this video and say this is what he told me. This is what I confirmed. He told me his grandmother and grandfather were buried there. He showed me a headstone with a family name on it. If you go back in previous parts, I talk about it. The truth is they are not buried there. He is of no relation to the people who are buried at that particular gravesite. Only reason why he knew about it is because he had worked there.
So he found somebody with the same last name that died at a certain time, and he's like, "Oh, look at this." Damn. Well, I guess at least he took her to one of his offices. That's fucked up.
In the book bag, it was a copy of a driver's license that he had. The address on the driver's license. Now, this I still don't have an answer to, but the address on the driver's license was the same address as the cemetery.
That's terrible. What a piece of poop. Am I right? That's terrible.
I looked it up on Google. Also in the book bag was paperwork from another construction company job, meaning it was paycheck stubs from another construction company here in Atlanta that he had worked for. It did not have dates on it, so I don't know when he worked for the construction company. Also in the book bag paperwork was unemployment paperwork. So it looked like he had been receiving unemployment just before I met him. I met him in March. It looked like he had been receiving unemployment January and February.
Jesus.
So once again, let's confirm. He did not work for the condiment company for 6 to 7 years. Also in there were scraps of paper from a temp agency where it was information on the job that he had been placed at. Where was that job? The condiment company. He would be a forklift/loader.
Oh my God, you guys pre-watched and told me. He was the vice president of forklift. By the way, sexy job. Oh, I'm forklift certified. Actually, I'm forklift certified, although the certification might have run out. It's when I used to have a real job. Damn.
What it said. So I interpret that to mean he can drive a forklift, but he would have been loading up the 18-wheelers for them to go out to their deliveries.
Probably.
Also in this book bag.
Vice president of loading trucks, baby. That's how he hurt his knee.
There's paperwork from Clayton County courts, I believe, for a weekend, what is it called? Weekender jail. It was like a weekender jail receipt. So I had to do some research. So apparently what that means is that there's an option where if you have a job, let's say you were sentenced to 60 days in jail, but you have a full-time job. Apparently the court can say, okay, you'll go to jail on the weekends. So in other words, you have to report to the jail on Friday at 5 o'clock and you'll be there Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You will get out Sunday at 6 o'clock.
What the fuck? Is that a thing that they do? Weekend to jail? That's interesting. Okay. It's like having like a nice weekend away.
Apparently that's actually a real thing. So what was in the book bag were multiple yellow receipts for different weekends that he had to report and get out of jail.
Wow.
At least, there were some additional pictures, and then there were some, when I say pictures, I'm talking about family photos. And then there was another additional copy of his driver's license with the Douglasville address. I looked up that address. The name associated with that address was the same name as the ex-girlfriend that he had in between the ex-wife and me. If you go back to the video where I talk about the conversation I had with the ex-wife, she tells me that the address was
fucking weekend jail. I didn't even know that, man. You know what's a weekend jail? That one movie, that one show on HBO with The Weeknd in it. That where he plays like some kind of a weird guru. That show sucked. What is that show called?
Was going to come back to the ex-girlfriend. I'm simply saying that is correct. So what she told me is true. So because of everything that I found, I decided to go down a new rabbit hole. Again, just recapping what I said in previous videos.
Oh my God.
Ex-husband was always a stickler about law enforcement. His dad was a retired police officer. I'm just telling y'all the story. His dad was a retired police officer. Mom was a retired teacher. After his dad retired, they moved to Augusta, started a church. He took me to that church in Augusta. The same day that he took me to meet his aunt who lived in Augusta. So these are now things that he actually took me to, just like he took me to the cemetery.
I'm dumb.
So that's what I found in the book bag. The Weekender jail receipts. I went ahead and went online to find out exactly why did he have to go to jail for the weekend.
Oh, God. What did he do?
And I'm going to end this part here. The next part has to do with his criminal history.
Oh, my God. You notice that she's getting better at the storytelling. Originally, she would just kind of like stop talking once she ran out and then restart the video. Now she's like, okay, we're at the end of the video. Let's do the next one.
Part 40, who the fuck did I marry? So we're now at the
who did we marry? Okay, we're in it together at this point.
Point of July 2021. We're at the point where I've spoken to the female cousin, and she gave me the phone number for the older brother. For the purposes of this video, we're going to call him Chris. Chris, I was
everybody hates that guy, you know.
very nice. I called him. He was gracious. He was willing to answer whatever questions I had. And what he said to me was, he said, my brother has always been a liar. He's always been a liar. He said, but ask me what questions you have, and I'll confirm what's real and what's not. First question I had was, when was the last time you spoke to him? Without missing a beat, Chris says, 2015, just after our mother's funeral. I explained to him about the phone calls, the fact that Legion would be on the phone for 30, 35 minutes, laughing, talking to Chris, relaying messages from Chris to me, and relaying messages from me to Chris. Without missing a beat, Chris says he was never talking to me.
Damn.
And I said, now I ain't gonna say this. Maybe he was on the phone, but he was not on the phone with me. He said because he knows that if I ever see him, I'm gonna whoop his ass. And I'm laughing because obviously Legion loves to say I'm gonna whoop somebody's ass. So for the people who are confused, like, wait, what does this mean about the phone calls? What this means is every single time that my ex-husband was on the phone, holding his phone like this, talking, laughing, cracking jokes. Hey, my wife said that, we could go later on this evening and all this other stuff. Every time they were doing things like that, every time he was having a phone call or conversation that he claimed to be with Chris, no one is on the phone.
No one? He's not even talking to another girl or something? He's just sitting... Is he just sitting there having pretend conversations with somebody? That's just fucking... Why lie that much? That sounds exhausting. What the fuck?
No one's on the phone. That is what that means. So... I'm on the phone with Chris. My mind is spinning. It is blowing up like a volcano. I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy because what this means is that for the past 4 or 5 months, every morning that he is having a phone call with his brother Chris, I am now understanding in real time that phone call was completely fake. So Chris tells me maybe he was talking to somebody else, but it wasn't me. He said the only family member that Legion actually talks to is the twin. And that's only because for some reason, I guess it's their twins, he helps him out when he needs it. Legion only calls the twin when he needs money. And the
Damn. That makes sense. Shit.
Twin, according to Chris, now this is the part that might blow some minds.
It's interesting. Why doesn't the twin lie all the time? It seems like, how come it's just this one kid? What happened to this? What happened when they were born? You know, what's the story there? Why is he such a liar?
The twin brother, the one that is older by 20 minutes, is VP of his company, is married, drives a luxury car, and lives in like a 4 or 5 bedroom house in Nashville.
Oh, wait, hold on. Did I hear that right?
And the twin, according to Chris, now this is the part that might blow some minds. The twin brother, the one that is older by 20 minutes, is VP of his company, is married, drives a luxury car, and lives in like a 4 or 5 bedroom house.
Oh my God. Oh my God. It all now makes sense. I would have never thought. I was close with them switching places kind of though. So he's so self-conscious. He feels such a massive level of inferiority to his brother. That he pretends to be something that he's not. Wow. That's crazy. He's taking his brother's identity on. That's wild. Holy fuck. That's actually so bizarre. How interesting. Somebody make a textbook. Make this part of some kind of mental health class. About something, you know? Very interesting.
In Nashville. So Chris is saying to me, he's like, it sounds like he took the identity of the twin and was trying to act like that's his life. Damn. And it's not, he's like, that nigga ain't never had no money.
Damn.
Ain't never kept a job a long period of time.
Damn.
And he's like, you're telling me that he claims he was VP of a company? And so he was like,
he probably feels like he should be a VP. Like, why is my brother doing this well? What the fuck, you know? Damn.
Did you ever see anything? Did you ever meet people like Chris? I respect the fact that he was asking me the same questions y'all are asking me. Did you ever meet any family members?
Maybe his brain was getting squished during those 20 minutes. You mean the 20 minutes that it took for him to get birth? That's fucked up and crazy and very funny though.
And I told him, I said, I met your aunt. Well, what aunt is that? I told him her name. He said, that ain't our damn aunt. I don't know if y'all have ever dealt with people from Philly. So he was just loud. He was like, that ain't our aunt. He said, that is our mother's best friend. And I don't trust that hoe.
Damn.
I'm sorry. It's the way he said it that it makes me laugh. Anyway, he's like, I don't trust her. I don't trust her at all. She is not our aunt. She was our mother's best friend when our mother was living in Augusta. She's not our aunt. So then I explained to him about the other brothers. The brothers, remember, there were 2 half-brothers from his dad. One lived in Baltimore, one lived in Augusta. Chris is on the phone saying, I don't know who them niggas are. They ain't related to us. He said, our dad never had other kids. He was like, so you mean
I don't know who those friends are.
you tell me, this nigga going around telling people that our dad had kids on our mom? And I said to him, well, the way he actually put it is that the 2 brothers came before y'all. He was like, hell no. No. So then I explained to him about the sisters. He was like, who the hell is Shantae? And I was like, Shantae, apparently, again, I'm just telling you what I was told. Shantae.
Me making up names of.
Hey, is a sister that was in Douglasville, married with 2 kids. He was like, no, we don't have a sister. Told him about Kim. He was like, Kim's not our sister, she's a cousin. And he said to me, and I know she ain't talked to him in forever in 2 days.
Damn.
He said, so everyone, the only people who are his family members is Chris and the twin. He's like, we got some cousins up here. I told him about Junebug. I told him about the uncle. I told him about the grandmother. And he's just sitting back like, oh my God. He was like, I realize that every relationship my brother gets in, he gets worse. And it sounds like he is actually worse than what he was in the last relationship. And I thought he was talking about the ex-wife that I had spoken to. No, he had no idea there was another wife.
Damn.
He hasn't spoken to him since 2015. So he was like, the best thing I can say to you is this. He said, thank God you ain't have kids with him.
Yeah, that's fair. Thank fucking God.
He said, get your divorce and forget you ever met this man. And he was like, and I know how that sounds because he's my brother. He said, but if I didn't have to claim him, I wouldn't. And I said to him something that I should have probably said in this whole TikTok series. This is not someone that you forget. This is not a situation that, you know, man, I don't even remember him. No. What I don't remember is the version of myself before I met him, because nothing so far has turned out to be true. The only thing that Chris was able to tell me is true is that, number one, yes, there is a brother in Philly, him. Yes, there is a brother in Nashville, the twin. Yes, both parents are deceased. That is what I was told from the beginning. Those pieces of information are true. The grandmother did die in 2008. He was like, no, she definitely didn't die in 2020. I told him how I found the obituary. And so he was like, and the uncle, he said, which uncle is he talking about? Because if you guys remember, back in one of the parts, I talk about where he said his uncle was giving him advice on why he should not open up his savings account to let me see it.
Yeah, yes, maybe. Yeah, that was the uncle that was like, oh, my uncle said never, don't keep money away from my women or whatever. And then I remember making the commentary of like, it's not just a woman, this is your wife, you know?
He would not let me see it. And so I'm telling Chris about the uncle. And he was like, that uncle been dead for years.
Damn.
I told him about Junebug. He said, Junebug been dead for years. And I said, Chris, he was having conversations with Junebug on the phone in front of me. He was like, it wasn't Junebug. He said, it sounds like my brother was making up the conversations.
Damn.
He said he definitely was making up the conversations with me.
Maybe he's a little crazy. Maybe he's like schizophrenic or something. He thinks he's talking to them.
Said, hell no, I ain't gonna be on the phone at 6 o'clock in the morning. So the conversation with Chris solidified that this is the actual family tree. And no, there were never any conversations with his brother every morning when I was getting ready to go to work.
God.
They had never talked.
That's crazy.
On to the next part.
That's fucking wild. Damn, what are we at now? Holy shit.
Part 41, who the fuck did I marry?
Fucking 41!
So this is a continuation of my conversation with Chris, which will then lead into some other stuff. So Chris has confirmed that he has not spoken to Legion since 2015. So now we know that the phone calls that Legion was having every morning on the phone with Chris when we were, getting ready to go to work, the phone calls were fake. I demonstrated in the last video how I think how he was doing those phone calls, because he would relay messages from me to whoever was on the phone. So Chris and I also then talked about their parents. So if you remember in the beginning, I told you from the get-go, this man was, very respectful of law enforcement because his dad was a retired Philadelphia police officer. The mom was a retired.
Turns out he's respectful because he's going to jail every weekend, and he doesn't want them to beat him up.
Teacher, and so he had the utmost respect for law enforcement. That's what he used to always say. Because again, there's a lot that he lied about. So I'm trying to only highlight the big things because truthfully, it got to a point where when he would say that as a VP in his company, he had a meeting with the local sheriff. Child, we know that's a lie, so I don't even need to go into detail about that because, again, why? So I told Chris what Legion said about their dad being a retired police officer, and I was explaining how he said the mom was a retired teacher. So Chris listened. Again, very gracious, very nice guy. He listened, and he was like, so are you ready for me to...
Oh, maybe them and Chris can bump uglies.
So it was true and was not. And at this point, I was already convinced I was going to be drinking heavily that night after this phone call, so I was like, go ahead. All right, so here's what Legion said. Legion said, my dad was a retired police officer with Philadelphia PD. When he retired, he and my mom moved to Augusta. I was there for high school, and they started a church. He took me to that church in Augusta and showed me where the church that they started. The truth. Dad, according to Chris, their dad was nowhere near the church. That man ain't go to church on Easter. He ain't go to church on Christmas. He was like, my dad he ain't stepped foot in the church since the day he got married. That was the last time he went to church. He had nothing to do with church.
Damn.
He said that their father was the furthest thing from a pastor. And he was like, I love my dad. But
where does this lie come from then? Why would he lie about this? I understand the other ones now. Right? Like, I understand the other ones because of the brother. Like, he wants to be like his brother. I get that. I get that one. But I don't understand this lie. What's this lie for then?
That man drank, smoked, and he was not a pastor. The mom was not a retired teacher. She did substitute teach at one point, but she was not a retired teacher. The dad was a truck driver. And not only...
Is there a show where mom is a retired teacher and dad is a police officer? Family Matters mom's job. Harriet was an elevator operator. Wasn't that? The fuck is an elevator operator? I don't know. What other job could it be? No, because she's Christian. You know what? That might make sense, actually. Maybe it's just simply because she's a Christian, she's very religious, and she wanted him to think more of him. Okay, that makes sense.
Only was the dad a truck driver. At one point, he was a correctional officer. And so I said to Chris, I was like, yeah, I said I had no idea, of course. I had no idea. So now we know the truth. The dad was never in law enforcement. And I'm not knocking correctional officers. I want to make very clear, because I know that sometimes people that work in law enforcement feel like, look, when I'm out there patrolling, that is not the same as being a correction officer. And correction officers may feel the same. So I just want to give the distinction between the two. So the dad at one point was a correction officer. However, his primary career was a truck driver. And so the dad would do long hauls. So Chris is explaining, no, he was like, no, that's funny. He said, if you knew our dad, you would understand how funny that is to even insinuate that he was a pastor. And so I told him about the church that we went to. He was like, oh, okay. So he took you to a church in Augusta and told you that was our parents' church. He was like, now, our mom used to go to church, every now and then. But he said, our dad ain't been to church since the day he married mom. So
Damn.
The church that Legion took me to and said that his parents started that church, that was not true. So he just took me on a field trip for nothing, basically. So I told him about the weekend, because I did tell Chris where I worked. And that is when Chris said to me, because at the time I worked in a law enforcement agency, and he said to me, now how does that work? He said, because Legion, he done been in trouble a few times. And I was like, what do you mean? Because I had not yet gone online into the court system to see what type of trouble he's been in. And so he explained to me, he was like, just run his criminal history and you'll see it for yourself. He said, because I don't know all the charges, but run his criminal history. I said, okay. He gave me some homework, I'll run his criminal history.
I'm surprised that she never ran the fucking criminal history before this. Wait, she did. No, she did run his criminal history, though. No? She used the social security number that he gave, I think, right? Am I wrong about this? To run history. To run his, and she's like, he had nothing come up in the background check. She ran a background check on him. Right? I'm not crazy for that one. I'm pretty sure that's true. So it must have been a fake.
History. So again, he cleared up a lot of stuff in regards to the family dynamics. He did explain to me that yes, he does have a daughter. He and his ex-wife are divorced. And I said, well, Legion would talk about the niece, meaning Chris's daughter, and would send her stuff for her birthday.
Interesting.
And he was like, he said, I'm almost positive my brother never sent anything for my daughter's birthday.
Huh.
And I explained to him, I said, isn't your daughter's name Egypt?
Oh no, this is where we're gonna find out that he was using the money to get blowjobs. Fuck, dude, that's crazy.
He said, no. Who the hell is Egypt? And I said, I was told that was your daughter's name. That's the reason why I'm saying the name on here, because obviously we're about to confirm that's not the daughter. So I said, I was told that's your daughter's name. I said, I went with him to Rec Room Shoes and bought shoes for what I was told was your daughter. And she lived in St. Louis with your ex-wife. He said, oh,
they went there to personally shop for shoes? Dude, there's no way that this is this fucking crazy.
No. He said, my daughter and my ex-wife do not live in St. Louis. He said, I don't know who Egypt is. He was like, are you sure it wasn't for a woman? And I said, well, it was kids' shoes. And he was like, no. He said, and I told him, I said, I went to the UPS store, I mailed it, and it, they printed the label with the girl's name on it, and I'm thinking this whole time it's Legion's niece. Chris is like, I don't know who that is. That's not
maybe it's like a kid of some fucking prostitute. Maybe he's got boogie syndrome, where he's like, oh, I'm gonna pay for your kids this, that, and the other. I'm such a good guy.
Not even the name of one of our cousins. So I have no idea, ladies and gentlemen, who my ex-husband was buying girl shoes for and had me sending them, telling me it's for his niece.
Damn.
I have no idea. So Chris is like, yeah, he finally said to me,
why wouldn't he just buy his own girl shoes? Not for himself, but like apparently he's making all this money. Like, fuck. I can't believe she believed this guy for so long. There's got to be enough shame there to like leave out some aspects of the story that are more clear red flags. Because damn. Yeah, can you buy me shoes for my niece? Or maybe he bought them himself. I don't know.
The same thing the ex-wife said, which is pretty much whatever he told you is a lie. And I'm being honest with you guys. It is very hard to comprehend that everything is a lie. Like, there has to be something that's true. I'm like, how is he paying? If he wasn't working at the condiment company, or he got fired from the condiment company, how is he still paying the bills? Keep in mind, we never joined our accounts. He wanted to, but we never did, because he wouldn't show me the offshore of the savings account, which of course never existed. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, I know that I saw his checking account, I know that I saw his savings account, and he had money in there. Something had to be true. Something had to be true. And Chris was like, no. He said, it sounds like everything my brother said. Everything that he told you was made up. He said, those phone calls were definitely made up. He said, I don't know who Egypt is. That's not any family member of ours.
That's a country, by the way.
I don't know who Shantae is. We don't have a sister. He said, we don't have half brothers. He was like, I'm telling you who the family members are. He said, I am so sorry that my brother put you through this. So now let's go into the next part.
Damn.
Part 42. Who the fuck did I marry? So I finished going through the book bag. Still July 2021. I finished going through the book bag. There were some other folders with papers in there. He had left the work phone. What I actually found out was that it was not a work phone. It was simply a secondary personal phone.
Yeah. Who would have thought that one? The guy cheating has a secondary personal phone. Incredible.
He told me it was a work phone.
That they never collected back.
I thought that the company was paying for the work phone. That's what I thought. No. Because I found receipts where basically, and I didn't know this, ladies and gentlemen, I had no idea, but I found receipts where it was a prepaid phone, and he's paying to add minutes to it. So it's just receipts of, you added minutes to the phone.
Damn, he's adding minutes too. Damn.
On this date, you added minutes on that date. So
why not just get like a regular phone? I guess he didn't use it that much, only when he was horny.
Work phone, whole thing.
But then he was still using the one phone, even when he was. He's still using his regular phone, even when he was horny too. I guess so.
That was a bold-faced lie. Obviously, it was a lie because, as we now know, he was a forklift loader. So the work phone that he's been walking around with was really just a
Hey, what if they need somebody to load use a forklift to load something? Okay, you don't know.
Secondary phone. He had left the phone. He took his personal phone, meaning the main phone, I should say. But the work phone, he left. So I'm going through the work phone, just trying to find some sort of answer. Now what is really burning in my mind is how is it that he had all this money in the accounts, but again, the last time I saw him, he's living in his car. Like, the math is not mathing.
Yeah, my thing was like, I feel like he was faking it. He was like, either he took a picture and then like edited it or something, or like fuck with the HTML on the website because you could do that to make it look like you have more money. I don't know.
Into not just the photos of the work phone. I go into the deleted folder. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're gonna go through somebody's phone, which I will never do again, but if you're gonna go through the phone, don't just go through the text messages and the pictures. Go into the deleted folder. Because sometimes you find it. In this case, I went into the deleted folder of the pictures in the work phone. I keep saying work phones because, again, this is just a secondary phone. It is deactivated. There's no minutes on it. So I go into the deleted pictures, and what I see is what looks like a screenshot of his checking account, the one that I saw with the available balance. Then there's another photo of the screenshot of the savings that he showed me. Now, one of two things it could be. Either one, it's not real.
On the work phone? Interesting.
And it was pulled offline. Or two, he took a screenshot of his own account and saved the photos. So this is when I got introduced to reverse Google image search.
Oh, shit. Did he just find some random bullshit thing off of Google? That's ridiculous.
I did a reverse Google image search. Sure enough, as you probably have figured out, some of you, because I read it in the comments, what he showed me when he turned his phone.
That's why you always got to jiggle the picture, see if it's an actual picture or not. But I guess why would you even feel like you needed to do that? That's so weird. Like, he's such a liar.
Around showing me his available checking account balance was nothing more than a screenshot that he had found on Google.
Damn.
When he showed me his savings, turned the phone around, because remember, I demonstrated for y'all how he was, and then, turned it around and showed it to me as if he was signing in. When he did that, he was simply showing me a screenshot that he had taken from Google Images.
That's fucked
Because when
up.
I did a reverse Google image search with those two photos, the checking and the savings, it came right up. It was nothing more than just Google Images. In my phone, I didn't even need this because, again, I already knew that he was not a VP regional manager, but still, for shits and giggles, I did a reverse image search of the charcoal BMW. Remember I told y'all he had sent me pictures.
Oh my God. I didn't even think about the car either.
Of the company car. Nothing.
What about the helicopter? That one had to be true, please. Probably just took a picture of a Fortnite helicopter, the Peter copter. And she's like, wow.
More than a screenshot he had taken off of Google Images. The house that he showed me that he had in San Diego, Google Images.
Damn.
So what we can now confirm is anything he showed me when he's turning his phone around is nothing more than an image from Google Images at this point. The checking account, the savings account, Google Images. The house, Google Images. The company car, that charcoal gray BMW 5 Series, Google Images. So at this point, I realized, okay, nothing is real. And I wasn't so much in a rage, to be honest with you. I wasn't in a rage then and there, as much as it was, I really truly had a moment where I said to myself, oh my God, what the fuck have I let in my life? Like, this is not even human at this point. That's really how I felt. Like, again, as someone who, I studied psychology, but I didn't graduate with a psychology degree. However, I have never dealt with a pathological liar. I have studied about them, but I've never come into contact with a pathological liar. Because to a compulsive liar, if you ask them, man, why did you lie to me? They probably are going to have a reason. Pathological liars don't have a reason. Like, there's no limit to the lie.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, again, I guess he just feels so insecure about his brother doing well that this is what happened. But imagine the brother was also lying too. He was lying as well. Pretended to be like a big VP, whatever. So the brother's lying to compensate. But he's lying based off of another lie. How deep? So
I have now confirmed that at least 70% of everything that I thought I knew is now absolutely not true. Absolutely not true. So in between all of this, I get a phone call from the aunt in Augusta. The aunt in Augusta, who Chris has confirmed is the mother's best friend. She is not their mother's sister or dad's sister. She's the best friend of the deceased mom. She calls me, and this is the one I had met. This is the one that Chris was like, I don't trust that hoe, anyway. So she called because she wanted to know what happened. She wasn't trying to be nosy or messy or anything like that.
Of course she's trying to be nosy. What the fuck are you talking about?
She's just trying to find out what happened because
me too.
Apparently, Legion is trying to come stay with her. So she asked me, sweet lady, but she said, what happened with you guys? And I told her we're getting a divorce. I said because he lied to me a lot. He lied to me a lot. And so what breaks my heart about the conversation with her is that she said, so whatever happened to the baby? Mind you.
Damn. He's telling people that they had a fucking kid. Do you think that he's sending like fake pictures of the kid to them or something?
We went to Augusta, told her I was pregnant. I thought he told her that I had a miscarriage. He didn't. He never told this woman I had a miscarriage. So she informs me. This is what she tells me. So now we're confirming something.
That's fucked up because that's probably kicking her ass as it is. That's a terrible thing to have to go through, especially as like a woman. It's like when you have a miscarriage, that's rough, you know, because for the men, it's something that would upset a man as well. Of course, no, of course, like if you're the father, but it's so much more real to the woman. It's inside, you know what I mean? So that's fucking brutal. So now she's got to keep reliving this fucking moment over and over again. It's fucked up.
She tells me that on at least 5 times while I'm at work, Legion was driving to Augusta and telling her that he was going to visit the church of where the parents allegedly started, the church that the parents started. And I was like, what do you mean he went to Augusta? She said, I've seen him like 4 or 5 times. He's come down here, and each time I've asked him to bring the baby. And I said, what baby? And she said, the baby that y'all had. He told me that y'all had a baby boy. And I said, no, ma'am. I said, I had a miscarriage in June of 2020. And she said, oh my God. Oh, you know, she was doing that whole thing. She said, this whole time, he told me that y'all had a son in January. And I had been asking him for pictures. I had been asking him to bring both of you down here so I could meet him. And he always had an excuse as to why he wouldn't bring the baby. And the last time he was in Augusta, he said that he was leaving you and he was taking the baby with him and that you were at work. I'm not making this up. That is what that woman told me. And I just was like, no, ma'am, none of that is true. There is no baby. I said I had no idea he was going to Augusta.
Damn.
Next part.
Jesus. The plot thickens.
Part 43, who the fuck did I marry? So after the conversation with the aunt, again, she's
Who the fuck did we marry?
telling me that Legion has been keeping up this lie that we had a son. I let her know, no, ma'am, there was no baby. We did not have a baby. And I said, I thought that he told you. And she said, he's told a few people.
Thank you so much for the 15-month small gut from Diabetic Survivor. Just joined. Can I get a quick recap if possible? Oh, yeah, let me just reset the video for you.
That you all had a baby. And she said, because I know some people were trying to send a gift to celebrate the birth. I didn't know anything about that.
Damn. That makes sense then. He was lying about the baby so that they would send gifts and he would get money. Of course. How the fuck how do we not anticipate that, fellas?
Anything about that. So she said, he's trying to come stay with me. She said, but I don't think I want him to, again, she's an older lady. She's like, I don't think I want him to come here because I don't really want to get involved with his divorce again. And I said, what do you mean again? I said, are you talking about the previous wife? And I said the previous ex-wife's name. She said, I don't know who that is. I'm talking about Latanya, that one.
Why are these swarming me?
And I said, well, what happened? Y'all remember I said in my previous video that I read their divorce records. He had filed for divorce and they had a temporary protection order against each other. I said that. So now the aunt is on the phone saying that she had to go to court and testify on Legion's behalf in regards to the temporary protective order. And I was like, well, what happened? She said they got into a fight with each other. And she slapped him. And I said, well, do you know why they got into a fight? And she said, yeah, apparently he had lied to the wife.
Yeah.
And it was something major. And they got into a physical fight. And she said that woman almost beat his behind. And so he asked the court for a temporary protective order. So now I'm just getting the back.
She probably deserved it, to be honest with you. Let's be real.
Story on how that TPO was even came into play. So I told her, I said, you know, Miss Christy, we'll call her. I said, you don't have to worry about that. I said, we're not, he's already signed the paperwork. We're not fighting. I don't have it in me. I don't. So I said, I'm not going to tell you not to have certain people in your home, but I am going to tell you that I'm just barely kind of discovering exactly what the lies are in regards to Legion. So if you feel comfortable having him in your home, then do it. I said, but I am going forward with this divorce, and once the divorce is final, I will have nothing to do with him. And I said, and I'm so sorry, you know, that he lied to you. And kind of pulled at your heartstrings.
And she still has the photo album. But I wonder if there's something more to that photo album now.
In regards to a baby. I said, there is no baby. So she said, so y'all are really getting a divorce? I said, and I ain't want to cuss to the older ladies, but I said, yes, ma'am, we are. And so we get off the phone.
I only cuss at older ladies.
Also during this time, Legion would call me every now and then. Legion had no idea. I've spoken to his ex-wife. I've spoken to his brother. I've spoken to his female cousin. He had no idea. I have now, if we want to go through real quick and talk about what we can confirm. We can confirm that there is no sister. We already knew there was no baby. There was no VP job. Again, he was a temp. And apparently he was making decent money. So what I believe, and this is just what I think off of putting pieces together, I think that he made enough money to pay the household bills because it wasn't as if the household bills were so expensive. He made enough money to live on his own. But instead of him living on his own, he's
stop looking at us. Look at the goddamn road.
With me. So we can also confirm that when he told me that he was paying his car off and he called the dealership and paid his car off, we can confirm that's a lie. That story will come up later on. So pretty much at this point, the only thing I know to be true, his name, his date of birth, the secondary social security number that was on my background check, and that he has 2 brothers and the parents are deceased. At this point in time of July 2021, that's all that I was able to confirm that to be true. So later on, Legion calls me. He calls me because he wants some money. He just needs a little bit of money to hold him over till payday. And so we're on the phone. The call, again, I was recording all my calls at the time. We're on the phone, and I finally kind of confronted him, number one, about having a twin. That's when he tells me, you know, I don't know why I lied, but I don't really talk about him. Number two, I asked him why did he get fired from the condiment company. His story is that he got fired because he had helped a truck driver and he was not supposed to.
I don't think that they're not going to fire you over that. You're probably doing drugs or something. Get the fuck out of here.
I know it's a lie. Y'all don't even have to tell me. I know it's a lie. Number three, I asked him, why did you tell your aunt that we had a baby? He claims he never told her that and that she's old and she didn't know what she was talking about.
Great.
So then I asked him if he was ever in trouble where he's been arrested. And he said, yeah, I've been arrested as a juvenile, but my father had my record expunged. I said, were you ever arrested as an adult? He said, no, I never been arrested as an adult.
Damn, but we know he was arrested as an adult because he was spending the weekends in jail, dude, just like Weekend at Bernie's. Oh, my God.
I said, so you never went to weekend jail? He said, no, I don't even know what that is.
He didn't sense something was up at that point? Weekend jail is very specific. It's a very specific thing to ask somebody. You were ever at weekend jail? Nah, I've never there before. What the fuck?
So he doesn't know what weekend jail is. That's his story. And so he was still standing by the lies he told me. So finally, I just asked him, and this is where let me just say it. I asked him, why the hell did you even marry me? Like, why? Why did you even marry me? Because you easily could have just stayed dating or been the boyfriend or just moved on with your life. Like, you didn't have to marry me. You didn't.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Have to pull me into a marriage and make me think that this is what you wanted. This is what he said to me on that phone call. He said, I had to marry you. And I was like, no, you didn't. He said, yes, I did. He said, I knew full well from day one that there was no way you were going to stay my girlfriend for longer than a year. He said, I knew it. He said, I knew in order to keep you, I was going to have to marry you.
Jesus Christ. I mean, like, there's two reasons for that. Either one, he really loved her from the start, or two, he wanted, like, he could see like a little bit of a cash cow there, a little bit of somebody that will be willing to put up with him and is ignoring the red flags as he lies, and like will be with him and will provide stability because he's living at like her house and this and that and the other thing. So it's like, damn, I don't know. I feel like it's probably the second one, to be honest with you. I don't think that's a hot take at all.
Y'all, my jaw hit the ground. I could not believe he said that. And he said it so matter of fact. And I was like, that is the most fucked up thing you could ever say.
Okay, I was lying. She's not getting better at it.
Part 44. Who the fuck did I marry? The videos that you saw earlier were filmed earlier today. And yes, I'm aware. It was brought to my attention. I had to make a decision whether or not to finish, keep my word, or stop, disappear. I mean, disappear.
What? Heard about what?
Okay. Let's finish. So, first of all...
What the hell? What's happening? I mean, I know she didn't finish it, but I guess she's just commenting on that. Okay.
Let me say this. It is not easy telling this story. It's entertaining. I know it's gone viral. But it is not easy telling this story. I made a decision to tell the story. I made a decision to share my story, what I went through, in hopes that it helps just one person.
Okay.
But I would be remiss if I didn't tell you all, it is not easy telling this story, to relive it, to face certain things out loud that I had to face internally. Just want to say that. So I will push forward to finish, but today,
you better.
Got to me. The toll of this got to me today. So I know that you all are like, we're waiting on the next part, we're waiting on the next part. I appreciate that and I get it. Because if I was in those shoes, I would be waiting too and be like, where is it? So I understand that. But the toll was real today. All right, so with that being said, we are still in July of 2021. I talked to the brother, Chris. I talked to the aunt. I talked to all these people. And now was the time where I saw the receipts for the weekend jail type thing. So I went ahead and did a search for his criminal history. I ran his criminal history. I did that on my own at home with my money. So this was not, I think someone had asked if I did anything with my job. No, I did not. I know better. So I ran a criminal history. Or paid for a criminal.
I know. I heard that she didn't really make money off of this, which is kind of fucked up. I think I might have mentioned it earlier. I don't remember because it was like 6 hours ago. But I wonder if part of it is because she was driving while telling the story, and like TikTok would consider that like dangerous and not want to encourage that financially.
Background report. For him to say that he appreciates law enforcement so much, it was...
Which kind of would make sense, because like they wouldn't want to be complicit in that, you know?
Obviously a lie, because the criminal history showed that he had been arrested for criminal trespassing. He had been arrested for like suspended license, suspended registration. But the big thing was impersonating an officer. If you don't know anything about impersonating an officer, it is a felony.
You're all impersonating an officer right now. Hey guys, I got C's in high school. I'm better than you. I have a fucking superiority complex. I'm just kidding. That's not all cops. It's just most of them.
Period, point blank. As sure as Peachtree runs from Bankhead to Buckhead, it is a felony. So seeing that.
Hey guys, I'm gonna wait at a speed trap for when the fucking for when the speed goes from 60 right down to 40 in less than like fucking half a mile, so I can fucking catch people that are out of state and give them tickets so I can make money. I'm such a cool guy.
What court it was in?
Even though my police station is basically getting paid by the taxes of this guy already, because a bunch of people, the people who live here, are poor fucking pieces of shit who get more money back from the federal government than they receive, than they pay in taxes. Do I sound good? I sound pretty good there?
I did another open records request for the incident report. I wanted to know exactly what the circumstances were, especially given the fact that I worked in law enforcement at the time. What were the circumstances as to how he was arrested for impersonating an officer? So I did an open records request. I got the incident report, and I'm tired of saying my jaw hit the floor. But on this one, my jaw hit the fucking floor. Damn. I respect law enforcement. Again, I was working in an agency with a lot of great men and women. Basically, what the incident report, I'm paraphrasing it because I don't have it sitting in front of me. Basically, what the incident report shows is that he pretended to be an officer using a badge. I later found out it was the badge that his dad had as a former correction officer. Same last name. So he was pretending to be a police officer at an apartment complex on the south side of Atlanta, and proceeded to tell people that he was an investigator and he was looking for drugs. He also proceeded...
Oh, fuck. Is he doing the drugs?
To try to pat down someone. And then also proceeded to try to go into a woman's apartment and do a search. This is in the incident report.
Oh, my God.
So, naturally, the woman who he was trying to get into her apartment to do a search happened to either work with or worked at a local police department. So she just simply called her coworkers or called her homeboys or whatever. And so he was subsequently arrested and subsequently was charged.
What a fucking idiot.
And found guilty. That is what I found in his criminal record report.
Damn, that's fucking crazy.
It is fair to note, had I known that he had a criminal history, we never would have even finished date number 1. Some things I'm just not going to get involved with if I know from the rip. So what does this mean? Again, we've been going over what's the lie, what can you confirm? I can confirm that there was no way that this man ever had a passport to take me to London. When he claimed that he was voting in the election, there's no way that he did, because he tried to tell me that he was still a registered voter in California and that he did it online. I knew it was a lie, but again, at this point...
How the fuck do you can't... I don't think you can vote. You can't vote online. Like, you can vote by mail, but you can't vote online. And there's a very specific reason. It's because if you could vote online, it's much easier to, like, engage in fraud. So you have to, like, do a physical ballot. That's why it's only mail-in or whatever. Like, we never should do online voting, because that would be something that people, like a hacker, could tamper with. That's insane. I'm not trying to be an asshole, because this is horrible. But, girl, you saw all the signs, and you know you saw all the signs, because you're basically telling us over and over again that you saw those signs, because you're not telling us about the signs. You know, this guy's obviously like a grade A piece of shit, but damn, man. It's pretty obvious. It seems like there was a lot of shit that made this very obvious from the start. You know, I get it though. She's like, she's an older woman, 30s or 40s, hasn't gotten married yet. She's looking to get married. I get it, but damn. So avoidable. Not trying to be an asshole. So avoidable. She must feel a significant amount of shame. Terrible stuff. You know?
In July, I'm able to confirm that, yeah, you never had a passport. You never voted. The small things that mean something to me, he never did it. He wasn't eligible to. So now I know that not only have you, yes, been arrested. Now, what happened as a juvenile, I don't care. But you have been arrested. You have done some sort of time. And now it explains why you knew your way around the county so well. If you go back to the previous videos, I had mentioned that I was wondering, how do you know your way around here? And the story was his sister used to live in this county, and he would come visit when he would fly in from California, when he would go see his parents in Augusta. That was the story. So that explains the criminal history.
Okay.
I'm also going to take you guys back and remind you when I had to go in for my polygraph, and how the polygrapher had asked me, do you know anyone that is a convicted felon that you have relationships with, blah, blah, blah. And remember, I said to him, my husband and I are estranged. I honestly don't know. Fast forward to July, where I find out that, yes, in fact, on top of everything,
damn,
I was married to a convicted felon.
Her husband certainly was, or ex-husband was certainly strange, I'll tell you that much.
I had no idea. No idea whatsoever. And it's nothing but the grace of God that I was honest with the polygrapher and telling him, look, I don't know what's in this man's background. To say that I have no idea who I married is an understatement. It is a complete understatement. It's fair to say, well, you only knew him for like 2.5 weeks before you quarantined with him. That's fair. And I can understand that, and I take responsibility for that. But in the big scheme of things, I had no idea the creature that I was sleeping next to every night. No idea.
Maybe he gave good fucking dick. Because, like, degenerate men will a lot of times give good dick, because, like, that's what they focus on. That's why they're so unsuccessful. You know what I mean? So that must maybe that's what it is. Maybe he's swinging a good fucking. He's got a good ball. He's got a good ball game. He's got a good ball game over there. You know, he's batting 1,000,000. I don't know.
Part 45. Who the fuck did I marry? So we are now end of July, August time frame. During this time, Legion.
Maybe he learned it from Weekend Jail. Fucking all the guys there.
Basically disappeared. Remember, I'm still waiting on the final divorce decree to come. I'm actually waiting for the 30 days to be up so I can file the divorce settlement form. So I'm waiting on those 30 days to be up. I'm playing nice with him. I'm being cordial. I have uncovered all kinds of stuff. But just in case he was going to act a fool, I was trying to be cordial. So I had spoken to him on like a Monday, and I was trying to get a hold of him for something. But I'm the one that initiated a phone call in the coming days. Never heard from him. Never heard from him at all.
Days.
Oh, he wasn't. His phone was dead. It was going straight to voicemail. And I genuinely was worried. A few days turned into a week. By the time I hadn't heard from him in a week, because I knew he was not living anywhere but his car. I knew that. So this is what happened, y'all.
I can't believe she's still making contact with him at this point.
I first reached out on Facebook. Remember, even though he has told me that he had all these siblings. We know he didn't have all these siblings. But remember I told y'all I had met the brother in Augusta, and I had met the brother in Baltimore. These are people I met. The brother in Baltimore I talked to on FaceTime. The brother in Augusta I've actually physically met, hugged, shake hands, all that. So I reached out on Facebook to people that I remember him talking about all the time. The friend Omar, the brother in Augusta, the brother in Baltimore. Another cousin in Augusta. I was doing a search for these people's names, just like, hey, have you heard from Legion? The brother in Augusta told me, no, I haven't heard from him. I've been trying to reach him, but the phone's going straight to voicemail. I knew he was living in his car. So my brain was doing everything it could not to go on the deep end. I reached out on Facebook.
Damn, sounds like she still loved this guy. Crazy. Crazy stuff.
To the brother in Baltimore. And I said, hey, gave him my name. And I said, have you heard from Legion? Now, mind you, the brother in Baltimore and him have talked on speakerphone. I guess it's important that I make that distinction. They have talked on speakerphone. So I know that they have talked at least in 2020. So I said to him, again, according to Legion, they talk all the time. But I've heard them on the phone in 2020. So I said, have you talked to him? The brother from Baltimore informs me, no, I ain't talked to him. He owes me money.
Damn.
So I ain't got nothing to say to him. And I said, wait a second, like, he was telling me that y'all are brothers. He was like, man, he's like a brother. But I don't fuck with him because he owes me money. So they had not spoken. This is now...
How much money, man? I'm curious. What the fuck?
July 2021. They had not spoken in well over 6 months. So all the phone calls, this is what it means, guys. All the phone calls that he had with the brother in Baltimore in 2021 were not real. Then I reached out to the Omar guy. And I remember the story was that he and him known each other years since California, worked together at the condiment company. I reached out to Omar and said, have you heard from Legion by any chance? Explained who I was. He responds with, and I'll never forget it, he responds with, no, I have not heard from him. I have absolutely no contact with him whatsoever. We are not friends, and I would appreciate if you do not reach out to me again about him.
Damn. That's fucking insane.
The stories I was told was that this dude is supposedly his best friend. Shocking moment. So they had not spoken in years. They're not cool. He does not fool with him. Okay? Went on to the next person, a female cousin I had met. She said, no, I have not heard from him. Why would I hear from him? We don't really talk. Like, I think she was genuinely weirded out by the fact that I'm reaching out to her out of the blue asking, hey, by any chance, have you talked to my soon-to-be ex-husband? So what I discovered because he ended up being gone for 2 weeks. What I discovered in those 2 weeks, let me be very clear with the statement I'm getting ready to make. I reached out to every person I know who apparently has had some form of relationship with him. Either he said that they were friends, they talked on the phone, he said they hung out. The brother in Baltimore, I was told, had been to the house while I was at work. Brother in Baltimore said, no, that never happened. I've never been to your house.
Jesus Christ.
All these people knew that Legion was a liar.
It's crazy because it's like all these different people that he claims to have the contact with and like hang out with and see and this and talk to. And she's never really made any of that contact with. It's like, I don't mean to be rude, but like really avoiding and ignoring all these huge red flags. It's crazy. Like, that's fucking wild. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Damn. She seems like such an intelligent person too. But she got suckered so hard. She got suckered so hard. That's why he wanted to marry her, because she's just kind of a sucker. I don't mean to be rude about it. I'm just saying.
And I think that they all felt bad, with the exception of the Omar guy, felt bad that I was kind of just discovering what they've known for years. In those 2 weeks, I found out every single person I reached out to, not a single one of them gave a shit if that man was dead or alive.
Damn.
All of them had the attitude, some even said it, no, I haven't heard from him. I don't care to hear from him. It was as if, for me, it was such a sad moment because I discovered this man has no friends.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder why. He
has said, I'm now able to prove it. He has no friends. There is nobody who was concerned that they had not heard or seen him in over 2 weeks. Some people months. One guy years. None of them were concerned. So basically what I'm saying is that I discovered he had burned bridges with everyone. Burned bridges with family. Burned bridges with...
That's true. That's a good point, actually. That's a good point. The COVID thing is a good point. That's right. You weren't really supposed to see people through COVID. Yeah, that makes sense. That actually makes sense. I forgot about that. You got a good point. No, I forgot about that. Maybe she's still a good sucker, though. I really think that desire to settle down and especially have kids takes a major toll. I get that, but I'm not a stinky woman, so I don't empathize with that point.
So-called friends. Burned bridges with fake brothers, fake sisters, fake aunties, uncles, everything. He had burned bridges with everyone. And for me, that was more telling than anything else. Yes, I knew he was a liar. Yes, I knew he had made stuff up. I was genuinely surprised to discover nobody gave a shit about this man. No.
I'm not really surprised at all.
There
must have been some more, because that's the thing is, she was obviously very hurt by this guy. But I wonder what the positives were of the relationship, because they're always there. When you have a bad relationship, you forget all the positives, obviously. Or you don't focus on them. So I wonder, like, what kept her there? what kept her there? There's got to be stuff there that like he was a nice guy. He probably fucked her good. Probably the biggest thing. He probably fucked the shit out of her. He made her feel good about herself, and it might have just been like a whole manipulation tactic. Who knows? But that's probably like that's what I'm wondering. Like, what made you stay for so long? What made you? Because there's been multiple parts where she's like, I knew he was lying, but I want I let it go. Like, what made you really stay? You know, maybe part of that is probably the desperation to have kids at that age and stuff. I get it.
Every single family member, but he was living in his car. The fact that he wasn't bathing and was just had disappeared was shocking to me. So, where was he for those 2 weeks? Glad you asked. He had checked himself into a behavioral hospital in Augusta. Why? Not to get help. No. This is July in Georgia.
To get drugs.
It's hot as hell. It's sweaty. It's damp. It's humid. It's everything. He checked himself into a hospital so he could stop sleeping in his car for 2 weeks. When he checked himself in, they took his phone, and that's why no one was able to get a hold of him. And by no one, I mean me. He checked himself into a hospital so that he could have a bed for a couple of weeks. That's the type of human being that I was dealing with.
Well, I mean, that one I get. That one actually makes sense. That's like the least bad thing he's ever done. Hey, he doesn't have anywhere to stay, so he checked into a hospital to get to be able to live. I get that. That one I actually kind of get, to be honest with you. So I kind of get that one, brother, sister,
Part
whatever.
46. Who the fuck did I? So after the whole missing in action debacle where he disappeared for a couple of weeks, Legion started calling and texting me, telling me that he was ready to come home.
Damn, he was ready to come back.
That correct. So
did you take him back?
Someone had told him that legally he did not have to leave the house when I kicked him out because it was a marital home and he had just as much right to be there as I did.
That part I think is true, but now they're divorced, so it doesn't matter.
So he started harassing and calling the shit out of me. He was calling, 30 times in 1 hour. He was Facebook Messenger calling me. Let me be clear. Facebook Messenger.
What friend did he make? Oh, maybe he probably at the hospital. He's like, my wife cheated on me and kicked me out. They're like, oh my God, you know that you have like a legal right to that house, right? Crazy.
Messenger calling me. He was calling me so much. He was messaging me saying, I'm coming home. I'm going to get some money and drive up from Augusta. You have to let me in the house. It's not fair what you're doing. All this other bullshit. I mean, it was nonstop. He would start calling at 7 o'clock in the morning. He would not stop calling until 10 o'clock at night. He was calling so much, leaving messages, like I said, just straight up harassing me. Damn. So I reached out to attorney friends. I reached out to local law enforcement. Local law enforcement informed me, well, technically, he's right because he is still legally your husband. Our divorce had not been finalized at this point.
Oh, shit.
The paperwork had been sent in. I was just waiting on the judge to give me her signature, but it hadn't happened yet. So the local law enforcement did tell me if he comes back, our officers would have to let him in the house. You don't have to stay there. They gave me different options. I mean, I was trying everything in the book because he is saying, I'm coming back to the house. I told him, do not come. You were not welcome. I'm not letting you in the house.
Do not come. I'm going to come, That's what I'm saying.
Again, the locks have been changed. The code had been changed. So I told him, if you come to this house, step foot on this property, I'm calling the police and getting you arrested for trespassing. You should know about that.
They're bluffing. She's bluffing, but it's a good bluff. It's a smart bluff.
He was adamant that he was allowed back in the home. He didn't know the conversations I had with local law enforcement, but somebody was in his ear telling him, nah, you can go home because she's not allowed to kick you out.
I mean, unless maybe she's got a recording device on her, some form of an air tag.
Okay, so I didn't know when he was scheduled to come because he was trying to get the money for the gas to get back to Clayton County. I tried everything I could. Basically, what my options were simple. Let him in the home, and I can stay in the home, put him in a room, just have no dealings with him. But again, I don't want to be in the same room with him. This is what the local police told me. I could have an officer go room to room and let his body cam film the room to see the condition of the house. And if Legion showed up, I would leave the house. I can go to a family member's home and stay there. Okay. This is literally in August, right before my lease is up. So I was already moving. I had already secured another home. Did exactly what I said I was going to do.
Yeah, she had mentioned that she was going to stay with a friend or something, right? So.
Moving to
oh, they rented it. I thought they owned the house. Okay.
County. So I just needed a couple of weeks before I vacate the home. So the other option was, again, have the officer film the home with the body camera. That way it shows what the condition of the home is at the time that he moved in. So if anything gets messed up, I can sue him. What am I going to sue him for? But nevertheless.
Yeah, true.
Or the third option is I can stay there with him, make life miserable. So my plan was the option of have them film the home. I was not staying.
Just leave the house and then pay somebody to break into the house and kill him or something. I'm just kidding. That's terrible.
In the same house with him. I didn't care. Also, there was no guarantee, and I told the officer this. Look, if y'all allow him to stay in this house, I'm telling you by tomorrow morning, every utility in this house will be off. He will have no running water. He will have no air condition. This place will feel like a sauna. Officer kind of chuckled and was like, again, ma'am, I mean, this is one of those domestic situations. He is allowed in the home.
Yeah, he's allowed in the home. Yeah, but if she cancels everything, yeah, fuck it, right? Yeah, cool.
Okay. So again, I had no idea when he was coming. I was on pins and needles. Every day. I'm seeing the phone ring, like I said, about 30 times every hour. I'm seeing the messages. I'm seeing that I had reached out to a police captain. I had reached out to the chief of police. I was trying to get all kinds of help.
That's wild. He's fucking going crazy.
Like, it ain't what you know, it's who you know.
Damn, the audacity. Because obviously legally he's allowed in there, but he's a real scumbag piece of shit.
So he eventually tells me, I'm going to be there on Wednesday. This is just an example. I'm going to be there on Wednesday. I had been calling the police captain who was really gracious, really kind, and was trying to help me because I was like, bro, I just need 2 weeks and I'm out of this house. And we already knew he legally could not go to the new house. I was trying to see if I could move in early to the new place. The landlord was like, I really can't let you. So I felt like I was running out of options. He's saying he's coming. He's saying he's coming. He's adamant he's coming. I guess somebody felt sorry and gave him some gas money so he could drive from Augusta up to Clayton County. So the day before all this goes down, the police captain called me and he informs me that they ran his name through GCIC, which is a database that law enforcement agencies use.
Oh shit, and he's wanted. He's wanted for something, so they're gonna grab him. That's what they're gonna do.
Turns out he has a warrant for his arrest. So the police captain says this changes everything. If he shows up to the house,
beautiful.
Don't do anything, call us. I will have officers to your home, and they will simply arrest him.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff.
So I know that this is a short part, but I'm going to.
And then he doesn't show up because he's recording everything in the house. He's got cameras in there because he's a psychotic fuck.
Okay, the next part to what happened when he showed up to my house.
Okay, never mind. I lied, but it was my truth. It was my truth.
Part 47. Who the fuck did I marry? So here's what happened. This was mid-August. Went to work as usual. It actually happened on a Friday. I had to look at the dates. It happened on a Friday. Went to work. Still, he was calling me, texting me, messaging me that he was on his way. And so I was a bit on pins and needles all day. I was dreading going home, and that is a horrible feeling, to dread to go home.
Yeah. I feel that. Yeah. I used to feel that way too, man. But now I feel good. I don't even leave my home, really. I work from home. So
had called me and said that he was at the house in the driveway. I guess he had to use the restroom, so he decided to go to the Walmart up the street to go use the bathroom. I wasn't answering phone calls. I wasn't answering text messages. I simply called the police captain. I said, hey, he's saying that he's at the house. The police captain himself drove by the house, but I believe he drove by the house when Legion went to Walmart to use the bathroom. So the police captain was like, I don't see anyone there, but again, when you get home, if he is there, do not engage. Call us.
Gotcha. Okay, let's see what happens.
Okay, no problem.
I'm on the edge of my fucking seat. Come on.
But I got you on speed dial. So I go home. I'm on the phone with both my mother and my aunt on a three-way call.
That's kind of hot.
They're both like, oh my god, you know, what do we need to do?
Drama. I'm actually like anxious, dude. Like I'm into the story. We're married to this man right now. This is crazy.
And what he did not know was that he had backed into the driveway up against the garage. Normally I park my car in the garage, but what he didn't know was that at the time I was driving a fleet car.
Oh wait, did he think that she might be in there and was trying to lock her in? Wait a minute, what?
So up against the garage. Normally, I drive into my subdivision. What he did not know was that they're both like, oh my god, you know, what do we need to do? I drive into my subdivision. What he did not know was that he had backed into the driveway up against the garage. Normally, I park my car in the garage, but what he didn't know was that.
Wait, so either he thinks she's home and is trying to block her in, or something. Is that what he thinks, or she is home and he's trying to block her in? That's what it sounds like. Am I wrong?
Time I was driving a fleet car, so I wasn't even in my normal car, and I know that he was waiting to see my car, the Nissan Altima that he helped get.
Okay, so never mind. I was wrong. Shut up.
Pulled in to the subdivision and then pulled.
But he was trying to prevent her from going into the thing, maybe.
In towards my townhome. That didn't happen because I'm in a different car. He didn't recognize it. So when I turned onto my street, as sure as it is hot in Georgia in the summer, that man was sitting in the driveway in his Ford Taurus. Okay. So I live at the time not far from cul-de-sac. So when you go straight down, you just turn around the cul-de-sac to come back up. That's exactly what I did. I went to the corner, turned also that I can see the house, but he would not have been able to see me. I went ahead and called 911. I was very calm. Told him exactly what the captain had told me to say. I was like, my name is, the address is, I need.
My name is Reese's Pieces. Reese's Teesas.
Police here
Reesa
because
Teesa?
my ex-husband is here. He's not supposed to be here. And I feel as though I am in danger.
Okay.
Said, okay. She, again, regular phone call. She said, we're dispatching police to your home.
Okay.
As soon as I hang up, I then call the police captain. He immediately answers the phone. He says, we just got the call. I'm sending 4 officers your way.
Oh, shit.
Get off the phone. Call my mom and my aunt back.
4 officers for this guy? What a waste of resources, you know what I'm saying? But also necessary. I understand.
Because they were both like, call us back. Call them back on 3-way. I continue to sit there until I see 4 officers, 4 cars pull in and stop just in front of my house. So then I ease up. He gets out the car, I guess, trying to see what's going on. I explain to the officer that walks to my window. I say, this is what's going on. So I was trying to sound extra law enforcement smart. I was like, check him through GCIC. You'll find that he has a warrant out for his arrest for violation of probation. The officer kind of smirked. And she was like, we know. We already.
We're all educated. Of course they know. Because you know that like the whole office is talking about her relationship every fucking day. I remember when I used to work a real fucking job and you hear a story that's fucking crazy. And you're sitting there and you're like, what the hell are you talking? What happened? That's fucking bananas, dude. And you're sitting there gossiping every day. Everyone in the fucking office is more educated than like anybody is, okay? You're a Harvard law student at this point. That's how educated you are on whatever the drama is. Everybody's talking about it every day. They got nothing better to talk about. That's what's happening here. So they're like, we know you, Reesa Teesa. We know you. You're famous. We're going to talk about you for years to come. Every new person who starts working in the office will know of you and your triumph of this day. It is an incredible thing. This is real.
Check GCIC. The captain called us. So I was like, okay. So anyway, they tell me to sit in the car. They go up to the window of the car and ask him to step out of the car.
Oh shit.
When he stepped out of the car, I was like, oh my God. I hadn't seen him since
He's
in
stinky.
June when I met him at the UPS store. And he was bad then.
He smelled
was
like
still in the
poop.
same clothes. When I told you guys when I met him, he was like a size 3X. What got out of the car was easily a medium or large.
Damn. I could go for a medium or a large meal from, I would say McDonald's, but I just haven't been feeling McDonald's.
Easily. That is
actually, he's a place I've been going to with Stuffed Me Pizza. And my wife is, she's able to go get it for me right now, but she's watching the stream instead. So I got to get off the stream and drive her there because she can't go anywhere without me. Not because that's what she likes doing. It's because I'm abusive and I don't let her leave the house without me. I'm just kidding. She won't get me fucking pizza, dude. It's fucked up.
And it makes sense because, he probably wasn't eating. Except for somebody gave him $6 for chicken nuggets. But what got out of the car was something I didn't even recognize.
Damn,
so
a goblin.
He gets out of the car. They arrest him. There was no incident or anything like that. He was arrested peacefully. They put him in the...
He might be a little bit happy, too. I wonder if part of him, it's a win-win for him, right? He checked himself into a hospital for free food and a bed. So who's to say that he's not going to try to go back home to get arrested for free food and a bed? Who's to say?
Backseat. My neighbors are all looking...
Although, maybe he could write a book. Hey, Legion's advice to quick weight loss. Lie about everything and get kicked out of your house. Don't get a job.
And like, what is going on?
Yeah, my wife said in the chat, yeah, because we love each other so much. That's true. I do love you a lot. I do.
So
I just haven't showered today. I feel sticky. I feel yucky. I don't want to go out.
She comes up to me and she said, he's asking me to speak to you. Do you want to speak to him? I said, yeah. So she walks with me. Keep in mind, she's wearing a body cam. So
damn, why would you say yeah? I mean, she obviously has an attachment to this guy. She probably feels terrible for him too. I get it. I understand, but it's crazy.
She walks with me to the window. They put the window down. And I remember looking at him. I was like, I told you not to come. And he said, I just wanted to get my stuff. I just wanted to get the TV. I said, what TV? The TV that you gave me in the divorce? And he was like, yeah, that TV. And I said, it's mine. You gave it to me. I have the fucking text messages proving that you gave me the TV. And I'm trying not to scream because the neighbors are all watching. He was like, I know. I just needed my stuff. I'm sorry. I'll never bother you again. I'm sorry.
He was trying to sell that TV, dude. He was trying to sell that TV.
Right. And so I look at the officer and I was like, you have me out here with 4 fucking police cars. You have embarrassed me to no end. You have made a fool of me. And you got the audacity to now be like, I'm sorry. I'm like, fuck, you're sorry. So he was kind of like, okay. I said, I never want to see you again. He was like, you won't. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. So I walk off. The officer is like going through the stuff that was in his wallet. They took it out and put it on the roof of the car. So the stuff that was in his pants, like his wallet, his keys, they put it on the roof of the car when they had him get out the car.
Aren't his pants falling down because he's so skinny now?
And so she's just like, I said, did you catch all that on body cam? And she said, yeah. I said, he was in his wallet.
What the fuck?
Took it out and put it on the roof of the car. So the stuff that was in his pants, like his wallet.
There was a little delay. Sorry. I don't know what that was.
Put it on the roof of the car when they had him get out the car. And so she's just like, I said, did you catch all that on body cam? And she said, yeah. I said, he gave me the TV. And she said, yeah. She's like, we're gonna take him in and we'll have somebody look at him because in her words, she said he's definitely having a mental episode right now in the backseat. And I just shrugged and I was just like, I just said, I just want to be done with him. I just want to be done. And so she was like, I understand. I totally get it. So his car is in my driveway. The keys and everything are...
Damn, his car's still there. What did they do with that? I guess he got to get a toad.
They took it with them because I guess since it was on him...
Or maybe frogged.
And they took it with them for processing.
What is the difference between a toad and a frog? I don't really understand.
At the jail. I think that's how that works because I didn't see the wallet or the keys afterwards. So at this point, 4 officers leave. I go into the house. Everything's peaceful and calm. A few minutes later, I go outside to check the mail. What's in the mail but a letter from the court? I open it up. I go into the house because, again, it's hot. I have my wig on my head.
A letter from the court?
It is all sweaty and stuff. I'm just angry and just angry. That raised my blood pressure. So I go in the house. I sit on the steps inside the house, and I open up the mail from the judge, and it's my final divorce decree.
Oh, shit. How poetic. He still would not have been allowed in the house. God was watching over her the whole time.
And I'm smiling right now. But y'all, when I got that divorce decree sitting on the stairs, I broke down into ugly Oprah tears.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Everything just hit her at once. So many emotions because he's doing so poorly. Part of her probably feels bad. Part of her feels guilty. Part of her feels like maybe she should stay with him just to help him out. But that would be so dumb for her, But imagine she did, and then there was like a universe where she stayed with him, and he like really turned his life around, and became like such a phenomenal person, and like, how fucked up would that be? And 10 years from now, she's able to look into that alternate dimension. She's like, wow, if I had just stayed with this guy, he would have been the best husband. It would never happen. It's not true. That's fucked up. I
broke down. It was as if a year worth of weight came off of me. I broke down.
Yeah, well, it sounds like that happened to him, and a year worth of weight came off of him as well because he lost all that weight, went down to fucking whatever, like 1x.
And I mean, I wailed. I broke down.
Damn.
I broke down. I broke down so bad.
Next. Are the police still there? Next.
All right, part 48. Who the fuck did I marry? So after I finished breaking down, wipe my tears, and his car is still in the driveway. I couldn't park in the driveway. So I called the car company. I had called the car company once before when he went missing for those 2 weeks to ask them if they maybe had a tracker on the car and could track it. And the nice gentleman informed me that the tracker had not been giving a signal off for about 5 months. So he wouldn't really give me details on the car. But
would it just like run out of battery or something? How the hell does that work?
The car had not, the car payment wasn't being made on that car. It had not been made on that car for quite some time. So he and I split in June, but apparently the car payment wasn't made long before June. Can't speak to that, but he still had the car. So called the car company. I told them, I understand that y'all looking for this Ford Taurus. And the lady said, yes, or you can make a payment. I said, no, y'all can come get it. Here's the address. When do y'all want to get it? And she said, well, I can have a driver come get it tomorrow morning. I said, no problem. That car will be ready for you to get it tomorrow morning.
Well, so, I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, good.
So the car was repossessed out of my driveway the next morning, Saturday. The driver was there about 7 o'clock in the morning. He had the master key for the car, cranked it up, drove it, put it on the tow truck. And
I wonder if she sat there and chatted with him. You know what I mean? I'd be telling her, I'd be so fucking pissed off at this guy. I'd be like, yeah, my husband, blah, blah, blah. She's giving him 7 hours and 7 minutes, And he's sitting there, he's like, oh, damn. Then he's going to tell that story, too. This is probably the talk of the fucking town. Everybody's like, God damn, I just met this woman named Reesa, and she's telling me this fucking wild story. It's crazy.
Left. Here's what that now means. When Allegiant left my house in June, he left with 2 bags of clothes. Everything else was in my house. At the end of July, or towards the end of July, everything that he had left in my house had been donated to the domestic violence shelter, which means that the only thing that Allegiant had were the clothes that he had taken with him in the car.
Damn.
When he got arrested in my driveway, all of his clothes were still in the car. And when the car got repossessed Saturday morning, all of the clothes were in there.
Damn. That's rough. I'm kind of feeling a little bad for this Legion guy.
Which means that when he went to jail, whenever he got out, he only got out with keys to a car he no longer had, a wallet with probably no money in it, and the clothes that were on his back. Everything else was gone.
Damn.
Now we
Damn. That's fucked up.
can fast forward to what happened around August 29th. So I was
Oh my God. I actually do feel a little bad for this guy. I don't know. I mean, it's all on him. He fucked up. But Jesus Christ. And she's feeling that in her. There's like there's like probably this like toxic anger that she's gotten that's like justifiable, obviously. That's like, yeah, fuck this guy. He deserves it. And he does. But then it's like you have to have that feeling sometimes, that level of like hatred for somebody. Because if you don't hate that person, you might give them another chance. You know what I mean? You got to hate them. Your brain almost has to hate somebody. I hate this person. I'll never give him you know what I mean? You got to do that shit. Fucking crazy.
Scheduled to move August 31st. Remember, I'm moving up to Cobb County.
I feel bad because we know his story. He feels so inferior to his fucking twin brother. He probably has a TBI from coming out of the fucking womb late. Probably crushed his fucking baby head. The brother probably was like, "Get out of my fucking way!" in the womb, and he pushed him. He's fucking, you know how babies are. Their skulls are soft, like little fucking eggs. And he's just like climbing out like a hard-boiled egg. He's like climbing out. He's like, "Fuck you!" Kicking him in the head. He's like, "Oh God!" He's got a fucking dent in there. That's why his head looks dumb as hell. That's what it is. Dude. This is what happened. This is the story, bro. This entire story, this entire Reesa Teesa story now makes sense to me 100%. Okay, because at some point in this story, what did she say? Hey, he was self-conscious about his head. Why? Okay, self-conscious about the head. Then he's lying. I'm a CEO. I do this. I do that. Blah, 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 blah. Turns out that's his brother's persona. He came out the womb 20 minutes late. 20 minutes? That's crazy. Imagine giving birth and you're like, oh, first one's out. All right, next one should come out real easy. Oh, sorry, we got a problem here. Comes out. They got to use the forceps. They pull him out. His head goes cone head. And all of a sudden, he's all fucked up in the head. That's not the ex, dude. That's her. That's him. He's got a fucked up head. He's got a dented head, and that's why he feels so inferior, because he's just a little bit dumber. He's just a little bit dumber than his fucking twin brother, and he feels self-conscious about it. That's what it is. Damn, I got a fucking dented head, too. Incredible. We figured out the god, and it also made him a liar because he's dumb. I don't know. They were just adding that one in there. That's why he can't hold a job for that long. This whole thing makes perfect sense. Thank you so much for the membership. It's just going to start. re-upping old memberships. That's crazy. Sorry, everything is re-upping. Okay.
We have been checking the court documents. He had a court date scheduled for around August 29th or August 30th. I don't remember the exact date.
I don't either, girl.
The court time was supposed to be around 9 o'clock in the morning. My mom was watching the court filings online.
Me too.
And according to her, because I missed it.
I don't know what I'm saying.
They showed him on the screen because this was still during Zoom. They showed him on the screen, and then he was ushered out of the court into like a back area. And an attorney spoke on his behalf.
Damn.
Between the time that he had been arrested and the time of the court date, I had never in my life slept so good. Truthfully, never slept so good.
Damn.
I was officially divorced. I had no ties to him. There was nothing in the house of his there was nothing of his that was still in the house. I felt free. So when the court date happened, my mom told me what she saw on the Zoom. I was confused. Is he getting out? Is he having to serve time? What's going on? I called the courts. I tried to speak to his attorney, and his attorney had a horrible attitude and was like, "Why are you calling me?" And I informed him. I said, "Look, I'm a bit afraid of this man. So can you please just tell me if he's being released or is he going to be kept?"
Well, the attorney might hate her because, what's the story? He's telling everybody this magical story about how she's the bad guy, blah, 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 blah.
Or if he is going to be sentenced to a longer jail term. He said, no, he's not being kept in longer jail term because the warrant had expired. So when the police arrested him, yes, it was a valid arrest, but the warrant had expired. So I believe the warrant had expired like 6 months earlier, but of course it wasn't put in the system.
Okay. How does a warrant expire? Wait, are you telling me that they can want a warrant out for your arrest for something that you did wrong and then it just expires? Doesn't that incentivize you to just try to wait it out? No wonder people run away from their warrants.
Which means that if the court date is August 29th, he's going to be released August 29th or August 30th. I'm moving August 31st. So my mom was just like, please just spend the night at your aunt's house. Like, just spend the night at your aunt's house, then go back to the house during the day. The movers will be there, and then just move. So that's exactly what I did, because there was concern that he would get out of jail.
Yeah, and then go back there because he knows where it is, and then that could turn into a problem.
And catch an Uber with no money and come back to the house, either for retaliation or because he's just in a fucking manic mode. And so that's where he went. I really didn't want to take any chances. It's just that simple. I did not want to take any chances.
That makes
I
perfect
knew
sense.
that at that point, legally the law's on my side. Y'all are divorced. You have no reason to be at this home. I knew that that's what the police would say. But
yeah, but he doesn't lose anyway, because even if he gets rearrested, like, there you go, he just gets rearrested. Oh, okay, then he gets to go back to jail and he gets to fucking get a free meal. Like, yeah.
I wasn't 100% sure because, truthfully speaking, I did not know this man. We can make all the jokes we want. I did not know this man.
That's true.
I thought I knew him, but you never really know a pathological liar.
True.
So, needless to say, he got released August 30th. I went to my aunt's house for the night. August 31st, I went back to the house. The movers were there. They packed me up, and we got out of there so quick. I think they packed me up in about 2 hours. I honestly told them there's extra money in this if you guys can get me packed up, meaning loaded up onto the truck, because everything was packed. But I explained to them this is a domestic situation. I need you guys to move quickly. When I moved out of that house on August 31st,
Jesus,
anything that Legion touched, I got rid of. I sold the furniture. I sold dining room tables. I donated plates.
That makes sense, man. Bad memories. You can't keep that stuff. It's got bad juju on it. Okay? You got to get rid of it. It's not good.
Glasses. When I tell you I moved out and I started over, I completely purged my life. Completely started over. I mean, I was not willing to take a single item into my new home that reminded me of him. From the dishes in the kitchen to the towels in the linen closet. When I tell you Amazon and Ross were my best friends, I mean they were my best friends, because I could not fathom moving into a new home, a new space.
Thank you so much for the $2, Mr. Sign 12. Buy me vinyl. Goonin for a bruising, brother. Okay.
With anything that reminded me of him. I sold the bed, got a new bed. If he had bought me clothes, I got rid of them. If he bought me shoes and purses, okay, I kind of kept the heels. But
okay,
everything else I got rid of. So I completely purged my life, completely. Started over from the bottom.
Incredible.
In terms of just the move. I could not take any piece of him with me. Could not.
Wow. Damn.
Part 49, who the fuck did I marry? So after the whole... I moved, and
I can't believe we're almost done with this. This is crazy.
Basically, completely started over. So there was a period of time where different people had reached out to me, people who knew him. Apparently, he was still trying to find a couch to sleep on. And so one guy in particular had reached out to me because I guess Legion had asked him if he could come and stay with him and his family, because he was homeless and had nowhere to go. And so he had lied and told the guy, because again, he's a liar. So he had lied and told the guy that
she cheated on him. Yeah,
I had kicked him out. We're divorced. I had taken all his money. And so that's why he's homeless.
Well, I mean, he has no money. It's crazy.
So the gentleman simply was reaching out to me on Facebook to confirm what is actually true. And he and I...
It's crazy how all these people feel the need to reach out and confirm. Like, that just shows you that he lies so much. He lies so much that, like, they're just like, let's just see if this is true. That's fucked.
Talked, because he ended up calling me. He and I talked for a while. Very respectful, really nice guy, very compassionate. And so I told him, I was like, I said, we're divorced, so I have nothing to do with him. I said, I wouldn't bring him in my house with my family if I were you. but that's just me. And so the guy was like, lady, you know, he didn't say lady, but he was like, lady, you dodged a bullet. He was like, I know you may not see it now, my sister, but you dodged a bullet. You dodged a bullet big time. And so,
like Goku,
you know, just in talking to him, he was very
That
encouraging.
was weird.
Like,
I don't know why I said
like
that.
you got a good head on your shoulders. It sounds like you're a good woman. And no, he was not flirting at all. He was like, it sounds like you're a good woman.
I was about to say maybe he's trying to hit that. You know, I don't blame him. Thank you so much for the $5, Hama Brewer. Papa, I went into work at 2. It is now 6. You're still doing the same video. Also, first time catching the stream. I was also born yesterday. Wow, that's a lot of information. Thank you so much. Yeah, dude, we're finishing it today. We're getting it done in one shot.
And I really hope this does not mess you up. Like, don't let him mess you up.
It's a beautiful thing.
Like, diminish your shine kind of thing. And I appreciate that. I did. Because at that time, again, had moved into my new place. 2021 was the worst year I ever had. I'm not saying that so that 2024 can be like, hold my beer.
Yeah, I do that. I mean, I get that, though. Last year was a rough year for me, too. Not quite this rough, but she's had. Thank you so much for the 13-month large gut from Blossoms. I really appreciate that. You're still live. I was on live. I'm under the impression I was just watching the vid, so I didn't try to catch up. This is a wild stream. I'm so happy. It was my first one ever. Okay. Also, your wife is beautiful. Love you. Well, thank you. Yeah, first stream. Thank you for the 13 months. Thank you so much for the $5 from LM0956. Hey, here's $5 for recommending VR. Okay. For recommending VR corn. I goon in the Matrix now. Thank you so beautiful. Thank you so much for the donation.
But 2021 was a dark year.
Okay.
Started out married.
Like Goku.
End of the year divorce. End of the year with COVID and divorce.
Yep.
And that period of time, that August, September time, I felt like I was just walking around like a numb woman.
Yeah.
I didn't know if I was coming or going.
Maybe because he was fucking her so good that she was numb when she would walk. We don't know. He might have grade A dick. I don't know. I didn't know what to do because I felt like I had just been through hell. And it was a period of time where I had to sit down and I had to really, really deal with some stuff that I just simply was not ready to deal with. And that's sitting down because it just hurts so much for her to sit down because he would give her that grade A dick, dude. I'm just telling you, dude. Things that I had to come to grips with that I really wasn't ready to come to grips with. So fast forward all this time. She's talking about her gorilla grip pussy. That's what she's talking about, okay? That's what she's talking about. My wife's got a gorilla grip too, baby. Hopefully she's not watching this stream right now. Get to December of 2021. Yes, this is where the story does end. Get to December of 2021. I am out sick with COVID. I'm not at work. Okay. I get a phone call from my coworker telling me that Legion has called our job looking for me. Oh my God. And was trying to get information to see where she lives. Yeah, good move getting out of there as soon as possible, girl. Trying to get information on how to reach me. Yes, I had already changed my number. Damn. Again, I had already moved, but he knew where I worked. So apparently he had called trying to find me. And the person that answered the phone was like, we're not going to give you that information. So he said, well, can you ask her to give me a call? I'm just trying to get a hold of her so I can get my stuff. The stuff he's talking about are those tote bags from July. So he was calling. Maybe. Maybe he's talking about that. I don't know. Or maybe he's just trying to get in contact with her, like as like a desperate plea over and over again, you know? And it was a problem. He was trying to reach out to me on Facebook. He was trying to reach out to family members on Facebook, trying to get me to call him so that he could make arrangements to come get his stuff. The devil is a lie. That's fucking crazy. Thank you for another $5, Hama Brewer. Man can do this for 4 hours straight and he still can't finish CCAACH. What the fuck is that? What is caca? What? Friend Tracy, who came to my rescue again, my friend Tracy was like, okay, here's what you're going to do. She said, you're going to send him a message, and you are going to say these exact words. I sent him a text message, she said, and she told me, you're going to send a text message because it's going to be timestamped. And basically the text message says, I do not have your stuff. Or is that supposed to go, ka? Am I supposed to say that? I don't know what you're saying. I did not have your stuff. I have nothing that belongs to you. If you continue to, you were disrupting the work of my job by calling and asking for me. We have no contact with each other. Oh, right. She's still working at that job, so he would still have like, I thought it was like an ex job for some reason. Damn, that's fucking scary. He could show up there too. What the fuck? Holy shit. Send you a copy of the divorce decree that shows whatever is in your possession you own and whatever is in my possession I own. If you contact me directly or indirectly ever again, I will get a restraining order on you. Now, oh, Chris Chan, a comprehensive history. What the fuck? I wasn't going to put that together. For those of you who are watching this in 2024, and you're probably like, wow, she's dramatic. Please understand that what I just said, I mean that. Doesn't sound dramatic to me at all. What are you talking about? If you ever try to contact me directly or indirectly, I will get a restraining order. I have it in writing. I've always had it in writing. And if I need to rewrite it again in 2024, I will, because the boundaries still stand. Yeah, that makes sense. You got to do that. You can't let him back into your life or you're fucked. Gentlemen, is the last time I had any contact whatsoever with my pathologically lying ex-husband. Wow. What the fuck? That was a hell of a series, dude. Is there more? Part 50. Who the fuck did I marry? Bro, if it ended at 49, that would have been beautiful. This is what's the opposite of a prologue? Epilogue? Oh man, is that opposites? I guess so. Damn, that ending there, and that's how, bro. We gotta hear that again. I gotta hear it again.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the last time I had any contact whatsoever with my pathologically lying ex-husband.
Wow, dude, especially with this. That hits hard. I'm not gonna lie. That hits hard. There's one more part though.
Part 50. Who the fuck did I marry? So,
Damn.
aftermath. There's some realizations I had to come to after the divorce and everything.
I'm hoping that we can that this music is not copywritten.
I passed. One, Legion never loved me. He never loved me.
Damn, he might have. There might be a part of it. You know, there might be a part of him that loved you.
He doesn't love himself, so I never.
That's probably true.
Number two,
he loves his brother a lot though.
He didn't even like me. He watched me get excited about things that he knew I was not going to get. And not even just the possession stuff. Like,
maybe that's possible. Like, obviously, she would have this relationship with the events, but it sounded like to me that he was trying to, like, it sounded like he would promise her things and like, oh, we're gonna go to Paris, or oh, we're gonna do this, and then it never happened. It sounded more like he wanted to show, like, oh yeah, we're gonna do these things, and it's just like, oh, I wanted to do this for you, but like something came up. But it could be possible. It's quite possible that he really was just trying to like fuck with her and just be like, I want to make her feel like shit. I think it was more of just a long-term tactic of like, oh, we're going to go meet my family. Oh, they canceled. Oh, we're going to go to Paris. Oh, we couldn't get our passport. Oh, we're going to do this. Oh, we're going to, you know, because it sounded like, you know, she made a comment about like, oh, I'm going to keep the shoes, which communicates to me that like he did buy things for her. So I don't think that he was like this complete, like had completely no care for her. The fact that she thinks that does make sense. I'm not criticizing that. But I think it's a little more than that.
Of course, we know I was excited to be the woman whose husband is like, I'm taking my wife to London. I was excited to be the woman whose husband was like, yeah, I'm my wife a brand new BMW X5. You have to understand, all the jokes that we make about the BMW. It was the time and effort that he spent in taking me to dealerships and being sure to put me in the car and test drive the car and, you know, oh, I can see you in this. I like this for you. It seems safe. It was the effort to really make me believe that he was going to get this, just for him to fuck with me. The effort in taking me to all these homes.
Yeah, it might have been to fuck with you. Again, I think that he like was just. I think that he probably was he's probably insecure about how he couldn't afford these things, and he wanted her to feel like he could have done it, but then it just didn't pan out. Yeah.
To see my face light up as a woman who grew up
knee
on
hurts.
welfare, to be able to walk into these 4 and 5 bedroom homes, knowing that he didn't have any money to buy it. Imagine if he had just been honest and said, "Hey, I like in my free time to go to open houses and just see how the other people live." Imagine if he had just said that, versus wasting not only my time, but wasting the time of the realtors who did nothing wrong. There's a level of cruelty.
Well, they did. They allowed him to put in bids for things when they didn't have the money for it.
To my ex-husband that I had never experienced before, and God knows I pray I never experience it again.
Oh, this open.
That's the word that comes to mind when I think of him. He is cruel. And it wasn't just me. He did it to the ex-wife. So do I trust? No. I trust the people who were in my life before him. If we were friends or if we were in a relationship or whatever, and I knew you before him, I trust you explicitly. But if you're somebody I just met, I don't trust you. I don't. There's no point in me being on here and saying and making it seem like, oh, I'm so strong, I'm so brave. I struggle big time. Because on one hand, I want to like someone. On the other hand, I'm immediately thinking, what if it's a repeat? And I'm gonna be honest with y'all.
I did open.
I can't go through that again.
I did it.
I can't.
I did it, guys.
Every single thing in our relationship was a lie. It took me a while to realize every single day this man lied to me. Every single day he lied to me. Every conversation he had was a lie.
It's so real.
I will never know how much he lied to me.
So real for that.
I'll make my peace with it. I will never know how deep it really truly goes.
I'm too generous? Maybe. I mean, you know what I mean? Maybe it's possible.
What I experienced, and I only know what God allowed.
When does it fucking end,
But
dude?
I'm willing to bet that there's a lot I still don't know. When people say, oh, you dodged a bullet, like you just, and I've read a lot of the comments on this, and people have sent me a lot of the comments. And so I need to make one thing very clear. I am fully aware I dodged a bullet. I am so grateful to my God that I did not have that man's child.
Does he try to kill me?
I'm sorry if that offends some of you, but it's the truth.
Get away from
I'm grateful
pussy.
that we didn't buy a house and that I'm not financially tied to him in any way, shape, or form. But I'm also grateful for the fact that there are things about my ex-husband that I discovered in terms of how he is when it comes to other women.
Stop attacking me.
And I'm grateful that God has kept me and protected me. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my God,
so
he's gonna kill me.
when I started out making the series and I made the decision to tell my story, my motive was I just want to help one person. If there's a woman out there who's like, God, I want to be married and I met this guy and something don't seem right, but maybe it's not that bad. My advice is just go ahead and do your research, because I can honestly tell you, being single sucks. Okay, in my opinion, sometimes it sucks.
Yeah, I get that. It does suck. I understand that.
But being married to the wrong person is a type of hell no one should have to go through. You should not have to be married to
True that, dude. Very toxic.
someone that does not like you. You should not have to be married to someone that doesn't even love you. And I know what that is like. I know what it's
Just
like
like
to be told,
infinitely.
I love you, and yet I swear I think that man sat back in the recliner with his WWE Championship Roman Reigns belt and laughed.
Bro, I was making a joke for it. Maybe he really did have like a mental thing.
His ass off at me every day. Like, damn, she really believed it.
What's happening?
I really do think that.
Did my game just crash?
My radar was broken.
My game
because
crashed.
I am an intelligent woman, and I know that I know better. And I still sometimes ask myself, how
Soft locked.
did you let this happen?
What keeps
How did you let
soft
this be
locked?
your story? All because at the time I wanted it to be my turn, and I hoped.
Bro, turn the
it was my
fucking
turn.
game off right
And
now.
when people say, well, what do you mean by that? I just meant, we all see it, whether it's social media or real life, we all see where a woman, she done been through some stuff, but she finally met someone who appreciates, loves, and respects her. And
Yeah.
it is a beautiful
And
thing.
maybe she'll do that here. Maybe she'll be able to find somebody through the power of the interwebs.
I had hoped that
Beautiful
when I
thing.
met him, it was my turn for that. And instead of being obedient, I wanted to be right, and I wanted to do what I wanted to do. And the cost of that decision was heavy.
Wow.
The toll of reliving this whole scenario was heavy. It was.
Yeah.
I'm almost surprised at how hard it was to actually finish this playlist. Not because I could remember stuff. I probably remember way more details than what I actually put out. But it's just the fact that it's like I'm reminding myself, how did you let this happen? So, therapy is real. Therapy helps. Stella Rosa Black helps too. And yes, I will one day get to London.
Is that alcohol?
I will get my dark blue BMW X5 with cognac interior.
Wow.
I believe I will get those things. Just gotta get them a different route. So, thank you all for being on the playlist of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? I promise I will go live, and I will let you all know when I go live, so that we can have a wine night full of questions and answers. Thank you for watching.
Damn. Gotta love that. Wow, that was the whole... we just finished the entire fucking 50-part series in a day on our stream today. Double speed, still took us 6 hours to get through.